listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. You are listening here on the LittleShaman.com. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is very important to understand when you're dealing with narcissists in any way and toxic people in general, and that is that you need to stop pretending. Relationships with narcissists are an illusion. That's why gaslighting is such a big problem in these situations. The reality people are told or think they are living in does not match their actuality, their lived experience. This is extremely destabilizing for people because our brains rely on the input they get from our eyes and our ears to tell us what is what in the world. If this information is not reliable, and when you're dealing with someone who is not who they pretend to be, it's not reliable, this can cause all kinds of problems, mentally, emotionally, even physically. People can become totally confused about reality and what's actually going on. This illusion is mostly owed to the narcissist, at least initially. They 100% absolutely pretend to be something that they're not. And many of them are quite good at performing this illusion superficially. It is a performance, and like all performances, it can be seen through if one looks closely, but who really does that? Who looks at someone and says, now we're going to evaluate all the things that you're doing and saying down to the microscopic granular level to see if they match up with how a person would behave if they really felt this way and they really were who they say they are. For most people, that's not how they operate. They believe what their eyes and ears tell them because that's how the human brain works. So yes, absolutely, the initial propagating of the illusion is owed mostly to the narcissist. However, the perpetuating of the illusion across time and space is not just the narcissist's doing. It can't be because it's a magic trick, and like all magic tricks, it relies on a team effort. Someone has to create the illusion, yes, but someone else has to witness it. They have to agree with it. They have to believe in it. They have to pick it up and run with it. If no one does that, it can't go anywhere because it has no legs of its own. A narcissist cannot do much with the illusion beyond initially presenting it as a thing. The other person has to give it life by believing in it, by interacting with it as though it's real. It becomes their baby and they rock it. This is important to understand because most people probably don't realize just how much of this is being created and sustained completely and solely by their participation. You are the engine that makes this go. The narcissist has nothing of their own. They can't even see or experience themselves as real except through the perceptions of other people. Your perceptions, your belief in the narcissist and the relationship are what make these things real. Without that, there's nothing there. This might sound extreme or dramatic, but I promise you, if you take your participation and your belief out of the equation and you just look at what's left, you will see that this is true. If you take your belief in who the true narcissist pretends to be out, you can see what they really are, and what they are is nothing. There's nothing there. This person is a shadow of a reflection of a ghost. Many people find this sad, and it is, but there's nothing you or anybody else can do about that. It is what it is. The issue for us then is not with initially believing in the illusion. That is natural. That's normal. The problem for us as the other person or people in these relationships and situations is that we eventually see through the illusion. And often this does not even take that long at all. But we then spend an inordinate amount of time refusing to accept what we see. This is natural too, to a point, but only to a point. After a certain point, it becomes a refusal. It becomes denial because we don't want to accept what reality is telling us about this person or this relationship. That's understandable, but it's not an excuse, and we're not going to be given a pass because of that. In life, we have to face things that are hard, and nobody is an exception to that. Nobody is given a pass on that, and if we try to take one, we're only going to end up hurting ourselves. Denial has no impact on reality at all. If we ignore lights and sirens, for example, something bad usually happens. We can deny that our car is low on gas all we want. We can refuse to believe that. It will still run out of gas and leave us stranded if we don't do something about it, because denying something does not stop it from being true. It has no effect whatsoever. It only affects you and your ability to deal with stuff. This holds true for people and relationships too. You can repaint somebody after they show you their true colors all you want. It doesn't change them or their behavior or the relationship at all. Your desire for someone to be a good, kind, decent, fair person does not make them one. Any more than, for example, the narcissist's desire for you to be an evil villain or a total idiot or whatever else makes you one. One of the biggest reasons a narcissist's behavior is so confusing and hard for people to understand is that people are trying to square the behavior with who they want the narcissist to be or wish they were, not who the narcissist really is. When you accept narcissists for who and what they actually are, that part of the confusion goes away. Now it makes perfect sense. The reason they're doing those things is because they're the kind of person that does those kind of things. Life is hard and it's not fair. Things happen that are painful, that are unjust. We cannot try to simply ignore or rewrite reality and expect there to be no repercussions for that. Every action and inaction has some kind of consequence. And since we very often don't get to choose what these consequences are going to be, or if they will be bad or good or fair or whatever or not, the best we can do is be honest with ourselves about what's going on and make our decisions based on that. We cannot control outcomes or other people's actions, but we can always control our own choices. As painful as it is, we need to be honest with ourselves about what's going on and not try to reframe or rewrite reality into something that is easier to deal with. Doing this only hurts you in the end, and it actually often makes things take longer and be much more painful than they would have been if we had simply accepted the truth and dealt with the uncomfortable emotions in the first place. Pretending instead of dealing with reality is harmful. It's a form of self-gaslighting and of intellectual dishonesty with yourself. It also reinforces to yourself that you cannot deal with reality, which makes eventually having to do so even harder and more painful. Some people refuse to ever do so at all, and their lives are excessively difficult and painful because of that. It's always easier to deal with reality as it is, no matter how hard that might be. In the context of relationships with narcissists, pretending in this way is even more harmful because much of the pretending involved in these situations involves taking on roles that are unreasonable or inappropriate, that require you to be things that you're not. For example, the parent of another adult, or the villain, the nurse, the therapist, the perfect spouse. Sometimes, as a result of the constant devaluation coming from the narcissist, people even idealize themselves as perfect, having no flaws, doing everything right all the time, never having done anything wrong, responsible for none of their own choices or behavior, of possessing some kind of special quality that other people don't have. None of these things are good for someone to believe because they're not true. No one's perfect. No one has never done anything wrong or hurtful to other people for their entire life. No one is responsible for other adults in the way that these relationships require. No one is the perfect spouse. Trying to pretend that you're something you're not is harmful to your relationship with yourself. It's confusing, it's crazy-making, it's exhausting, and it's impossible. You're not something else. You're you. The same goes for pretending the narcissist is something that they are not. They're not a person with minor issues who just needs some kind words or a kick in the pants to get right. They're not a parent. They're not a partner. They're also not a baby. They're not an animal that has been mistreated and now doesn't know any better. This is an adult human being who is being repeatedly told that their terrible behavior is harmful or inappropriate and is refusing to stop because they don't care how it affects the people around them. You cannot make them care about that. You cannot convince them that that should matter. They're not going to suddenly start believing that they shouldn't do these things just because you think they shouldn't do them. Things aren't going to be better when you move or you have a baby or they stop drinking or they get a better job or whenever they get older, when they're already over 30 or 40 or 50. If nothing has made things better yet, then it's likely that nothing ever will. It's only your belief in these future scenarios that makes them seem real. If you take that out of the situation, what you see is that there's nothing here to believe in. The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior, especially when this past behavior demonstrates mindsets and belief systems that are the diametric opposite to the beliefs and mindsets that they would need to have in order to be different. This person makes no effort, takes no initiative, believes in nothing, offers nothing, gives nothing, has nothing. They haven't changed in any real way thus far, except for maybe to get worse as time went on. They are a fearful, unhappy specter living in a mirror that reflects only darkness, an image trapped in a frame that can never get out. This is why we need to stop pretending in these relationships and situations. Without our continued belief, without interacting with this image as if it's real, it falls apart and you see with no filter what it really is. An illusion, and not even a very good one. The narcissist is not going to stop pretending. They are disordered and they cannot accept reality on any terms. But you can, and you need to do that. If for no other reason than to not do so allows the narcissist to win, which means you automatically lose. And losing in this situation has truly dire consequences. Stop pretending things are better than they are. Stop pretending that you think things are going to get better when you really don't. Stop pretending you're happy when you aren't. Stop pretending it's worth it when you know it isn't. Stop pretending that you're something you're not. Stop pretending the narcissist is something that they're not. Just stop pretending. It hurts you, and it's one of the main things keeping this going. Deal with stuff as it is. There's no shame at all in having wanted to believe something, and there's no shame at all in realizing that you were wrong about something. Where shame comes in is trying to pretend to ourselves when we know better. That is when people feel shame because they acted against their own best interest and they know that. You don't have to get stuck in this. There's no reason to feel shame when we learn something. Nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody makes wrong choices. Learning from these is what matters. Our job is to make sure that we're not being too stubborn or too afraid to do that. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, through Zoom and Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy of any of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or find them on Amazon. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support emails, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about living with narcissists. That's a big topic with a lot of different aspects. So, the best way to boil it all down is to say that when you're living with a narcissistic personality, you're living with an enemy. What does this mean in practical and realistic terms? It means that living with a narcissist or other antisocial personality is living with someone who believes that you are actively working against them and or trying to harm them. Therefore, they are also often actively working against you and or trying to harm you. There's no other way to say it. To deal with narcissists is to deal with an enemy, an opponent, someone who, in many situations, is actively rooting for you to fail or to lose, who wants you to do badly, who is hoping that you stumble, who is jealous of anything you have and doesn't want you to have it, even if it benefits them, because it shames and scorns them for anyone to have or be anything that they don't or that they're not, no matter who or what it is. Even if it benefits them directly, this is generally still true. For example, you being a good person benefits them. Good people do for other people. You would think they would want to encourage or support that because it benefits them, but eventually it doesn't matter because it also shames them that you're a good person, since this automatically casts them as the bad guy in their binary way of looking at things, and how they feel in the moment is more important than anything else in that moment. The level of envy and jealousy and negativity and bad will here are often not understood very well by most people. And how could they be? Why would anybody think that a person who claims to care about them would feel this way, would do these things, would be actively rooting for them to fail, maybe even intentionally sabotaging them? Who does that? Even if they don't like somebody who does that, let alone to somebody that they're supposed to care about. But all over the world, this is the experience people have of living with and or dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities. If someone has not experienced this personally, it's very difficult to understand what it's like. People who have not been through this just can't fathom the dynamics, the level of stress, the tension, the negativity, the bad feelings, the level of competition, of sabotage, of contempt, of conflict, of envy and jealousy, and just plain old nastiness involved here. Which, it's understandable that people wouldn't get it if they haven't experienced it, but that's very frustrating for people who are trying to explain their experience or to engage in reality testing by speaking with other people, even well-meaning other people, only to be told that they must be mistaken or that they're crazy or that they're lying because these other people either don't understand the dynamics or they just can't believe it. The crux of this, quote, relationship dynamic is that it is inherently adversarial. It's not really a real relationship at all. A relationship of any kind is a partnership where people who have similar goals are on the same side working together toward those goals, supporting each other and sharing responsibilities. The goals of narcissistic personalities automatically pit them against the other person or the other people involved. It's automatically adversarial because their goals are about power and control, and because they define themselves in comparison to other people. That's that binary viewpoint that we were talking about. What narcissists admire in others, they tend to eventually come to poisonously envy and then to hatefully resent because they see it as shining a spotlight on their own inability or their lack, their deficits. This is often translated into projection of those feelings of insecurity onto you, which tends to come out as them claiming and possibly even actually believing that you think you're better than they are, or that you're trying to make them look bad somehow, or you think you're better than other people in general, or that you have some kind of superiority or authoritarian issue regarding your interactions with other people and or them specifically. These accusations are very hurtful for people and very confusing because most people don't view their relationships as a competition, nor do they look down on or try to sabotage and control the people they care about. But narcissists are not built that way, and they do not see things the way that you do. They cannot conceive of any other kind of interactions between human beings other than the one up, one down, black and white competitive dynamic that they are constantly creating in their interactions with other people. They cannot see past their own perceptions, and consequently, they can't believe that anybody else would be any different, which means they don't believe that you don't see things the way that they think you do. Everyone sees things the way that they do, as far as they're concerned. People just won't admit it. That's one of the hardest things about this. You don't see them as an enemy, but they see you as one, and this does not change. It can't because of the way that they view the world and the way they view other people. For narcissists, the world is a place where everybody is competing for everything all the time, where everyone is trying to be, or at least to look, better than everybody else and using each other to do that. There are no friends or family in this world. There's no walking beside other people. There's only a hierarchy where you are either above or below other people. You either walk in front of them or you walk behind them. That's it. And every single thing that happens, every tiny interaction and micro expression is communicating to narcissists at every moment where they are in that hierarchy according to the other people. This sounds absurd and ridiculous, but examine your interactions with this person and see what you see. There is so much meaning attached to insignificant things. A look, a word, a silence, a song on the radio, a tone, sometimes nothing at all. When you live with a narcissist, you wake up to find that you are in a war you didn't know you were fighting, where the battles are being fought without your knowledge, and you didn't even know there are any battles until you realize you're losing them and that you've been losing them for a long time. Of course you have. You didn't even know they were happening. You didn't even realize there was a war, but there is. And a failure to accept this often keeps people in these situations for much longer than they ordinarily would be, and it causes extreme pain and damage along the way. It's just so unbelievable for most people that it defies logic, and especially in the beginning, it can be chalked up to other things. For example, if your partner doesn't seem enthusiastic about your promotion at work, it's easy to look at that and say, well, maybe they were tired, maybe they had other things on their mind, maybe. Over time, though, it gets more and more difficult to pass these things off as normal aberrations in a loving partner, especially because over time, the behavior tends to change from passive-aggressive to overtly hostile. Now the partner who was just not enthusiastic about your success is openly contemptuous about it, or mocking, or angry. Their comments or their behaviors are more blatant and directed specifically at this subject or this thing. It's a lot harder to chalk that up to a normal deviation in personality or mood, especially because with narcissists, it keeps happening and it tends to get worse every time it does. But even still, people generally don't then come to the conclusion that, well, this person doesn't want me to be successful or have anything good. Why would anybody think that? The truth of this situation might also be further obscured by projection of some kind from the narcissistic person. For example, they might accuse you of being jealous of them, or of trying to sabotage them, or of wanting them to fail. This is very hurtful and confusing, and people can become so focused on looking at their own behavior to try to find some clue as to why the narcissist would think this, that they stop looking at the narcissist's behavior, or why this person would say something that is so obviously untrue in the first place. This unfortunately validates these accusations in the narcissist's mind and in a person's own mind by giving them enough weight and importance to look for a real cause for them in your own behavior instead of focusing more on the concerning fact that this person says things that do not match up with reasonable interpretations of objective reality. Unfortunately, this usually leads to people trying to prove to the narcissist that these things are not true. And that's understandable, but it really misses a key piece of the situation here, one that we can see when we stop giving these accusations any weight or validation. And that is, these things are untrue. And no rational person would look at the situation and think they are true, which means the narcissist either already knows they're not true, which is bad, or they do not know that these things are not true, which is worse. Either way, your attempts to prove that these things are untrue will not be successful because it has already been proven, and that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't change anything. There's no logical reason for them to say these things, but they still do. Either because they're intentionally accusing you of crazy things that they know are false, or because they really think they're true. And either way, this means that no rational argument or logic is going to matter regardless. Whether they think it's true or not, it comes into this person's mind that you are doing these things or that you're like this for the same reason that it doesn't cross your mind to wonder more about why they are saying things that don't agree with reality. Projection. They think that you're that way because they are. They think everybody is that way and that they are always the target because they're the main character in this story. Remember, there are no friends or family in the narcissist world. Just competitors, rivals, and enemies, just opponents. You don't wonder why they are saying things that don't align with reality because you don't do that, and neither do most people. So you assume there must be some realistic, tangible reason for them to say it. I must be doing something, or something must be happening to cause them to think or say these things, because that's the only reason anybody would think or say something like that. In this same way, you don't realize that you are their enemy because they're not yours. It's important to understand, though, that this has nothing to do with how they see you or what they think at all. It's what you think, and that's it. This is often very difficult for people to really grasp, that two people in the same situation or set of circumstances can see things so differently. But until it is grasped, the situation can't really be understood because the person's behavior is not going to make any sense to you. You will keep running into that brick wall of can't and shouldn't. They can't feel that way. They shouldn't feel that way. These things might even be true, but it doesn't matter. They do. And our inability to understand, accept, or believe something has nothing to do with reality. Things are still things, even if we don't believe in them, or like them, or accept them. And our lack of belief or acceptance or understanding in or of the things does not prevent them from impacting us either. You might not believe in tornadoes, for example, but that's not going to stop one from hitting you. Belief has no impact on reality at all. As much as we deal with the narcissist's projections onto us, we're also dealing with our projections onto the narcissist, even if we don't see that. For example, if you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality, much of the understanding, logic, reason, empathy, reasonability, and many of the other things that you've attributed to this person very likely are not actually there, as you have likely already discovered. You saw them because you assume they are there, and you assume they are there because you have them. Narcissists generally do pretend to have these things, but they don't really pretend very well. And the majority of the work here is done by the other person, who assumes that these things are there because why wouldn't they be? People who have these things tend to assume that everybody has them. Unfortunately, they don't. And often when people look back over these relationships with narcissists, they realize they never really saw any true evidence of these things at all. They just assumed they did and assigned those things to the narcissist by default when in reality they didn't actually fit. It can be a tremendous shock for people to realize this is not true, and many people actively resist this knowledge. To look at your life and realize that you are dealing with a person who actively roots for bad things to happen to you or who even tries to cause them, and to see evidence of that is extremely painful and shocking, particularly when these are so often relationships that are supposed to be supportive and caring, like family and romantic relationships. How can this be? How can it be so opposite? Why did it change? The truth is, it didn't change. It really was always that way. You might not have seen that, but it was. The narcissist involved here was always only ever out for themselves. At first, they generally thought that you were out for them too, so everything was okay. Once they realized how selfish you are, how you're only out for yourself, that made them realize what you're really about. They felt rejected, abandoned, and mistreated. They felt misled and tricked by you. They were never out for you, no matter how it seems. Your needs are not only not important, they don't exist. Narcissists do what they have to do to get something in return. And because, for example, when they think you think they're the most important thing in life, they really like that. That's what often happens during love bombing. You're focused on them, so they're focused on you because they like that you're focused on them. They like the reflection they get of themselves from you. They like how they look through your eyes, and they can't get enough of that, for now. Once you reveal yourself as a regular person with needs and flaws who expects things and wants things and thinks you matter and has all your own opinions and feelings and stuff like that, including ones that they don't agree with or like, they are disgusted, disappointed, betrayed. Guess they have to go it alone once again because everybody in the world is a selfish, evil troll who only cares about themselves. The psychological blind spots here are just enormous, and they can be so baffling. How are you calling me selfish for expecting fairness? But that right there tells you the problem. To a narcissist, fair means they get what they want. That's it. For anybody to stop that from happening is an act of aggression against them, and it doesn't matter who did it or why. We can't buy you a new car because we have to pay for my surgery. Selfish. You can't sleep with other people because you're married to me. Selfish. I spent your college money, so you can't go now, and if you have a problem with that, selfish. You have to go to work to help support your family, so you can't just do whatever you want all day. Selfish. Anyone who has dealt with an actual narcissist will tell you this is not an exaggeration. In fact, it's not even really close to how bad it actually is. It doesn't matter what the reason is. What narcissists want is the only thing that matters, and if they cannot have that, whoever they blame for preventing that is their enemy. This is an act of aggression, of sabotage, of war. This is one reason you're the enemy, and it might be the simplest one. You exist and you expect things, need things, want things. This gets in their way. Their goals automatically create this dynamic because their goals are all self-serving, and the only person they consider in anything is them. The fact that they're part of a team or a family, or that other people are relying on them, or even just that they're not the only person walking around on the planet does not really occur to them at all. And really, why would it? They can't see you, they can't feel you, they don't understand you, they don't get you, and they're not interested in doing any of that anyway. This is about what they want, and if you ain't talking about that, you ain't talking about nothing. Any deviation from or interference with their goals is seen as selfish and sabotaging, period. Another reason you're the enemy is that narcissists view things in black and white binary terms. This is most obvious in the good guy, bad guy dynamic that they create. A narcissist's life is based on this binary. Because they have such serious issues with empathy and perspective, they need a way to navigate and understand the world. This is often accomplished using basic stereotypes, tropes, cliches, and symbolism, such as good guy, bad guy, for example. Simple and easy to understand. The good and bad binary is how they view the world, and it's how they define themselves. As we discussed in Stop Trying to Be the Good Guy with Narcissists, since narcissists need to be the good guy in order to try to regulate themselves, you or whoever else they view as an interference need to be the bad guy. It's that basic and that simple. Doesn't matter who, doesn't matter why. Logic need not apply to this situation. You can see then how this creates an automatically adversarial, antagonistic relationship. There is no bigger or older rivalry than good guy, bad guy. It's the plot of every movie, every book, every story since just about ever, really. The good guy and the bad guy are natural enemies, which means that the narcissist views you and every other supposed bad guy as their natural enemy. They're the hero and you are the villain in this picture. It's the same with everybody. It's like a traveling production of Hamlet that always has the same guy playing Prince Hamlet, but finds new actors in every town to play the other parts. The star is always the same, the role that the star plays is always the same, and the story is always the same. It's only the supporting cast that ever changes, and those people don't matter. The play is called Hamlet, you feel me? People sometimes wonder, how does this seem okay to them that a person that they are voluntarily choosing to interact with as an adult is seen as an enemy? If this is true, why would anybody ever do that? Why would anybody choose to interact voluntarily with someone they view as their enemy? And of course, some narcissists do exit the relationship or the situation as soon as this change of perception happens. But many others stay for years. In fact, they cling to the relationship and refuse to exit, continuing to relentlessly defend themselves against nothing and punish the other person or people for imaginary slights and insults. Why would somebody do that? Why stay in a situation where they are so sure they're being maligned against and mistreated and sabotaged constantly, where they don't even seem to really like the other person or the other people involved so much of the time? The answer appears to be, frankly, that there is no other kind of relationship that narcissists can have. Despite how they might first come across, narcissists view everybody the same way. They view the entire world the same way. They don't engage in trust, they don't believe people care about them, and they're not able to see where the majority of people are coming from. There is therefore no relationship narcissists can have, except one where people are constant opponents and enemies and adversaries. A relationship that is so full of conflict and recriminations and fear and contempt and abuse and distrust doesn't deter narcissists. As far as they're concerned, that's the only kind there is. To suggest that there could be some other kind of partnership or interaction probably sounds like a fairy tale to them, a manipulation so you can control them and make them do what you want. It's amazing that someone could genuinely believe that being asked to please be less abusive and please be less unpleasant is some kind of attempt to control or manipulate them, but we hear that all the time. It's like, so I'm asking you to be nicer so I can do what exactly to you? What exactly would I be accomplishing with that would be so harmful to you again? And even if they can't answer this with any logical response, they are still completely sure that it's the truth. Again, this illustrates the depth and the magnitude of the problem. That's another reason these relationships are so full of conflict. Narcissists fear being controlled by other people. They are, in fact, almost obsessed with this idea, and they're extremely paranoid about it. Much of their behavior is an attempt to prevent that. It's an attempt to prevent other people from controlling them. This tends to come out as them trying to control other people because, true to their binary nature, they tend to feel that if they're not doing the controlling, they're being controlled. This is where they accuse you of controlling them because you won't allow them to control you. Once again, you can see how this binary way of viewing things automatically creates conflict and pits people against each other. You will be forced into one role or the other, whether you want that or not. You're seen as either the controller or the controllee, depending on the situation or the current circumstances. In either way, it's bad for you. If you are viewed as the controller, the narcissist may constantly attempt to change the perceived power dynamic by engaging in behavior designed to control you somehow or to undermine what they view as your power position, your control over them. And if you are viewed as the controlee, if they feel they have power over you, in other words, then they may constantly do things to prove this to themselves and or to gain more power, resulting in behavior that can escalate dramatically and in frightening ways. There is no balance to be attained here. You cannot oppose narcissists and you cannot appease them either. Neither of these is a winning strategy, and neither forestalls or curtails mistreatment. If you oppose them, it's all out war. If you appease them, it's complete subjugation. Either way, it's a totally unbalanced situation where someone is always one up and someone is always one down, but somehow you always get the pointy end of the stick, regardless of which position you're in. Funny how that works. There is no negotiation or ability to leverage anything in this situation. This is the way this person views the world and everybody in it. So as long as you deal with them, you will be forced to deal with this too, because it's not going to change. They feel they have evidence for their beliefs and their conclusions. They're not willing to test that or second guess themselves in any way. They're not willing to entertain other people's perspectives or the possibility that they could be wrong. It just is what it is. Some narcissists will say that that's not how they view the world, that they know good people exist. It's just that you're not one of them, and that's why they can't trust you. Before you accept this as valid and take the blame, look at their lives to see when you have ever seen any evidence that this is actually true. You will very likely find that there isn't any. They've never trusted anybody and they never will. Do they not trust good people either, then? Surely they've run into one somewhere by now. Or is the reality that they actually don't believe in good people, regardless of what they say? This is imperative to understand because it proves that you cannot do anything more to address this situation. It's their problem, and if they won't do anything about it, then nothing can be done about it. They might keep telling you that this is your problem to fix, but it isn't. If it were, you would actually have the ability to do that, and you don't. Someone saying you do have this ability doesn't magically give this ability to you. They're just wrong. And in the case of narcissists, not only are they not able to trust due to their own fear, their extreme external locus of control causes them to believe that everything is caused by forces outside of themselves, including their feelings. They may very well believe this is your problem to fix. It's not. You cannot make someone believe you have good intentions if they don't. You cannot make someone trust you if they don't. You can't make anyone do or say or think or believe or feel anything if they don't. Understanding this can save you from wasting years trying, only to fail because you have no power to do what you're trying to do, and the person blaming you either doesn't understand that or doesn't care, or both. It's a sad, painful experience waking up to the realization that you're living with a person who flatly views you as an enemy and an opponent. Many people find it very difficult to accept, but denying this reality only hurts you more in the end. You are at war, and in a war, the goal is to kill one's enemies. If you don't accept reality, you cannot protect yourself. And if you can't protect yourself, you could literally be destroyed by a person who thinks that they're defending themselves from you and from the entire world. And a person who, perhaps more importantly, has grown to expect that, to need that, to thrive on that, maybe even in some sick and distant way to enjoy it. You're up against primitive pathology and delusion here. You cannot fight a ghost, and you cannot outsmart crazy. It's a waste of time at the very least, and a dangerous liaison at most. This is not a war you can win. It isn't even a war you can fight because your opponent is playing by different rules than you are and because their goals are not the same as yours. Think about what you're really trying to accomplish by explaining, by convincing, by defending, by arguing, or by not doing those things. If you have to fight just to be seen as who you are, or to be trusted, or to be given the benefit of the doubt, if you have to shrink yourself down until you are nothing and nobody because you just existing is some kind of threat, what exactly is the point of this whole interaction anyway? The simple fact is, relationships should not be a war. Your partner or your parent or your sibling should not be an opponent. You're not preserving the family or saving the relationship by doing or not doing these things because that's not a family. It's not a relationship. The reality is it's just a toxic entanglement, and you're better off not being a part of it at all. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can go to LittleShaman.org to do that or find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics. So if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with weekly support meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about decoding the communication of narcissistic personalities. This is not just going to be about what narcissists mean when they say things, but about why communication is so difficult with narcissists in general. Pathologically narcissistic people have a lot of problems with communication. Not only are they dishonest, not only are they manipulative, but they have a lot of difficulty with perception, processing, cognition. Today we're going to talk about 25 or 30 issues, yes, I said 25 or 30 issues, that narcissistic people often have with basic communication. This isn't all of the issues that there are, of course, but we will address some of the most common and destructive ones. This isn't even about higher levels of communication, by the way, just basic communication between human beings. Please note before we begin, these problems are not all specific to just narcissistic personalities at all, and this video is not one of the hundreds of videos that attempts to list endless criteria for determining whether someone is a narcissist or not. This video is about how and why these communication difficulties show up for narcissists specifically. It is not a commentary on the difficulties themselves. It is not saying that only narcissists have these difficulties, because that is not true. And it is not giving a list of criteria for anything. This is a much more nuanced discussion than that. And the focus is on how these things show up for narcissistic personalities, not that these are things that only narcissists have or only narcissists do. Narcissists are human beings, and they often have similar problems to what many other people have, though these things may show up differently, be expressed or dealt with differently, or exist for different reasons. Many times narcissists create the same difficulties in the people they mistreat that they themselves have. They also often have the same wounds as other people, which is one of the reasons that, for example, attraction can develop in romantic relationships. The growing inability to understand that causes a lot of confusion and upset for people that's really not necessary. It's kind of like saying narcissists eat food, and then everyone who eats food says, oh my gosh, I eat food too. Does that mean that I'm a narcissist? The answer is no, of course not. We are discussing concepts regarding the mechanics of eating for narcissistic personalities, not claiming that everyone who eats is a narcissist. That would not only be false, but it would be silly. So hopefully that is understood. Communication is very important. Without communication, we have no way to get our needs, wants, feelings, or issues across to other people. We have no way to get what we need. We have no way for other people to tell us what they need. From the time that we are babies, we're communicating with other people and they're communicating with us. As we grow and mature, we learn to communicate better. We learn to use words, to read body language, to interpret tone, to examine facial expressions, to use context to inform meaning. We learn about how we come across to other people. We learn about how to state things in a way that best facilitates understanding and much, much more. We learn to understand the full spectrum of communication and how to utilize that. There are many, many areas where this understanding can break down, however, and when it does, there are problems. Narcissists often have major problems in many areas of the spectrum of communication, which can make dealing with them very difficult. A vast majority of the problems people have with narcissists are actually due to the narcissistic personality's inability to communicate and or fall under the umbrella of communication in some way. For example, their style of communication. Despite their very deserved reputation for being rude and combative, many narcissistic personalities have a passive style of communication. That means they often don't speak or respond directly. So, for instance, instead of asking for something directly, they might hint around or phrase it as a statement. Instead of saying, "Can you please take me to the store?" they might say, "I need to get groceries." If someone doesn't realize that this is the communication style, they probably won't respond by offering a ride. This in turn often upsets the narcissist, who assumes that the person knew what they were asking for and just doesn't care or is refusing to give it to them. When confronted, the person understandably says that they didn't know the narcissist was asking for a ride because the narcissist didn't actually ask for a ride, which only makes the narcissistic person angrier. This also comes off as very entitled, and we will address some of the possible reasons for that a little later in the show. Passive communication is a way of communicating where the person does not say what they really want, how they really feel, or what they really need. If directly asked these things, they may lie or deny even when it's obvious. For example, someone who is stomping around the house and slamming all the doors might say everything is fine when they're asked if they're okay. Their tone, facial expression, and behavior are communicating that they're upset and angry, but they're denying it. This is confusing for people and frustrating for the passive communicator who feels that nobody cares. Narcissists in particular react badly to feeling neglected, rejected, left out, or abandoned, which often leads to outbursts, silent treatments, tantrums, and passive-aggressive attacks like smearing other people. The people who are being punished for their failure to read the narcissist's mind often ask why the narcissist didn't just ask for what they wanted, and to people's endless frustration, the narcissist replies that they did. This is an impossible way to try to communicate, and it's made worse by the fact that narcissists appear to assume that everyone communicates in this same passive, indirect way. They live in a world where no one says what they really mean or how they really feel, where everyone is hiding everything from everyone else. They don't believe you when you try to explain that you really did not understand what they wanted. This is partly because they're egocentric, which means they believe they are the center of everything. Egocentric personalities tend to assume that everyone knows what they mean, what they're doing or going to do, what they're saying or going to say, how they feel or are going to feel, and what they want or will want. When they run into difficulties with these assumptions, and they always do because these things are not actually true, they don't adjust their thinking. They just assume that people know but are pretending not to understand, or that people are consciously refusing to give them what they want but they just won't admit it. This egocentricity does not allow for them to seriously consider that someone really didn't know. They can't conceive of a reality where they're not the top thing on everybody's mind, legitimately the only thing that matters. Because of this, the only conclusion egocentricity allows for is that other people did understand everything the narcissist never actually said, but are intentionally trying to make them feel bad or somehow screw them over. It's a no-win situation either way, because even if you do make them understand that you really didn't know what you were supposed to know, this is then often interpreted as meaning that you don't care about them, which you will also be punished for. As we explored in the episode of the show entitled Narcissists and Cognitive Distortions Jumping to Conclusions, these kinds of assumptions create huge problems with communication. We cannot read other people's minds, and they cannot read ours. However, narcissists often not only assume that you're supposed to read their mind, but that they can read yours. And many seem to believe they can see things in there that no one else can, including you. It's very common for narcissists to tell other people what that person is thinking, what that person is saying, how that person feels, what they're doing, what their motives are, and much, much more. And to argue with you when they're corrected. You say, no, that is not how I feel. That's not what I think. And they say, yes, it is. This can go far beyond gaslighting or lying. They genuinely believe that they're correct. Here again, we see the almost shocking egocentrism of this personality, as well as the level of cognitive distortion. I know what you are thinking, feeling, doing, and saying about me better than you do. I see what you don't see or what you won't admit. Because there's such a strong negativity bias in narcissistic thinking, meaning that they give more importance to negative experiences than positive ones, because they engage in a cognitive distortion called disqualifying the positive, meaning that positive experiences are not just given less importance than negative ones, they are interpreted as negative or not even counted at all, and because narcissists project their own self-loathing and negativity onto other people but don't realize that, instead believing that they're reading the other person's mind and feeling the other person's feelings, their conclusion is that all of the things that you are thinking, feeling, doing, and saying about them are bad, and so are all of your motives. And of course you deny it. Anybody would. No one ever says what they really think or how they really feel, remember, especially if it's bad. We are all just manipulative liars in the narcissist world. Narcissists also often fall prey to a thinking error or a cognitive distortion called global labeling, which is where they take a word or an action that was valid in a specific situation and apply it globally, meaning to everything. This often comes across as similar to context blindness because nothing else is considered except what was said or what happened, as if it happened in a vacuum or for no reason. Context doesn't matter and is not considered. If the thing was said or done even 10 years ago in a totally different context, a totally different situation, doesn't matter. It happened. It applies to now. It applies forever. This thinking is rigid and impenetrable. The egocentrism, cognitive distortions, and assumptions that everyone is being dishonest, these things alone are enough to create a wall that is essentially impossible to get past. Compounding this even more is the narcissistic personality's complete lack of trust in themselves or other people. They are paranoid, pathologically afraid of being tricked or fooled, and terrified of being manipulated and controlled, but they don't trust their own ability to protect themselves from this, likely in large part because they seem to have an impaired vetting system for determining what information is true or false. For instance, nonverbal communication plays a big part in helping humans decipher what somebody else is saying, what they're trying to say. Narcissists are notoriously bad at reading body language and facial expressions. People who routinely deal with them report this, and studies have repeatedly demonstrated that they read even neutral facial expressions as hostile, angry, or threatening. This may be related to the fact that many narcissists were raised by at least one narcissistic parent. And, as we see with virtually all narcissists, the parent's communication was likely passive or confusing. Their body language, facial expressions, tone, and other nonverbal communication would not have lined up with what they were saying. This would cause the child to be unable to understand or read these cues accurately, or at the very least to distrust these things and or their ability to read them. People never say what they really feel or really mean, right? This would leave an adult person with an impaired, untrustworthy system for trying to determine whether they should believe something or not. And it seems that most narcissists conclude that it's just safer to assume everybody's lying. That way, if someone is, they won't be caught off guard and they haven't been fooled. This way they can't be hurt. They don't seem to understand that this actually creates situations where people reject and abandon them because people get tired of being called liars and cheaters and abusers when they're not doing any of these things. They get tired of having to constantly tell another adult that they're on the same side, or being forced to jump hurdle after hurdle to prove that they're safe to trust, only for this to never actually happen. People give up and move on. Then the narcissist was right all along. No one really cares about anyone else, and especially not about them. Everyone is just a manipulative liar. Narcissists have a strong negativity bias, as we mentioned earlier, and it works in conjunction with disqualifying the positive, so they believe that they have evidence for all of the negative things that they believe as well. Things that are neutral or even kind and helpful are interpreted through their own jaded, negative, and extremely biased perception as things that are harmful or selfish or hurtful. After all, everyone is a selfish, harmful person just like they are. Their self-loathing dictates that they will never believe anybody cares about them anyway because they project that onto other people. So they have a system that is essentially set up to dismiss everything as just more evidence that other people are bad, unsafe, uncaring, and untrustworthy. Disqualifying the positive specifically works as a negative feedback loop to reinforce the belief that everyone's bad, unsafe, uncaring, and untrustworthy because narcissists cannot integrate, possibly can't even recognize positive experience that would contradict this negative feedback loop, which means there's no evidence to the contrary. Because of this, it's not uncommon for people to ask, if they distrust me so much, if they think I'm so horrible, if they think I hate them, if they think I'm trying to harm them, if they hate me, if they're doing all these things to me, why do they stay involved in these relationships at all? This is an understandable question, but it really misses the reality for these personalities. Why would they stay involved in a relationship, family, or situation with people they don't trust that they think are out to harm them? Because in their belief, there's no other kind. You look at it and say, if I thought that someone was so horrible in the same way that narcissists think I am, I'd find a relationship with someone that I could trust, who I didn't think was horrible and evil or stupid or foolish or whatever. These personalities can't do that. There's no one they trust, and they don't appear capable of taking the risk. The relationship is always the same for them no matter what. There's nobody better for them to have a relationship with, regardless of what they say, because they end up seeing everybody the same way. It always ends up the same for them because they don't trust anybody, and they very likely never will, not even themselves. Narcissists also have a very impaired ability to engage in reality testing that severely affects their ability to communicate. Reality testing is when you evaluate your reactions, thoughts, and conclusions against the facts of real life to see if they are accurate and appropriate. It's like a fact check. It is a way of helping the ego to distinguish between what's reality and what is a fear or a hope or a wish or a belief. The human ego in general can have trouble knowing the difference here, and it does sometimes need to be checked because of that. A really simple example of reality testing would be that your friend doesn't respond to your text as soon as they usually do, so you start thinking that they're mad at you or that they're upset with you. Engaging in reality testing helps you to evaluate the situation objectively so that you can see that you don't really have evidence for your conclusion, because there could be many reasons that your friend hasn't answered you yet, and the majority of them actually have nothing to do with you. Your conclusion was based on feelings, in this case fear, and not really facts. Because of that, you can see that you really don't have enough information to come to the conclusion that you came to, and that there are many other conclusions and interpretation of the facts that are possible, which means that your conclusion isn't something that you must accept as reality, since there is a legitimate possibility that it actually might not be. The pathologically narcissistic personality structure is not really set up to include that capability. Because of all the things we've discussed already so far and more, the ability of narcissists to test their conclusions against reality is impaired, extremely impaired in many cases. For example, you can accept that there are other reasons a person might do or not do something that have nothing to do with you. Their personality structure is not set up to truly understand this, and it appears to be very difficult for them to conceptualize that this is actually reality. They just don't see it, and telling them doesn't seem to land on them in any way. Similar to small children, narcissists are not really able to understand that other people have lives and motives and feelings and many other things that have nothing to do with them. When they are told this, they just don't believe it. In their perception, it's just not possible that this is true. People are lying. If you think about the first time you ever saw your teacher outside of school, or when you realized that your parents were actual people who have always had lives that don't revolve around or even include you, you'll probably remember feeling surprised or maybe even shocked that they existed outside of how they relate to you and your experiences with them. This is very similar to how narcissists appear to view other people. They don't appear to care about, consider, or even know that other people are actual people who live outside of the narcissist and the narcissist's experiences with them. It's not something they are able to understand, and consequently do not care about or consider in any way. This is part of what creates the impression that narcissists expect people to simply sit on the shelf like a doll or a toy until the narcissist is ready to play with them. It's also part of what creates the narcissist's egocentric belief that whatever they are thinking about or worried about or care about or whatever is also what is on everybody else's mind. At the very least, this creates a kind of selfish blindness to other people's perspectives and lives. At worst, it creates claims of sabotage and paranoid reactions when people were not aware of what the narcissist had planned or was hoping would happen and stuff like that. People who honestly explained that they were unaware of the narcissist's plans or expectations may be called liars or worse. Narcissistic personalities simply cannot conceive of the fact that anyone has anything in mind but them. Because of this, people often say that narcissists believe that they're gods. That may be how this sort of all-encompassing egocentric mindset is expressed and articulated and perceived by adult human beings, but it's actually very much like a baby, in that the baby is the god, quote unquote, of the household, and everything revolves around the baby and its needs. The baby is aware of its own self and own needs exclusively, and even these in only an abstract, totally experiential way, meaning they're not self-aware enough to realize they are a person or aware of their needs as things which are understood, but only through feeling them. For example, they're aware of their need for food through the discomfort of being hungry. In other words, babies don't think, I'm hungry, I need food, I better cry to let somebody know that. They cry from discomfort because their stomach is empty without being aware of why they are crying. Caregivers hear the crying, guess the baby's needs through trial and error or having information that the baby doesn't have, such as when was the last time the baby ate, and they address these needs, knowing what the baby needs for the baby, because the baby itself does not know. The baby is incapable of articulating or even knowing its own needs, but it also does not have to do these things. The caregiver knows and takes care of it. The baby therefore relies on and proceeds to take for granted the fact that the world will know what its needs are, that these not only will be addressed by other people, but that they have to be addressed by other people, they must be addressed by other people, and by extension, that its needs and self are as important to other people as they are to itself. Indeed, the baby has no ability to conceptualize that anything other than itself even exists in the same way or could have needs, even if these needs are tended to unreliably by neglectful or abusive caregivers. This reliance on people automatically knowing the baby's needs and addressing them still develops because it has to develop for survival. Narcissists do not appear to ever mature out of these assumptions. They don't appear to ever develop empathy or awareness and consideration for other people or things outside of themselves, and they don't appear to ever develop the awareness that they need to fulfill their own needs and or at least articulate things to other people, because people can no longer just know or guess what their needs are. All of these things are functions of development and maturity. Narcissists appear to still take for granted that everyone knows what they will need and just give it to them, which means if people don't do that, the narcissist assumes that people are being punitive and withholding on purpose. They assume everyone knows what they want or are expecting or trying to do, which means if people don't operate according to that, it has to be intentional. The narcissistic personality's ability to engage in reality testing is impaired because they're not in the same reality that other people are in at all. They're just not, and you can't force them to be in it. They don't see it, and proof doesn't sway them because they appear to be missing some fundamental pieces that would enable them to understand and internalize what the proof actually means. Another thing that develops with maturity is the understanding that you're not always right. You don't always necessarily have all the information, and reality doesn't always agree with how you feel or what you think. Again, this is just not something pathologically narcissistic personalities are set up to do. With no ability to reality test, a disproportionately strong negativity bias, massive toxic shame attached to being wrong, and an impaired ability to vet information for truthfulness, it doesn't appear to be realistic to expect narcissistic personalities to really even be able to entertain the possibility of being wrong. It's just too big of a risk. If you believe you're wrong, then you're weak, and you can be harmed by somebody who's just trying to convince you that you're wrong for some type of nefarious purpose. When you cannot trust in yourself and you have no ability to discern what is true or false, the only way you can trust other people is blindly, based on nothing. Simply take them at their word with no way to mitigate harm or protect yourself. This is not something these personalities are willing to do, and to be fair, most people wouldn't. The difference is most people don't have to do that because they have tools that narcissistic personalities don't have. Besides, the reality is, narcissists generally believe they have all the evidence in the world that they're correct anyway. Narcissistic personalities appear to be legitimately unaware of their own limitations, and because of that, they don't seem to realize there could be information they might not have or are not considering. They assume what they know is all there is to know, when in reality, they may be making decisions or coming to conclusions, jumping to conclusions based on very little information or even no information at all. Narcissists operate as if assumptions are knowledge, feelings are facts, and that what they infer into things is always representative of reality. Of course, none of these things are actually true, and the result is that many narcissists end up being told continuously that they're wrong, because they are wrong. When you jump to conclusions based on nothing, or you think you can read people's mind, or you insist that feelings are facts, you're going to be wrong a lot. Due to the shame attached to being wrong and the thinking errors such as projection, which cause them to interpret things that feel bad as always being the result of another person's deliberate intent to harm them, this is just more evidence that they shouldn't trust anybody because everybody's bad. In many ways, the narcissistic personality structure is very limited, very immature, and really can only do a few things very well at all. Imitate and mimic, deny, deflect, and defend against criticism or anything that could be hurtful and damaging to the personality structure, and seek out the supply of reflection and confirmation they need to keep themselves afloat. All of these things are required for the continued basic functioning of what is really a pretty fragile and limited primitive personality structure. These things can't just not be done. They're essential for survival. So most of the day-to-day functioning is taken up with doing them. And there really isn't that much room left for anything else like maturity and growth and conflicting ideas. There's no room for not knowing. And since not knowing is seen as a vulnerability, narcissists are not really capable of entertaining the possibility that they could be wrong. This creates a fear that must be addressed, and the way many narcissists address it is by doubling down and rejecting information that does not agree with their conclusions. This is another big and meaningful difference between narcissistic personalities and those who are not. You can seek outside perspectives without attempting, either unintentionally or not, to manipulate others into saying what you want to hear. For example, if you tell a friend about something that happened and you're seeking their feedback, you will likely be pretty honest about what happened because you actually are trying to test your reality and see if your conclusions make any sense. Narcissistic personalities may also seek outside perspectives, but they tend to relate events in a way that is designed to elicit the feedback that they're comfortable with hearing. They are usually not trying to genuinely test their reality because they honestly don't appear to believe they ever need to do that. Why would you need to do that when you're not ever wrong? Narcissists tend to seek information that will confirm or promote a narrative or a belief that they already have. If this narrative or belief is that they are a victim, for example, they will tell stories that make them appear to be one. This could include everything from unintentionally skewed perspectives to omitted details to conscious outright lies. If they hear feedback which does not confirm their narrative or their belief, it will be discarded or reinterpreted to fit the narrative. For example, if the narcissist narrative is that they are a victim in the situation and someone were to respond in a way that sounds as though they don't agree with that, the narcissistic personality may attempt to reconfirm the narrative to themselves by telling themselves that the person just doesn't understand, or perhaps that the villain in their story, whoever that is, has gotten to this person and recruited them over to the dark side against the narcissist. What does not happen is that the narcissist hears feedback that disagrees with their narrative and they consider the possibility that they're wrong. Not when it's something that is intrinsic to supporting the narrative of their identity, and the reality is that their identity is so unstable that they will use everything they can to create and to support it. Anything they like or that's related to them in some way can be used for this purpose. This is different from other people who use music taste, style, choice, and things like that to express their identity. Rather than using external things as the expression of an internal identity that exists independently of the things seem to be the identity and are not distinguishable or separate from it for narcissists. Narcissists appear to use external things to create and support an identity. They seem to attach their identity to these things rather than the other way around, and are often hypersensitive about them because of that. For example, some narcissists may interpret someone not liking music that they like as the person not liking them, or criticism of that music as some kind of attack on them, even though they did not write the music, perform the music, or have anything to do with the music at all other than listening to it. This can be a very confusing and bizarre experience for people who pretty reasonably don't understand how not liking a specific band or the style of a pair of shoes means they don't like the person listening to the band or wearing the shoes. And they don't usually get an explanation for it because the narcissist doesn't really have one. It's very likely they don't actually realize this is odd, or it's a problem that not everybody else has, therefore they don't believe other people don't understand it. You were definitely on purpose attacking and rejecting them by saying you didn't like that thing that they like. You just won't admit it because you're a giant liar and a bad person. See how easy that is? Besides, they're only reacting to how they feel, and they believe that feeling bad is always the result of someone doing something to make them feel bad. It never comes from inside them as far as they can see it. It's always the result of something someone did to them. Narcissists appear to have serious difficulty experiencing themselves except through the reactions and participations of other people. Therefore, the feedback they receive from others is extremely important. Because of this, and because they come to feel that the feedback and reflections of themselves that they receive from others is always negative eventually, no matter who it is, this makes communication extremely difficult. It often results in the projection, blame shifting, shame dumping, gaslighting, and more that these personalities are notorious for. All of the things we've discussed so far lay the groundwork for what we are going to talk about now. That was part 1 of Decoding Narcissistic Communication. Look for part 2, and as always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars throughout the year, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running right now, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with multiple weekly meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today we are going to do part 2 of Decoding Narcissistic Communication. If you're not familiar with part 1, you're going to want to check that out. So let's get into it. All of the things we've discussed so far lay the groundwork for what we're going to talk about now. Due to all of the things that we've discussed and more, narcissists' most common experience seems to be that they're being attacked and insulted by other people, so they lash out. They believe other people are trying to offend them or hurt them. There's generally no such thing as an accident or a mistake for the pathologically narcissistic personality. How can there be an accident when you're the only thing anyone is ever thinking about or motivated by, and when you know that everyone is an evil person covering it up by being a lying manipulator who's pretending to be good? Oh, no, no, no. You don't get me that easily. It is all on purpose, and I'm not falling for it. These people are very paranoid because, as we've discussed, they have no trust in themselves or their ability to discern what's true or false, and because they believe everyone is just waiting for their moment to take advantage. They are constantly looking for things that are meant to offend, insult, attack, mock, reject, embarrass, or upset them, and of course they find these things because anything can be made to sound bad if you try hard enough. As hard as it is to see sometimes, narcissists appear to believe they're defending themselves when they attack other people. Though on the surface it makes no sense that we can figure out, they seem to believe they're reacting to some insult, offense, rejection, ridicule, or whatever that they believe has either already come or will come. It's often a preemptive strike so that they're not caught off guard by the inevitable betrayal of their trust. No one can betray your trust if you just never trust anybody and you just constantly suspect that everyone's going to screw you over eventually, right? Why wait? Why experience the anxiety and the shock and the painful betrayal? Let's just avoid all that and get to the point we all know is coming anyway. That seems to be the crux of the situation here. I know you're going to betray me anyway, and I'm not going to let you. I'm going to stop you, either by betraying you first, because then I'm in control of what's going to happen anyway, or by suspecting every single thing you do so that I'm not caught off guard because I can't deal with the betrayal that I know is coming, and I can't handle the anxiety of just waiting for it. This is why we often see narcissists seeming to get angry when people don't betray them or don't mistreat them. It isn't really that they want you to do those things per se. It's that they know you will or that you already have, and they can't deal with the anxiety of waiting for it to materialize. It provokes rage in them. This is also what creates the impression that narcissists can't just be still and enjoy a peaceful moment. They don't know how to enjoy things because they're too afraid of being betrayed and feeling like a fool for believing in something that wasn't real. Many narcissists will even say things like that if you ask them. They cannot relax. They are too distrustful, too anxious, and seem to feel too incapable of protecting themselves. They can't tell what's real or not real, so they just assume that everything is fake and a lie. That way they don't have to guess, and they don't have to be afraid of being wrong. Remember, there's no such thing as a person you can trust for these people, and no one says what they really mean anyway, so it's not like you're risking missing out on a good relationship by assuming everybody is a liar and a phony. Just assume everyone is bad, and then you'll be safe. This is, of course, disastrous for communication. You can't talk to someone who automatically assumes that everything you say is a lie or it's not true somehow. You can't talk to someone who assumes that you're not saying what you really mean or that you're constantly trying to trick them somehow. This is one of the reasons narcissists have so much trouble listening. Part of it is that they are intentionally tuning you out because they don't believe you and they don't want to be fooled by you accidentally convincing them. And part of it is because they're dissociated and they're listening to their own thoughts instead. They are checked out of the conversation, literally. They are listening to something else and are legitimately not present for the things that you are saying. What they do hear, they interpret according to their biases and through multiple cognitive distortions, so they get it all wrong anyway, but even if they got it right, they have enormous difficulty integrating new information, so it wouldn't even matter. You've probably noticed that even when they appear to accept an explanation, nothing's really been corrected because when the situation gets brought up again, and it will get brought up again, they're still saying the same wrong thing as if the explanation never happened. They cannot integrate what you're saying because they can't integrate new information, especially new and contradicting information. What they think is what sticks, and that's it. You can see this at work in the curious phenomenon of mimicry that occurs with many narcissists, where they repeat things they've heard but don't really understand. This often results in chronically misused words or phrases that are not receptive to correction, no matter how many times it happens. Even with something as simple as this, then, the updated information simply cannot be integrated into the system. It does not stick. You can imagine the difficulty there would be with things where something bigger is at stake. Part of the issue is that narcissists don't use logic or anything else to test reality. If things don't make sense or they can't come up with a logical reason for someone's supposed motives or behaviors, which is not something they seem to spend much time evaluating at all, but which may be brought to their attention by other people, they appear to just assume that there's some angle they're not seeing and therefore their conclusions are still not wrong. So if you say to them, "But why would somebody do that? That doesn't make any sense. Don't you see that this doesn't make any sense?" The narcissist may respond with something like, "Well, I don't know why people do things." Or the answer may be something that makes no sense, or some kind of blanket generalization like, "Because they're a bad person," or "Because they're just stupid." Again, see how easy that is? All of the deflection, denial, gaslighting, and other behaviors these personalities are known for are the result of a desperate attempt to preserve the very fragile fiction they are living in. They have to reject contradicting information because contradicting information disrupts that fiction and threatens its very existence. This cannot be overstated, and it really, really needs to be understood. New and contradicting information threatens this person's reality, which is to say, it threatens their existence. In behaviors like deflection, denial, gaslighting, and all the other things, despite the horrific damage they can and do cause, what you are really seeing is an inept, childish, even primitive attempt to prevent that from happening. And that's obvious if you think about it. How mature and evolved a strategy is it to simply deny things you did or said right in front of other people and insist it just didn't happen, regardless of people having proof that it did? How grown up is it to make up crazy lies about people and spread them around? How adult is it really to basically engage in a more articulate, slightly more sophisticated version of, I know you are, but what am I? How grown is it to throw tantrums, break things, or even physically attack other people when you're upset or you don't get your way? These are childish, infantile, ridiculous things for an adult person to do. The very real danger that they present doesn't change that. The grotesque childishness of these things doesn't mitigate the damage that can be done by them at all, unfortunately. But when we can zoom out a little bit and look at them in their proper perspective, it really does show us what we're actually dealing with here in most of these situations. A sort of small, childish, and primitive personality who doesn't know how to communicate, relate to other people, or even function in life very well at all. Some are able to succeed in some things, sometimes beyond all reason or logic, by the way, because narcissism can actually be a benefit in some situations, but their personal lives are usually a shambles, and they are generally unhappy, unfulfilled, chronically angry people who feel perpetually powerless and for whom nothing is ever good enough. That's not a surprise, of course. If we look at their behavior and how they treat other people, their emotional landscape becomes pretty clear. People who are happy and well-adjusted don't routinely mistreat others. People who are happy and well-adjusted aren't habitually jealous, envious, cruel, afraid, distrustful, paranoid. They don't project all these things onto other people. They don't try to shame others or claim that others are trying to shame them. They don't have to gaslight people because it's too difficult to admit bad behavior or a mistake or to be wrong. They don't have to live in a reality that's different from actuality just to cope with life, right? But narcissists do all of those things, and anyone who has spent any time with them knows this to be a fact. Far from whatever they are pretending to be, the majority of narcissistic personalities are terrified, emotional people in complete denial of just about everything, who use inept, self-sabotaging, often abusive coping and defense strategies to navigate life. This doesn't make them not dangerous at all, in fact. The lack of maturity and development makes them more dangerous in many respects. But understanding it does help us not to sort of endow them with more power than they really have. This, in turn, helps us to see them as they really are, which means addressing these things is not as intimidating as it is whenever we see them through the lens that they have provided. Not the one they would like us to use, in which we are supposed to see them as perfect and flawless, but the one they actually gave us, through which we might see them as genius demons or all-powerful monsters and tyrants and whatever. That lens is true in its own way, but it's also false in its own way. The reality is actually very far from that in many ways. These are small, inept, and even gullible personalities who live in a fantasy world because just day-to-day reality is too hard and too scary for them. Again, that doesn't make narcissists less dangerous, far from, but it keeps us from building up or even mythologizing them, which is not only incorrect, but it makes recovery more difficult. Seeing them in their proper perspective also helps with decoding their communication. If you can remember that this is a person who is lacking empathy, who cannot consider other people, who cannot take responsibility for anything because it's too threatening, who is pathologically distrustful, pathologically defensive, who literally lives in a different reality than you do, who cannot deal with emotions from anybody in any way, including from themselves, who cannot listen to even the gentlest perceived criticism because their ego is too fragile and too easily damaged, then a lot of their behavior starts to make more sense, and so do their words, at least intellectually. Emotionally, it'll probably never really make sense, and that's going to have to be okay because it's not going to change. You are not the same as this type of personality, and you won't ever be. So there are some things you're just not going to be able to understand. Count that as a blessing. Many of the things that occur in communication with narcissists are baffling and can make even just basic talking very difficult. As we mentioned earlier, not only do they often intentionally and unintentionally misrepresent and misinterpret what other people are trying to say, they may also chronically misspeak or misrepresent what they themselves are trying to say, because words and phrases don't mean what the narcissist thinks they mean. Because they're egocentric and self-referential, they often take offense to or become upset about things that are not about them, but which they believe to be about them. They have difficulty connecting with their own emotions and feelings, so they project them outwards, then perceive them as being caused by other people or to be coming from someone else entirely. They deflect everything they perceive as even possibly critical or shaming, which is a lot. Many people don't realize how fragile these personalities really are. This results in conversations that go in circles and accomplish nothing, and were designed by default to be that way. They deny even meaningless or silly things, turning every little thing into a personal hill to die on. They defend against things that didn't happen or weren't said. They accuse, attack, and demean. They turn even simple mistakes into huge crimes that people can never live down. They gaslight and pretend things didn't happen, or did. They have no understanding of cause and effect as applied to their own actions or how they appear to other people. They have no empathy, no insight, no self-awareness, no intuition, and no ability to read the room, so they may say things that are artless, rude, inappropriate, or end up embarrassing themselves and then get mad at other people for that. They don't appear to understand or even perceive context at all, either for themselves or other people. They continuously tell other people what the other people mean, what they are saying, what they're doing, or what they're feeling, and refuse to hear otherwise, which destroys the conversation completely every single time. They don't listen, they ignore you, they give the silent treatment, they stonewall, they run away, they blame others for everything and attempt to shame them to alleviate their own anxiety and shame. They project their behaviors and bad quality onto other people and engage in campaigns of shaming and punishment due to their own self-loathing and self-hatred, or to deflect suspicion from themselves. They let nothing go. They give no benefit of the doubt. They insist things happen that didn't happen because they really think they did happen, which is different from gaslighting because it's not intentionally deceptive, even though the effect on other people's is the same. They are delusional. They are suspicious and believe anybody is capable of anything at all times. They are distrustful. They believe nothing you say. They lie because honesty means absolutely nothing to them at all, and because they believe everybody else is doing the same thing. They're manipulative because they feel powerless and need to control other people but can't communicate directly about what they need or what they want. They like tricking people and feeling powerful, like they got away with something. They are paranoid and always assume the worst. Those are just the most basic, common things that can happen with the majority of pathologically narcissistic personalities. There are even more still, all of them awful and damaging. If it has not been made clear to you by now, due to things both in their control and things out of their control, pathologically narcissistic personalities are simply not capable of communicating on any real level in any kind of relationship. They don't seem to understand or even hear much of what's being said to them by anybody, much less someone they feel threatened by, and anyone who is more than a casual acquaintance fits that description. If all you're interested in is the most superficial, banal, and empty conversation possible with a person who has no curiosity, no empathy, and no genuine interest in anything but themselves, then it could be somewhat okay, though you'll probably still find yourself misunderstood continuously, as well as being unable to understand some of the things this person is trying to say to you, and you can't ask questions about it because that's threatening to them. They seem to interpret that as prying, or to take any questioning of them or things they've said as a challenge to them and as claiming that they're wrong somehow rather than an honest attempt to understand. Since they don't seem to possess any real curiosity about other people, they don't understand people asking questions, quote, just because either. If you're asking about something, there must be a problem. You will also find yourself being intentionally mistreated anyway, regardless, because that's just how this goes. It's part of the package. Their problem is internal, but they don't realize that. So the blame and punishment for how they feel goes to the person they can blame, often whoever happens to have the bad luck to be around the most. But if you could overlook all of these things or somehow didn't care about them happening, the communication might go a little better, at least sometimes, if you were willing to be simply a waiting receptacle for their various words and not much else, in other words. However, if you want to have real conversations of any level or depth, if you want to be able to ask questions and have your curiosity rewarded instead of punished, if you want to be able to say good morning to someone without having to worry that they're going to take it wrong, if you want to be heard, if you want honesty, if you want to be seen for who you are, if you want to be believed about anything you say, if you want to understand and be understood, if you want to be able to say what you think, how you feel, and what you mean instead of having somebody tell you, if you want to ever be able to resolve anything that ever happens, and if you ever want to matter, this is not going to work out for you. You might have noticed that this podcast does not include any lists of common phrases and what they might mean or anything like that. The reason for this is because the ability of these personalities to communicate can be so poor that the things they say could literally mean anything or nothing. There is no way to know if they even understand the definition of the words they are using, if they're using them the way that other people use them, if they're being honest, if they're being manipulative, if they genuinely don't remember or understand, or anything else. If you were to ask the narcissist in your life what they mean by what they are saying instead of assuming it means what most people would mean, always remembering that questioning them can be perceived as threatening, you might find out that what you've been assuming and therefore responding to is actually totally wrong. Or that the meanings of things change based on factors that you are unaware of or can't follow, or any number of other things that are not predictable or decipherable. Though it's popular to do, and in very general terms is helpful to understand that they're projecting, for example, it is simply too difficult to even guess what any narcissist might mean by anything without a lot of other information. You would get more illuminating information by asking them directly, though you might not necessarily get an answer. Whatever they might say would probably tell you more about what's going on with this person than any list you might find. Of course, there would probably also be a huge problem if you ask, and the reality is, it's not worth it, not when it won't change anything. The point of understanding how pathologically narcissistic personalities function is not to fix or enable relationships with narcissistic personalities. The relationship will be what it is whether you understand what's happening or not, because the narcissist is basically in it by themselves, and so are you, and you're both in totally different relationships. Regardless of what they say, these personalities are not really looking for understanding in any way, either of you or for themselves or for the situation or anything else. That concept has no true value or meaning to them at all. And I hope this episode of the show has helped you to understand why that is. The point of what we're doing here is to help you interpret what's going on so that you can make an informed decision about whether you want to continue to invest in this situation or not. The level of dysfunction here really isn't surmountable. Virtually every single aspect of communication is impaired for these personalities, from verbal to nonverbal, from listening to getting their own point across, from trust to honesty, down to basic understanding of words and what words mean. It is simply not possible to have a relationship of any kind under these circumstances. If you choose to do so anyway, and many people do, at least know what you're dealing with so that you're not blaming yourself. You will get enough blame from the narcissist. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. If you're interested in joining our support group with weekly support meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about communication difficulties with narcissists. There are a few episodes of the show about this, and each of them cover something a little different because communication with narcissists is so complicated and difficult. This one is about something that a lot of people are dealing with, even though many of them don't realize it. One of the things it can take people several years to figure out, if they ever realize it at all, since it can be so subtle, is that even though a narcissist may be using the same words and phrases that they are, or saying things that make sense in the context that they're being used in, the narcissist may not actually mean the same things you or anyone else means when they use those words or phrases. They may not even really understand or care what these things mean at all. They're simply using them because this is where they go. It's important to make it clear that we're not talking about love languages or anything metaphorical here. We're talking about actual words and their meanings. It might seem odd that people would use words they don't really understand, but narcissists are mimics. It's how they've learned to survive. It's kind of like learning to sing a song in another language. You can learn how to say the words and sing the song without ever understanding or even knowing what they mean. You're simply mimicking the singer. This is what many pathologically narcissistic people are doing as well. It's not unlike the way that children learn to speak. They imitate sounds and words with no idea what they mean, which is why they often repeat cuss words and swearing. They don't know it's a bad word. They're just repeating what they've heard. Narcissistic adults are not children, of course, and what we find is that many of them may believe they know what these words and phrases mean, but in fact do not, or that their definition of them is different from what most people understand it to be. It may be extremely difficult for them to relate the definition of words or the context in which they're being used. For example, it's not uncommon for narcissistic people who are pressed to define a word or a phrase to resort to looking it up in the dictionary or something similar instead of being able to answer. Or they may simply refuse to define it at all. This usually happens because their argument or their behavior points to the fact that their definitions of things must be different or possibly wrong, and people begin to ask them what these things mean to them. Because they can't answer, they will often use one of their patented defense mechanisms: deflect, deny, or detonate. Because they are so good at mimicry, it can be quite a while before a person would realize that the narcissist is either using words they don't actually understand or that they mean something by the words that is different from how they, the listener, is understanding them. If a narcissist is very intelligent or they're higher functioning, this can be hard to see even for years because they've learned to compensate, manipulate, and hide things better. A narcissist, for example, may use words like respect, love, trust, accountability, and responsibility, but be unable to define them, explain the context in which they're being used, or explain how they would apply in a given situation. These are not the only types of words or phrases that they may be using wrong or without understanding. It really can be anything from literary quotes to platitudes to just everyday words. But these kind of things are very commonly on the list. This lack of a common definition creates large problems in any relationship. When someone does not even know what they're asking for, how will they know when they get it? How can they give it to somebody else? The answer is they can't, even if they wanted to do so. This is even more confusing for the person who doesn't realize this is the problem. They believe that everybody is agreeing to the same thing. They don't realize that the truth is there was never any agreement at all because the understanding of the words being used is not the same. This is not to say narcissists are never deliberately misleading, of course, they absolutely are. But if the victim understood this simple fact, it could possibly save them years of disappointment and pain. The relationship with a narcissist, any relationship, whether it's parent and child, spousal, platonic, any other kind, is like someone who only speaks Spanish getting into a taxi where the driver only speaks Japanese and somehow expecting that they're going to get where they want to go. It's not going to happen because there's no way to communicate with the other person. It's just going to be a huge hassle that frustrates and upsets both people for no good reason because the situation is impossible from the beginning. In a very real way, narcissists do not speak the same language as most other people. It sounds the same, but upon careful consideration, what we find is that the words being used don't mean the same thing to both people. This can go on for a long time without being understood. Indeed, it may never be understood by either person in the relationship. Both people will end up believing that the other person has lied to or misled them. In practical terms, it doesn't really matter whether someone is lying or they just don't understand. Either way, the situation is unhealthy and it's not going to work out. It's extremely important to remember that in order to protect ourselves, we should not assume that someone feels, experiences, or understands things the same way that we do. We should not assume that just because someone says the same words that we say, they mean the same things by them because, narcissist or not, everybody's different. We want to guard against projecting our feelings, experiences, and anything else onto another person. This only leads to misunderstandings and hurt feelings. If someone says they feel, experience, or understand things the same way that we do, which is something narcissistic people often do to create the appearance of intimacy, we should be careful about accepting that at face value. Pay attention to any red flags that demonstrate that this is not really the case because they will be there if it isn't. And the most simple method of all, ask. Ask people what things mean to them. You might not get the truth if somebody's trying to fool you, but you will probably get a red flag. This could be in the form of a non-answer, a vague answer, a cliche answer, a deflection of the question back to you, a refusal to answer, a nonsensical answer that doesn't make any sense. And if you get a red flag when asking someone what things like love and respect mean to them, that's probably one you shouldn't ignore. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, via text, via email, over the phone, and through Skype for international clients. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab to go ahead and do that. I teach workshops a few times a month and clinics a few times a year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running right now, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and thank you for joining us here on the LittleShaman.com. You are listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that virtually everyone deals with when dealing with narcissists, and that is that narcissists twist things. This is unfortunately extremely common, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. In communication, certain things have to happen. At the very, very least, we have to speak the same language as the person we're trying to communicate with, and we have to have an agreed upon reality that we are both communicating about. If we don't have at least these things, there can be no understanding, which means that there cannot be any actual communication between us. Communication is predicated on understanding. For example, I am talking to you now in a language that we all understand, using words that we all know and can process about an agreed upon subject that I outlined in the beginning of this episode and that you agreed to engage with when you clicked on the episode to listen to it. We can communicate. I can talk and you can listen and you can understand. If you would like to respond, you can, and I can understand you. If we run into confusion, we can ask clarifying questions and engage in further communication until we understand each other. That's communicating, and it's largely made possible by the existence of those two things that we first mentioned. We are speaking the same language, and we are communicating about an agreed upon reality. We're doing that because we are attempting to arrive at understanding of some kind. The goal of healthy communication is understanding. You are listening to this to gain understanding, and I am offering it for the same reason, to facilitate and foster understanding. You want to understand, I want to be understood. I want to understand, and you want to be understood. We both have the same goal. Any misunderstandings that might occur can therefore be resolved or worked through because we're both working toward the same goal. However, when you are dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities, you do not have the same goal. You are not speaking the same language, and you do not have an agreed upon reality. Because of this, misunderstandings run rampant in interactions with narcissists, and they usually cannot be resolved. The narcissist will not allow it. This is often confusing for people because why wouldn't someone want a misunderstanding to be resolved? Furthermore, why is this person seemingly incapable of understanding that there even has been one? Why are they attacking me, calling me a liar, refusing to speak to me, or whatever other thing they're doing instead of just accepting my explanation of what I really meant? Why is this going like this? Why can't I stop it from happening? What is the problem? The problem is that narcissists operate from a place of extreme defensiveness. It's so extreme that it makes them incapable of critically evaluating information. On top of that, they don't trust themselves to do this anyway. They seem to have decided that if they can't find an absolutely foolproof way to be able to tell whether something is true or a lie, or whether something is dangerous or not, they will simply assume that everything is harmful and everything is a lie, no matter who is saying it or what else is going on. This way, they're never vulnerable to attack. They cannot be tricked or manipulated or made a fool of. They cannot be hurt. They think this protects them. It does not. What it actually does is make exactly what they were afraid of into reality. I'm afraid that you will lie to me, hurt me, or trick me somehow, and I cannot tolerate the shame attached to that, so I have decided that you actually are trying to do that all the time. This way, I can't be caught off guard. I am no better off than I was before, and I actually feel worse than I would if I looked at things logically and in context, but at least it didn't catch me off guard. It couldn't because I didn't give it a chance to surprise me. I expected it all the time, and that way I was ready for it. It surprises the other person, though, and of course it does. Most people do not deal with this level of distrust and irrationality on a regular basis. Many have never encountered it at all before they met this person. Even people who have dealt with very abusive human beings in the past are often not prepared for the experience of dealing with the pathologically narcissistic personality. It's like a cartoon, a caricature. How can a real human being behave this way, say these things, think these things? How can a person over the age of like 4 years old believe in such black and white characterizations of life and of other human beings? But narcissists do, and everything that happens is twisted to fit into this very narrow understanding. Ironically, this is one of the ways we can tell that so much of this is sincere. People often ask, how do they do that so fast? How do narcissists twist things so quickly? How can they think that fast? The answer is they don't. They are actually interpreting it that way. There's no need to reflect and calculate and come up with scenarios or ways to fit things together much of the time. They are reporting their experience in real time. In this situation, even calling it twisting is probably overstating what's actually happening. To say that they're twisting the narrative or the events in this particular context implies that this is something being done consciously. And in these specific situations, it's not. For narcissists, there are only two ways that a thing can be. And since they don't really believe in the goodness of other people, there's really only one. It's black or it's white. And for narcissists, it's almost always black. Again, they think assuming this protects them from being hurt, and trying to convince them that this is not necessary is like trying to convince somebody that breathing is not necessary. It's a survival mechanism, and as far as they can see, it has worked very well for them. It has not, of course, but they only remember the times that this mindset appears to have been validated and therefore reinforced and protected them, even if they had to twist things in order for that to be true. They don't seem to realize that if you always expect something bad to happen, just based on the law of averages, you will eventually be right at some point. Even a stopped clock is right twice a day. Even a blind pig comes up with an acorn every once in a while. They also don't seem to realize that if you're looking for something, you will find it, even if you have to make it up to see it. This is true of people, not just narcissists. Studies done on this phenomenon have shown that people who were asked to find all the blue dots in an exercise began finding them even when there actually weren't any. They expected there to be blue dots, so when there no longer were any blue dots, they saw dots as blue that were not blue. Or think about when you get a new red car and you start seeing red cars everywhere for a while. There aren't any more or less red cars than there were before you bought yours. You're just actively looking for them now. If you were also afraid of red cars or you thought they were dangerous, you very likely might identify some cars as red that others would not consider red. Why? Because you're hyper-focused on that and you have to make sure that you didn't miss any, because if you do, you could be harmed. Expectation has a massive impact on perception. In many ways, we see what we expect to see. Our brains tend to look for and remember details and information that confirms our expectations. This is how cognitive biases are created, for example. When dealing with someone who is so disconnected from reality anyway, the impact of expectation on their perception is beyond massive. It may, in fact, be the single biggest factor of influence here. They expect you to be evil or stupid or cruel or whatever other negative thing, so they perceive that you actually are these things. They expect to be attacked, so they perceive that they actually are being attacked. This creates a negative feedback loop that just keeps reinforcing itself and becomes entrenched into the person's worldview. Each time their expectations are confirmed, whether through misinterpretation or through reality, it reinforces their belief system, leading to a cycle of more distrust and more hostility that can be extremely difficult to break. Fear also impacts perception enormously, and as you can probably guess, in much the same ways. Fear is a very powerful motivator, and it tends to color our perceptions more than other feelings because it's so strong and we react to it so intensely. If people are also afraid of something they are expecting, this can make their perceptions and their reactions much stronger and much more distorted. Not only might they see it anyway, whether it's there or not, but it can become what is called a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is where a person behaves in such a way that creates the situation they're afraid of, such as expecting and being so afraid that a partner will leave them that they constantly accuse the partner of cheating or otherwise betraying and abandoning them when they haven't. So the partner exits the relationship because they're tired of not being trusted, tired of not being believed, and tired of being accused of things they didn't do. Or expecting and being so afraid someone's going to be angry at you that you behave in such a way toward them that they then become angry when initially they were not. This is related to something called projective identification, which is the process by which people not only project their fears, insecurities, and negative feelings onto others, they actually create them. Other examples of this could be someone hating themselves and expecting and fearing that others will hate them too, so they end up behaving in ways that cause people to hate them. Or someone who expects and fears being mistreated, so they act in ways that are designed to induce other people to do things that they then interpret as mistreatment, such as provoking other people until they lash out. So what does all of this mean? It means expectation plus fear is extremely powerful. It can create very distorted perception, can even cause things to happen. And this is in people who are not struggling with the same deficits as pathologically narcissistic people. For those who do have these deficits, the impact of expectation plus fear is magnified significantly. A narcissist's inability to process emotion and information accurately in the first place means they are even more susceptible to these distorted perceptions and seeing or even creating things that are not there. This can lead to a heightened sense of paranoia and a hypersensitivity to perceived slights, making interactions with them toxic, stressful, and absolutely fraught with misunderstandings, which are then impossible to resolve because this person does not trust or believe anything anybody says, and they can't tolerate being wrong on top of that. And this checks out. Narcissists expect the absolute worst to happen, and then they won't believe that it didn't. They are essentially attempting to force other people to act out the narcissist's fears, carry the narcissist's own negative feelings toward themselves, so the narcissist does not have to do that. Understanding this helps to demystify narcissists and put their behavior in a better perspective. This is especially helpful in situations where they are twisting the narrative or the events on purpose. Because yes, they do this out of ignorance, simply because that's the limited way in which they function, they also do it strategically. When you are a prisoner of needing to control what other people see and how they think of you, narrative control is extremely important. How can you control these things if you don't control the narrative? Things will be twisted strategically to fit into whatever the narcissist narrative is. This usually has to do with whatever idealized image of themselves that they are perpetrating. Very often, this is of themselves as a victim of some kind, but it can be anything. This idealized image, this false self, is the star of the show, and narcissists make the movie around the star. After all, if the star of the movie is a tough gunslinger, you don't make the movie about that guy being a circus clown. The backdrop has to reinforce, support, and help create the image. Otherwise, the movie, the illusion, doesn't work. It's not believable. Most importantly, it's not believable to the narcissist. So when something happens where they can't sincerely believe themselves to be their idealized false self, they will twist things until the things fit into that. People sometimes ask, how can they tell the difference between when this is being done on purpose and when it's being done out of ignorance? But the reality is that it doesn't matter. If someone thinks that there's some significant difference here, that's just what they think. The reality is that there's not. It isn't any safer or less dangerous to deal with someone who is constantly hurting you out of ignorance than if they're doing it strategically. It might make you feel better to know that, but it affects nothing in reality at all. In point of fact, if they are doing it out of ignorance, that's arguably more dangerous, not less. People get very caught up in trying to figure out which one is happening when and all this, but in reality, this is actually a complete waste of time because it really has no bearing on anything at all in practical application. None. If you look at this situation objectively, you will see that. It doesn't matter. It is a favorite fantasy of people that if someone's hurting them out of ignorance or otherwise not completely maliciously, that person can somehow be educated out of their ignorance and therefore out of their behavior. But this is not that kind of ignorance. This is ignorance born of inability, not lack of information. This person does not have the ability to be educated out of their lack of empathy. Their behaviors are not the result of never being told that they're harming other people, for example. These things are the result of not being able to understand that or care about it. And the reason they can't do these things is because they don't have the capability. You are not the first person to try to make them understand, and you will likely not be the last. It is what it is. It's important to know, too, that none of this excuses the behavior of narcissists. It provides context for understanding what's happening and why. It demystifies and helps put in perspective very confusing behavior from very confusing people. It does not excuse this behavior. Whether it's malicious or whether it's not, nothing excuses it. This person is a grown adult and they are capable of making choices that don't harm other people. If they choose not to do that, they are responsible for their behavior. If you are dealing with a narcissist and they're always twisting things, it really helps to remember what this behavior is actually about. It is a desperate attempt from a very limited person to make reality into something that they can actually deal with. It doesn't mean anything. It's nonsense. It's noise. The reality is, pathologically narcissistic people live in a fantasy world. They really do, in the most fundamental sense of that phrase. They twist things to fit into the fantasy, sometimes because they really think that's what happened, and sometimes because they need to make it appear that way for their own reasons. Either way, they cannot deal with life and reality as is. They don't have the ability to see it or the coping skills to deal with it if they could see it. The best they can do is pretend that it's not true. Pretend that it's something else. It is really, really important to understand how much of this is really happening here. This person does not inhabit the same reality that you do. They really do not. Their perception and interpretation of you, of life, of the world, of themselves, of everything is entirely different than yours. This is not an act in the sense that, oh, they're just pretending to see things differently. No, they really do. If things happen that don't fit into their worldview, these things are ignored or they are reinterpreted to fit. Even when they are intentionally and strategically, consciously twisting things, it's not really because of any true misrepresentation of facts or reality. It's because what's true is what people believe. That's it. This is hard for rational people grounded in reality to understand, but you're dealing with a person who is neither of those things. Facts and reality mean nothing to them. This is both much more complex and much simpler than most people realize. Your view of things is complicated by facts and reality and what really happened. Theirs isn't. Those things hold no sway over these personalities whatsoever. They are not considered important at all, as you have likely already found out. What's true is what people believe. That's why they have to control the narrative and what other people think of them. Whatever people believe about narcissists becomes true. And if it's negative, this stays true unless and until the narcissist can find or create some opposing counter-reflection. To put it very simply, it's like Tinkerbell. The belief of others brings narcissists to life and makes them real. This really cannot be overstated. It's not a metaphor. It's not hyperbole. It's the truth of the situation. And if you think about it, you will see that that's how it is. When someone lives in a fantasy, when they live in an alternate reality, belief in that alternate reality is literally the only thing that concretizes it in any way. It's the only driving force behind it. And sadly, narcissists not only live in a fantasy, they are one. And it is only belief in this that makes them real. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, on Zoom and Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, seminars, and more throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication. So if you are interested in picking up a copy, you can do that on littleshaman.org or on amazon.com. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com, brought to you by Translational Healing, shamanspiritcenter.com, and littleshaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that many people deal with regarding narcissistic relationships, and that is when narcissists seem to want you to follow a script. During most conversations you will have with other people, everyone listens to each other and decides what they're going to say after they hear what the other person has said. Most people don't already have a script in mind of what they think people are going to say, and then either expect people to follow that or just simply go along in the conversation as if they did follow it. However, many people encounter exactly this when speaking with narcissistic personalities. Particularly when they're upset, pathologically narcissistic personalities seem to have not just an idea of how the interaction will go, but an exact script of what the other person will or should think, say, and do. If you deviate from that, if you insist that the role they have created for you is not who you are, they may become very upset. They may accuse you of lying or playing word games, or they might simply continue speaking as if you said what they thought you would say, even when you didn't. This is extremely frustrating for people. Not only is someone not listening to you and not understanding you, they believe you said something other than what you actually said. Worse, no amount of arguing, explaining, or proof will convince them that they've gotten it wrong. They will continually tell you what you said, what you meant, what you believe, what you thought, what you did, and no amount of evidence or anything else can change their mind. This happens because, first of all, they're not listening to you at all. Narcissistic people live very much inside their own heads, and what they believe happened is more important than what actually did happen. Because they live so much in their own heads that they're not actually present in the conversation, and because they may also dissociate when their emotions overwhelm them, there's a good chance they legitimately did not hear what you actually said, even if they were looking right at you. You may even be able to see in their eyes that they're not listening. If you deal with narcissists on any type of a regular basis, you're probably familiar with that look. They're not present in the conversation. They're listening to their own thoughts and dealing with their own emotions. What does this mean? If you've ever driven a really familiar route, like going to work or something, and you've been so caught up in your own thoughts that you didn't remember any of the details of driving there when you got there, you have some idea of what is going on with narcissistic people in these moments. The memory of your drive to work is not lost. It was never created because you weren't paying any attention at all. This may also be why narcissists will insist you said something when it was actually they who said it. They remember it being said. Somebody said it, so it must have been you. For example, the narcissist says, "You want me to fail my big exam because you're jealous of me." You, of course, deny this as ridiculous and attempt to explain what's really going on. Later on, they insist that you told them you wanted them to fail their big exam. You respond that it was they who said that, not you. They accuse you of lying, of playing mind games, of refusing to admit the horrible things that you said. It's possible this is simply a lie on the narcissist's part to make you look like a villain, and they know very well that you didn't say it. It's also possible that they actually believe you did say it. They remember hearing it, so of course it was you who said it. Who else is it going to be? It's possible, too, that they know you didn't say the things they're accusing you of, but they believe this is how you really feel, or this is what you really think, so you might as well have said it. This is perhaps the most frustrating and damaging feature of this, because they are acknowledging you didn't actually say the thing, but they're insisting your meaning, your motive, or your intention are bad, so it doesn't even matter that you didn't say it. This is called an unfalsifiable hypothesis or an unfalsifiable narrative. That means they're saying something that can't be proven false, which means there's no way to argue with it. You can't prove you don't think or feel a certain way, or that you're not just lying and pretending to cover that up. This is the crux of a huge amount of the problems with many, many narcissistic personalities. They simply don't believe you, and they never will. You've also probably experienced narcissists responding as if you said things you didn't actually say. For example, you might say, "I would never do something like that. That's not who I am." And the narcissist replies, "Exactly. That's why you did this horrible thing, just to hurt me, because that's who you are." And you're like, wait, did you even hear what I just said? I just said I wouldn't do something like that. That's not who I am. And around and around and around this goes. They expect to hear you say certain things in this interaction, and when you don't, they just imagine that you did anyway. They are holding the entire conversation, their side and yours, by themselves. There's no room for you here. When narcissists are not already upset, the failure of other people to follow the script may cause them to become upset. You are supposed to respond to things they say and do a certain way, and when you don't, this causes problems. Maybe you were not excited enough about their new job, or you didn't say the exact right things to comfort them when they were upset. Maybe you didn't praise their accomplishments enough. Maybe you didn't answer a question the right way. Maybe you're supposed to have the same opinion about a topic that they have. Whatever it was, you didn't respond or react the way that they expected you to, and that's either evidence that something's wrong with you, or it's a lie, or it just plain didn't happen, and they go on with the conversation as if you did. This is, of course, childish and absurd. You are a human being with all of your own stuff. However, narcissists don't understand that or care. These are arrested, dysfunctional personalities who cannot accept or understand that other people are individuals separate from them. Trying to get through to someone like this is totally pointless. They don't have the tools to understand or to care that they don't understand. They don't even seem to have the ability to understand why any of this matters. To them, it doesn't. You will not be treated as a human being in these relationships because pathologically narcissistic people seem unable to understand what that even means. They see everyone as objects, including themselves. This is perhaps why they appear to be so afraid of being manipulated and controlled by other people. If they believe that humans are controllable objects, they themselves would be no exception to that. In the end, dealing with narcissists is like being a Barbie doll in a child's pretend game. They will direct the action, supply the lines, create the scenarios. They will control the entire thing. Your job is to be the inanimate object, the prop, that they can experience whatever fantasy through, and that's it. You are the villain or the hero or the trophy or whatever role they've currently assigned you to in whatever momentary fiction they're playing out. If you deviate from that and dare to have your own opinions, beliefs, thoughts, actions, words, and things, they simply can't deal with that because they don't know what to do with a real person. That's not in the script. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can find that at LittleShaman.org as well. And if you would like to join our support group, you can find that at LittleShaman.org as well. well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk to you about something that is very common in relationships of any kind with pathologically narcissistic people, and that is the fact that they don't listen, and sometimes they can even seem to be incapable of hearing you. You might notice that when you speak to a pathologically narcissistic person, though they seem to be listening and they're often even looking right at you, they then respond with something that has nothing to do with what you just said, or they only seem to hear one part of what you said and somehow manage to come to the exact wrong or opposite conclusion of your words. This is often a huge problem in these kind of relationships, and it is especially bad when the narcissistic person is upset. How upset they are often dictates how much they're able to listen, and if they're too upset, it may be totally useless to even bother talking to this person because they just cannot hear you. Many people think this is deliberate, and for some pathologically narcissistic people, it's probably true. But it also happens because their feelings are so overwhelming to them that that wave of emotion simply blocks everything else out. It can seem like they're changing the subject with their responses to you, or that they're ignoring you, and maybe they are. But often it seems that they're not even hearing you. After dealing with this for a while, you may even be able to recognize the look in their eyes when they're no longer listening to you. They seem to be listening to somebody else talking that only they can hear, and in a way they are. They're listening to the raving, screeching voice of their own feelings. For a pathologically narcissistic person, feelings are facts. Instead of being able to view their feelings objectively as temporary reactions that may or may not be logical, their feelings are interpreted as factual. In practical terms, this means they fit the facts to their feelings rather than reacting emotionally to the facts. To put that into perspective, most people don't get upset until something happens or is done to them. Narcissists are already upset, and because of that, they become convinced that something must have been done to them to cause those feelings. This happens partly because narcissistic people are so divorced and separated from their feelings through years of denying and avoiding them that they can experience their feelings as coming from somewhere outside themselves. This is why they'll say things like, "I know you hate me, I can feel it." And you're sitting there like, okay, well, you're not getting that from me because I don't hate you. That's their self-loathing, their own self-hatred that they feel. In other words, in these situations, they don't recognize that these feelings were already there and they're not even related to the situation at hand. They become triggered and offended or hurt so easily that the feelings they already feel break through at the slightest provocation, and then they blame the other person for causing them to feel the way they already felt but have been denying. For example, if you say, "Why didn't you wash the dishes?" the shame that the narcissistic person already feels breaks through their denial. This can cause them to lash out at you angrily in self-defense, accusing you of trying to hurt them, to make them feel bad, of demeaning or degrading them, or any number of other things, not because of what actually happened or what was actually said, but because of that shame that they're constantly carrying around. This can be very hurtful and stressful to a partner or a family member who in no way meant anything like that and certainly was not trying to be mean. And now there's no reasoning with the narcissist because they are far too upset. They will not listen to anything other than what their feelings are telling them. Proof doesn't matter, logic doesn't matter, nothing matters except for their feelings. It's like dealing with a little kid. In some ways, although I certainly understand why people feel this way, it's almost weird for me to hear narcissists described as these apex predators. These are some seriously fragile people. They can't live in reality. They can't face the truth. They live every single day playing pretend like a child. They feel hurt and offended and attacked by almost everything anybody says or does, sometimes even things that are complimentary or kind. And why? Because their feelings dictate their reality instead of the other way around, and they seem to have no way to recognize that this is a problem. Most people operate like, "You said something mean, therefore I'm upset and angry." Narcissists operate like, "I'm upset and angry, therefore you said something mean." It's backwards. Events, actions, and things that are said are interpreted through the lens of the narcissist's feelings. Because of this, events, actions, and motives will often be reframed to fit the narcissist's emotional narrative. Seen through the lens of this emotion, things that happen or that other people do and say often become much more sinister, suspicious, and personal to the narcissist than they actually are. This is one reason why people are often accused of having motives they don't have, or of saying and doing things that they did not say or do. This is also one of the big reasons it's impossible to reason with pathologically narcissistic people, especially when they're upset. They can't even really hear what you're trying to say, and even if they could, they're certainly not going to trust you over their own feelings, which override literally everything. Sometimes they can't even get what they are trying to say to come out right. Narcissistic people have immense difficulty communicating with any authenticity because everything coming in and going out has to go through that emotional filter. More than that, since their feelings are interpreted as factual, those feelings are considered evidence. This must be true because I feel it. The proof that you were intentionally trying to hurt me is that I feel hurt. The proof that you are tricking me is that I feel tricked. The proof that you are cheating is that I feel like I've been cheated on, and so on and so on and so on. There's no way to communicate in this situation because the premise of the conversation and the issue are illogical. It's you trying to talk this person out of their feelings they often had no logical basis for in the first place. Not only is that not possible, but it can make the narcissist feel as if you're trying to manipulate them. Narcissistic people have huge issues with trust. They don't even trust themselves. So they're generally in a constant battle between trying to determine what is safe and what is not safe. One moment they trust you more than themselves, so you're a safe place. The next moment they trust themselves more than you, so now you are not a safe place. In situations such as our example about the dishes, if they were to believe you over their own feelings, that makes them vulnerable to you and whatever evil things that you're probably going to do to them at some point, possibly, maybe, they're for sure. That can't be allowed to happen, and it won't be allowed to happen. Even tangible, physical proof does not matter to them in these situations. They are so worried about being tricked and about not being wrong that they can appear almost delusional. So you say, yes, but here's a video of what actually happened. Oh, you edited that to make me look bad or to make yourself look better. Yes, but here's a picture of you doing this thing that you said you didn't do. You faked that to make me look like a liar. Yes, but here's a message in your own words. You wrote that and sent it to yourself to frame me. There's no reasoning with this. It's illogical and it's ridiculous. The overwhelming emotions coupled with their fear of being vulnerable and taken advantage of, along with their pathological need to be right, or more precisely, not to be wrong, make communication with this kind of person impossible. You are not on a level playing field at all. Whether they realize how absurd their arguments can be is a difficult question. Some probably do, but they might feel they've gone too far with it to simply just give in, no matter how stupid it sounds. Others may be in the grip of whatever emotion they're feeling and just running off at the mouth without even really realizing what they're even saying. Some may believe that they're smarter than the person they're arguing with and can somehow make these ludicrous arguments work, while others may be making these nonsensical arguments because that's literally the only thing they have left to say. It doesn't really matter whether they know they're doing it or not, or why they're doing it or anything else. It isn't possible to communicate with someone who cannot or will not listen to you, and it doesn't really matter why. The naked truth is that even if you could make them hear you, they still wouldn't care. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via email, via text messenger, and through Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to go ahead and do that. I teach workshops a few times a month. We have the Boundaries Workshop and the Shadow Workshop running right now. So if you're interested in learning more about that or signing up to participate, you can do that on LittleShaman.org as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about something that is unfortunately very, very common when you're dealing with narcissistic personalities, and that is that nothing can ever be resolved because narcissistic people are not listening. Communication with narcissists is impossible because narcissists are in an I'm right, you're wrong death struggle while you're trying to foster understanding and resolve situations in an adult relationship. You don't have the same goal. You never have. You never will. It's not going to work because they are incapable of seeing that you are not doing the same thing that they are doing. One of the biggest problems in these situations is that you assume both of you are coming from the same place. You're not. Narcissistic personalities often don't care about resolving the problem. They are much more invested in pretending there is no problem, especially if they are being told that the problem is them. Narcissistic personalities don't just want to be heard and understood the way that it is in most situations. They want to be vindicated. They want to be told that they're not wrong. Many claim, for example, that you're not listening or that you don't understand them if you don't agree with them. Pathologically narcissistic personalities are generally not interested in listening because what you have to say might be dangerous or threatening. These are very, very fragile personalities, regardless of how they come across. The slightest criticism or even suggestion that they're not perfect can wound them very, very deeply. Their defense against this usually includes just simply tuning out things that might be dangerous, which probably includes everything you are saying in an argument or a heated conversation. Their misperception of something you said may have even caused the argument. Even if what you're saying is not perceived as dangerous, it's just not as important as what they have to say. Dealing with these personalities is very frustrating because of these things. It's important to learn to accept when someone is demonstrating that they're not interested in working together and they're just not going to listen to you. There is no power on earth that can force someone to agree with you, believe you, or listen to you if they don't want to. You are not going to convince a narcissist that you or the relationship are safe enough for them to take criticism from you, or that your motivation for giving the criticism is anything other than bad. The fact that you are offering criticism in the first place is all the proof that they need. This is really, really important to understand. So many people in these relationships believe they will eventually be able to convince the narcissistic personality that they are safe enough and trustworthy enough for the narcissist to accept criticisms or corrections the way that people can do in a normal, healthy relationship. This is extremely unlikely. And this belief is based on a misunderstanding of how these personalities actually work. For pathologically narcissistic people, the fact that you're attempting to tell them that they are wrong in any way is proof that you are not safe and that you are not trustworthy. If you cared about them, you would never hurt them in that way. You would provide unconditional positive regard regardless of what they do. You would never point out a failure, a mistake, a wrongdoing. You would always be on their side. You would never shame them. Now, the fact that hurting them or shaming them was not your intention doesn't matter, mostly because it's not believed. If you were not intending to hurt or shame them, they would not feel hurt or they would not feel shame. Since that's how they feel, that was your intention, period. There's no arguing with that and no way to prove it's not true. You can't argue with someone's feelings. Doing so only makes them think that you're trying to manipulate them. Why else would you be trying to talk them out of their feelings? The truth is, this is a pathologically insecure personality who doesn't feel safe even inside their own minds or with their own feelings and doesn't even trust themselves. There is almost zero likelihood that they're going to ever feel safe with another person or be able to trust anybody. When someone cannot trust themselves, they're not going to be able to trust other people. The important thing is for you not to buy into their constant attempts to blame you for that. There's nothing you can do to make them feel safe because they just don't. They blame you because they believe it's your job to fix that. I would feel safe if you made me feel safe. Since I don't feel safe, this is obviously your fault. This is part of the narcissist's mistaken belief that they're not responsible for themselves, kind of like a child. It's not your responsibility to somehow convince a pathologically insecure, pathologically distrustful person to trust you. Not only is that not your responsibility, it's not even possible. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about how many narcissistic people tell on themselves. This is very, very common when dealing with narcissistic people, and there are a few ways they might do it, so I thought we would address that on the show today. Pathologically narcissistic people are known for being duplicitous or deceitful. They have a reputation for being fake or for hiding who they really are. This reputation is deserved. They do that. However, the majority of them, they're not very good at it. Little pieces and flashes of what they're hiding do show through, usually pretty early, and people do see these flashes. It's just that it's often something that is so opposite of what the narcissist is claiming to be that people will ignore it or rationalize it away, believing it to be out of character for the narcissist and convincing themselves that they're just overreacting. It's only over time that people realize this angry, demanding, needy, or unpleasant behavior is not out of character for this person at all, and in fact, it is their primary way of being. It's true that narcissistic people make a very deliberate attempt to present themselves a certain way to other people, and this is often not a reflection of how they really are at all. But most people do notice certain things that don't add up or don't jibe with the rest of the picture. For instance, someone might boast, even on a first date, how wonderfully they treated all of their exes, but they might also use derogatory language about these people or make inappropriate or off-color remarks about their exes throughout the night. These are things that don't really go with the whole Mr. or Mrs. Wonderful picture of themselves that they're trying to paint. This is one of the ways narcissistic people tell on themselves, by saying and or doing contradictory things. This should not be ignored, because if someone is doing that, it means at least one of the things they're saying is not true and may be an indication that the person is hiding something or that they have some type of perception problem. Another way pathologically narcissistic people may tell on themselves is by just blurting things out that have nothing to do with anything. When my kids were little, I remember that they were wrestling in the hallway, and I went over and I said, "What are you doing?" And my oldest daughter, who was 5 or 6 at the time, just blurted out, "I didn't cut her hair." So of course I'm like, "What?" So I look over at my youngest daughter, and all her hair has been cut off. Apparently they were playing beauty parlor before they started wrestling. This is similar to the way many narcissists behave. They simply blurt things out. It usually indicates something they've done wrong or feelings that they have for themselves. For example, an innocent question may provoke a very hostile reaction with the narcissist saying, "I'm not lying," even though they haven't been accused of anything. Of course, this makes many people suspicious, and it just turns into a bigger and bigger problem. It's like with my daughter. When I said, "What are you doing?" she blurted out the thing that she had done wrong, even though I didn't even know anything about it. Narcissists behave the same way a lot of times. A third way that a pathologically narcissistic person can tell on themselves is with projection. That is to say, they will accuse other people of what they are doing or what they are feeling. Projection is generally a core feature of any type of narcissism. It's very, very common. To the narcissist, their feelings are facts. If they feel that you are doing or feeling or thinking something, then that's a fact. That's what it is. There's no talking them out of it. There's no way to prove them wrong. That's a fact. When they are confronted by things they find uncomfortable or hard to deal with about themselves, such as feelings about themselves that are painful or things they know they shouldn't have done, they often deal with these things by projecting them onto other people. "I didn't do that, you did that. I don't feel that way, you feel that way." In this way, they avoid the feelings that accompany these things and deny the existence of them all in general. Denial is the narcissist's armor, and all of this is part and parcel of their overall denial problem. In the end, no matter how good narcissistic people may seem at hiding who they are, something always shows through, and people usually know pretty early on that something's not right. Make sure you trust your instincts here. If something doesn't add up, don't ignore it. What doesn't seem like a big deal now could be a really big deal later. That doesn't mean you have to make a big deal out of it. You might not choose to call the narcissist on it at all, and you don't have to. It might be better if you don't in some cases. But make note of it. Don't ignore it. Don't just rationalize it or push it away. The last thing the narcissist in your life needs is a partner in their denial. And remember, as always, the only way to cleanse your life of this craziness is to just stay away from it. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions. I take appointments online and over the phone Monday through Friday. So if you are looking to speak with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab, or you can use the link that's available down there in the information section of this video. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about something that is very, very common in narcissistic relationships, and that is the attempt to attain power positions. You know, after so many arguments with narcissists, you begin to realize that they haven't actually answered you or addressed any of the topics at hand. All they've done is deny, deflect, distract, avoid, explode, or run away. You're left kind of sitting there thinking, hey, wait a minute, you never answered me, or they didn't address this. After so many more arguments with a narcissist, you come to realize this is actually all they have ever done. They've never addressed the topic. They've never answered your question. After so many more arguments, you realize this is all they're ever going to do. Narcissists believe they are attaining a power position by not listening to you, by not considering your side, by being unreasonable. This is very important to understand because it's a big reason communication with them is not possible. It doesn't matter how they do it, whether it's deliberate, whether it's unconscious, if it's the silent treatment, ranting over you, condescending, screaming, physically attacking you to try to shut you up, turning things around on you, shaming you, walking away. It all means the same thing, and it all accomplishes the same goal. They don't want to hear what you're saying. Narcissistic people seem to legitimately believe that entertaining anything the other person is saying renders them vulnerable. They appear to view arguments and discussions about conflict or problems as the other person just trying to convince and manipulate them or trying to trick them. So they defend themselves and they believe they're holding a power position by refusing to listen no matter what. How far do you think you're going to get with someone who hears only attempts to manipulate and trick them, no matter what you say? How far do you think you're going to get with someone who legitimately believes that listening to other people is some kind of dangerous act that renders them weak, right? You're not going to get very far, and over time, you will see that. It's unfortunate, but these are fragile people, and they are afraid a lot of the time, so they search for ways to control and be in a power position because they're afraid. For example, refusing to be pleased. An abuser in a relationship who refuses to be pleased is making a power play. They're trying to attain a power position. They won't accept any attempts to please them, but they keep insisting that the other person needs to try harder because it's that person's fault that they're unhappy. Then they keep saying that nothing is good enough and the other person is failing them. This is seen by them as a power position, such as with children who have just discovered saying no. They just say no about everything. Narcissistic people think this keeps them in a power position, but really they're just making themselves unhappy. Blaming other people for it might alleviate any of their shame triggered by being blamed or feeling responsible, but it doesn't help them be any happier, especially because people get tired of being treated that way and they exit the relationship. The torture of living through this type of relationship is not describable. It's unspeakable. But it's even more horrible in some ways because the abuser is also torturing themselves, and they're doing all of this for literally no reason. They're making everybody in the relationship or the situation totally miserable, including themselves, for nothing. It's just a never-ending cycle of misery. Excuse me. You know, the truth is, it is just not realistic to believe you can live happily ever after with a person who legitimately, genuinely believes being asked for respect and decency and to be listened to is somehow being controlled by the other person. If an adult person does not understand that they are required to listen and to show respect and decency in a relationship, it's not your job to teach them, and you're not going to be able to do that anyway. Your purpose in a relationship with a narcissist is to be used to regulate their emotions. It's not to be afforded respect and decency and as an equal partner and someone whose emotions and feelings and opinions and beliefs and thoughts deserve to be respected. Your job is as a tool. Your purpose is that they use you to help regulate themselves. That means, to help them to feel better, to put it very, very simply. Now, this doesn't just mean fixing their problems and propping them up when they need it. It also means that you are the target of the constant negative emotion and stress they continually purge because they can't process or hold on to it. They have to just keep trying to pump it out. They need a place to spew all of that. You are the receptacle for it. This makes you the psychological equivalent of a toilet. Just think about that. You are so much more than a receptacle for somebody's toxic self-hatred and psychological vomit. And I really, really hope that you understand and believe that. You deserve so much more. There's no way to explain to a pathologically narcissistic person so that they're going to actually understand that you are a human being with rights and feelings, or that this matters at all. They don't even understand themselves as human beings, or what being a human being even means. Don't let any of that make you forget that you are one. Being in a relationship with someone who is pathologically narcissistic can make it easy to forget what real life with real people is like. Don't let that happen. There are people who will not punish you for being imperfect. There are people who will believe you when you say something. There are people who will get to know you and understand what you're actually like. There are people who can be reasoned with. There are people who understand that everybody makes mistakes. There are people who don't blame everybody else for every single thing. There are people who will actually talk things out. There are people who can actually communicate. There are people who will tell you what the problem is instead of insisting that you guess or that you should already know. There are people who will never pretend to misunderstand you. Not even once. They won't even do it one time. There are people who will ask you for your thoughts, your feelings, and your meanings instead of telling you what these things are. There are people who will not insist that you are evil and malicious or stupid and clumsy and ugly and whatever else horrible things that these people say. There are people who will actually listen to you. There are people who are not narcissists and who don't act like them. So don't forget that. Don't forget what real life with real people is like, because you are worth so much more than the narcissist in your life is able to give you. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. You have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something I hear all the time, and that is listening to or believing the narcissist when they say something negative or insulting to you. This is something many people struggle with, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. It's interesting that when we talk to people about the narcissists in their lives, whether it's their mother or their father or their spouse or their friend or anybody else, it's almost always the same type of dynamic. This person knows the narcissist is unstable, insecure, unrealistic, mean, not truthful, and has a flexible relationship with the truth, to say the least. And yet they still seem to internalize the negative, cruel, or hurtful things the narcissist says to them. If you ask people if they would believe the narcissist claiming they have $1 million, they say no. If you ask people if they would believe the narcissist if they wanted to borrow $1 million but they'd pay it back, they again say no. They know this person cannot be trusted to be honest or to even know the truth, and generally believe almost nothing they say. Almost. We often find that even when people know someone is not an honest person and or has unreliable perception, they will still often internalize the negative things said about them, as if in this one specific area, the narcissist or other toxic person is somehow magically not only telling the truth, but also living in reality now. This is not the case. Everything they say has the same value as far as honesty and perception goes. Their insults and criticisms are just as overblown as their idealizations, and vice versa. Now, this happens partly because people with a strong narcissistic pathology often hide behind personas created to manipulate others for survival. People incorrectly assume that if that persona or facade is not real, the opposite of it must be the truth or the reality of who this person is. Therefore, what they say and do during these times is true. This is understandable, but it's mistaken. Their honesty and perception are no more valid or unaffected during these times. The truth is, both the nice and the cruel side, and any other that you might see, are personas and masks in their own right. Both of these personas or sides of their personality were created to do the same thing: enable the narcissist to survive. For example, the anger and cruelty and abuse that you see are defensive, even when they don't appear to be. They come out when the narcissist perceives a threat. It may not be a threat that you can understand, but that doesn't matter. You not seeing or recognizing a threat anywhere has nothing to do with whether or not they think there is one. This person does not think like you do. They don't come to the same conclusions that you do. They just don't, and that's all there is to it. They respond to emotions they don't understand, that they might not even be aware they're feeling, and many react immediately with guns blazing, ready to eliminate any threat. Others retreat completely, cutting off communication and even contact until they feel that the threat is gone. It is a primitive, childish defense mechanism created and perpetuated by their enormous emotional immaturity. It seems amazing that anyone could believe a person this unstable and immature about anything, even when we don't understand the inner workings of why they behave the way that they do. The behavior speaks for itself. Almost all of the ways pathologically narcissistic people deal with conflict, both internal and external, are childish, and often so is much of their communication. Yet we hear it all the time. The question is, why? Why do these things become internalized? Why are they considered as true or even considered at all? Many times it's because the person already has deep-seated beliefs or fears of their own that the criticisms or insults have triggered. Many of these are the result of unconscious conditioning from childhood or from other relationships in the past. Children will not assume that the adults in their lives are wrong or mistaken or lying. They will assume that they themselves are the problem because they believe everything that happens is somehow related to or caused by they themselves. And because through necessity, children rely on adults as the unilateral, undisputed arbitrators of truth. This mindset can be carried into adulthood and results not just in having whatever negative beliefs about the self that were intentionally or otherwise installed during childhood. I'm not good enough, I don't matter, I'm not valuable, I'm not important, I'm not worthy, I'm responsible for other people, it's my responsibility alone to fix or manage this relationship and things like that. It also results in the idea that other people's opinions of us are automatically more valid or more important than our own. This is an outdated, unhealthy mindset in general, but it becomes truly dangerous when the person the opinion is coming from is unstable, unfair, unrealistic, abusive, dishonest. Narcissists are like little kids on the playground. They will keep throwing insults at somebody until something upsets them, and once they see, they will keep repeating it because it works. That's what kids do on the playground too. This is one reason controlling our own reactions to our emotions is so important. When you don't do that, you yourself are supplying them with the ammunition they are hitting you with. This is another reason it makes no sense to believe or internalize or even take personally the things that they say. They are not operating off of reality or facts in any way. They're operating solely off of your reaction. They don't care if it's true or not. They care that you care. Upsetting you makes them feel powerful and superior, exactly like the kids on the playground. Narcissists may or may not have any real understanding of what they're actually doing. A lack of empathy suggests they really don't have any true understanding, but it doesn't really matter since they don't care anyway because that's not the point. You are not the point. You are simply a tool being used in the endless endeavor to make themselves feel better. Any actual empathy they might have is canceled out by this fact regardless. So it really doesn't matter at all. If you find that you are in this situation where you have internalized or considered as fact or started to believe the things that this person has said to you, start really thinking logically about why you would listen to, believe, or even consider anything this person says or trust their perception in any way. Consider the source. Have they given you any reason to think they have sound judgment about you, that they're honest with you, that they can be objective or fair or reasonable toward you? Start exploring yourself and the reason that these things bother you so much that you would even entertain them coming from a person known to be unstable and dishonest. Stop automatically assuming that the other person or people involved are right or fine and that you're always the problem or that you're always the person required to fix, manage, and change relationships and situations. This mindset is left over from childhood. It was bogus then, it's bogus now. You can learn to practice looking at things in a more balanced, realistic way that's more fair to everyone, including yourself. Especially yourself. And one of the ways to start doing that is to really and truly understand that the things people do and say are a reflection of them, not you. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, via text, via messenger, via email, over the phone, and through Skype for worldwide clients. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab. The schedule does fill up fast. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something very important, and that is why you should listen to narcissists. I know, you're going to say, but Little Shaman, you always tell us not to listen to narcissists, that everything they say is crazy, projection, BS that isn't based in reality. That's true, and I still mean that. Believe me, I still mean that. But you probably should listen to the narcissist in your life to a certain degree, and this is what I mean by that. First, let's be sure we understand what is meant by listen. Listen in this context does not mean obey, does not mean take to heart about yourself, does not mean internalize, does not mean allow to define you or anything like that. That we still don't ever want to do. It just means listen in the sense of physically hearing what's being said and mentally comprehending what it means. When you start to do that, when you really start to do that, you are very likely going to hear some things that you really didn't hear before. When you listen to narcissists and you take the time to truly comprehend the things that they're saying, what you hear is how they really view things and what they really think. Not necessarily of you or anything else specifically in reality. That's always a crapshoot based on their moods and emotions in the moment and cannot ever really be taken seriously. What we're talking about more is how their mind works, their perception, how they view the world in general. And when you hear that, when you truly hear that, you will realize there's no hope of having any actual relationship with this person at all because the way they see things is so rigid and negative that it's completely hopeless. Narcissists, like everyone else in the world, will tell you how they really are and what they really think if you actually listen to them. It's true that they attempt to present themselves a certain way and things like that, but it's also true that the reality is right there in front of us the entire time. All we have to do is look. To see, one has only to look. To hear, one has only to listen. Dealing with narcissists is no different. One of the hardest things about doing this is trying to see past our own emotions and projections. A basic amount of projection is necessary for communication. We have to assume that others are coming from the same basic place that we are, that they mean the same basic things when using the same basic words and things like that. Where things get complicated is that this is not always true, so misunderstandings can happen. When we're dealing with pathologically narcissistic people, it isn't really safe to assume anything about what they're saying or what they mean, and if we really listen to what they say, we can see that. As we discussed in the episode of the show, Decoding Narcissistic Communication, narcissists often use words, idioms, and or expressions incorrectly. For example, their definition of words, particularly words that describe feelings, are often incorrect or are misconstrued. They might say things that make no sense or that seem out of context. There's also some bigger, more emotional projection that happens as well, and this is not only incorrect but often dangerous. The example we always use on this channel of this kind of projection is serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer is considered by many people to be a sort of Lonely Hearts Club guy who killed people because he didn't want to be alone. This perception was created by Dahmer's own words. When asked why he killed people, he said it was because he didn't want them to leave him. When asked why he ate people, he said it was because he wanted them to be a part of him. People hearing these words from such a soft-spoken, awkward, basically normal-looking man assume that Dahmer means what they would mean by those words, and they attribute his motivations to loneliness. This causes them to view him as a sympathetic, even tragic figure who killed because he was so shy and lonely. However, the reality of the situation is very far from any of that, and these facts are known. It's not a secret. Dahmer's behavior toward his victims both before and after they were dead demonstrates his extreme lack of empathy, his extreme objectification of other people, his complete lack of interest in normal relationships with living, cognizant human beings demonstrates this as well. When taken in context with the reality of his actions, we can see very clearly that Dahmer's statements regarding his motivations are not statements of loneliness. They are statements of ownership. He didn't care if people had lives or families or dreams or needs or hopes or anything else. He just wanted them to stay there, and so he kept them like they were objects. He even used that phrasing several times. I wanted to keep them. His motive for eating his victims was actually sexual gratification, a thing that he freely admitted. It had nothing to do with anything else. People just project their own meaning onto his words based on their own emotions and experiences, not the reality of the situation. We see then the danger of projecting our own feelings and experiences onto other people, especially when their behavior contradicts our interpretation. As we discussed, these things about Dahmer are known. People still allow their own projections to color their perception of both him and his crimes. This is also something we see in less extreme situations all the time. Projection is the opposite of empathy, because empathy is seeing how other people feel, and projection is seeing how you feel. This can be dangerously misleading. When listening to other people talk, we need to be cognizant of how much we are filling in, how much projection we are engaging in. Too much is dangerous, especially if the facts of the situation conflict or even contradict what we think we're hearing. It's important to give the facts of the situation more weight than our interpretation of what someone says. This isn't always easy, but with practice we can learn to put our personal interpretations aside and just listen to what's being said. When you do that with Dahmer, for example, his words sound very, very different. It's also important to try to put our emotions aside. With narcissists, this is often extremely difficult. They typically communicate using emotional manipulation a lot of the time, so trying to hold your emotions in check and really listen can feel almost impossible. It's not, though, and if you can learn to do it, the reality of what you hear is very disheartening. You hear the depth of their distrust, their anger, their fear, their contempt for other people, their loathing for themselves. You hear their willingness to take advantage of other people, their absolute conviction that the world is a scary, dangerous, predatory place where people do nothing but try to get over on each other all the time. You hear their complete and total disbelief in things like genuine kindness, trust, love, reciprocity, fairness. You hear their hopelessness that anything could ever get better for anybody ever, especially themselves. Perhaps most importantly, in a practical sense, you hear their outright refusal to ever listen to anything anyone ever says to them. The disdain and disgust, the blatant contempt mingled with terror because of their absolute certainty that literally everyone is trying to manipulate, take advantage of, or screw them over somehow. Their outright refusal to be convinced of anything, to have anything proven to them, to be wrong about anything, even if it's harming them somehow to be wrong. No willingness to risk, to trust, to try anything. You hear their refusal to invest, the reality that they don't want to believe anything anybody says to them. You hear their absolute disregard for other people, their inability to even see other people. You hear their legitimate and fervent belief that they really are the only things that matter. You hear no hope for anything, no path forward or way through offered to anybody, no way to make anything better, no ability to change or grow or evolve at all. No belief, no faith in anything, no benefit of the doubt for anyone or anything, no ability to bend, no flexibility of any kind. It's all locked doors and dead ends. It is a broken record of negativity and hopelessness and refusal to do or see anything differently that just plays and plays and plays. There's no hope here of anything. And once again, this is not so much about the words that they say, though you can generally hear it there too. This is about their mindsets, how they look at things, how rigid their perceptions are, how fixed their beliefs, how little capability they have to even see outside of these things at all, how small their capacity for adaptability, flexibility, and change really is. It's about hearing this, really hearing it, and really understanding how pointless it is to try and get through to this person or to hope for something else to happen. Listen to what they say. You'll hear it. They're telling you the same thing over and over and over again. Nothing is going to change, and they will never see anything differently because they're actively resisting, fighting, and defeating every single way that change could possibly happen, and they will continue to do so. Hear this and believe it because it's the truth, and they really are saying it the entire time if you listen. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support emails, and weekly support meetings, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and today I wanted to talk to you about pathological narcissism and the tragedy of perception. Before we get started, there are a few important notes I want to make. Number one, narcissism is a spectrum, and narcissists are people, so not everyone has exactly the same behaviors or experiences. It's about patterns and mindsets. Number two, a personality disorder is a diagnosis. A narcissist is a type of person, one who has rigid and toxic narcissistic traits. Number three, if you recognize some of these things in yourself that we're going to talk about, remember that there's a world of difference between displaying narcissistic behavior and being a narcissist. Number four, this channel has at least one video about each of the topics covered here if you need more information. When the Apostle Paul stated that we as people see through a glass darkly, he was saying that we have an incomplete and egocentric view of reality. He was saying that what we see reflected to us about ourselves and the world through the mirror of our perception is not always accurate. There is no type of person who lends more credibility to this statement than a pathologically narcissistic person. The truth is, we all have our biases. We all have our frames of reference. We all have our experiences. We all have our perception. Narcissistic people are not different in that regard. Where they often differ is in how strongly they hold these biases and how their perceptions are processed. This might not seem like a big deal. After all, everybody sees things a little differently, right? However, we must have a baseline to start from. If 4 people see a ball and 1 person sees a tomato, there can be no conversation about the ball or how it got there because not everyone even agrees that there is one. When perceptions cannot be agreed upon, there is dysfunction and disagreement. If perceptions are widely divergent, there's a lot of dysfunction and a lot of disagreement. When perceptions are so totally different that there can be no agreement at all on anything, communication is now no longer possible. There must be a place to start from, an agreed upon idea or focus of the interaction. If this is not present, there can be no healthy or productive interaction at all. Because of the affected perception of pathologically narcissistic people, there can be no agreed upon focus or baseline for communication. In many ways, this affected perception is the wellspring of all of the difficulties that are notorious for affecting relationships with this kind of person. It isn't you say tomato, I say tomato. It's you say tomato, I say basketball. The perception of the narcissistic person is so colored by their perceived experiences and emotions that it can come across as paranoid, eccentric, or even delusional. People are at a loss to understand how the narcissistic person has come to the conclusion or the idea that they are now espousing, and when they're asked, it's often very difficult for the narcissistic person to explain their thinking. If they can explain, the leaps in logic are often astounding and senseless, leaving people with the idea that they're dealing with someone who is profoundly mentally ill, grotesquely immature, woefully mistaken, or perhaps simply lying. Maybe it's one or the other. Maybe it's all of these things. Maybe it's none of these things. The pathologically narcissistic person's relationship with the truth, and consequently, or perhaps in tandem, with reality is tentative at best. For the narcissistic person, feelings are facts. They are evidence of reality. If someone says something that hurts them, it becomes a fact, and therefore their reality that this person said it to hurt them, and for no other reason. The proof of this fact is their feelings. Because they have, quote, proof, no other explanation or reason will be accepted. It's the same way with everything. This is a backward way of processing information where they fit the facts to their feelings rather than fitting their feelings to the facts. It is essentially saying, this is true because I think it is. The proof of its truth is that I think it, and if I think it, it must be true. This irrational circular logic cannot be argued with, mostly because it can't be disproven. How can you argue facts against a feeling? When dealing with narcissistic people, many times the feeling is the argument. It's the theory, the evidence, and the conclusion. Attempts to prove or disprove the facts surrounding their argument are often taken as gaslighting and manipulation. You can't prove that you weren't trying to hurt them or embarrass them or lie to them or cheat them or whatever, because they are hurt. They are embarrassed. They feel lied to. They feel cheated, and on and on and on. To them, that's proof of your intention right there. The reasoning seems to be, if you did not intend for me to feel this way, I wouldn't. Whatever feeling has been triggered, anger, shame, jealousy, anything else is now calling the shots. And everything that is perceived now is seen through this defensive, suspicious, hurt, and slanted lens, and it looks bad. Because the feeling is the argument, they may feel that any assertion you make to the contrary is an attempt to talk them out of their feelings, deny the harm you've done, trick them into accepting something hurtful, or that you are dismissing their feelings. This feels like abuse and manipulation. Asserting or arguing the facts of the situation is threatening to narcissists because you're now invalidating their feelings, which is to say, you're invalidating them. Contradicting the actual facts of the situation feels to the narcissist as though you are contradicting, even attacking, their feelings. Consequently, you are attacking them. Because narcissistic people are so disconnected from themselves internally, they experience events differently than most other people do. They assume their thoughts and feelings are being caused by other people doing something, rather than being a result of internal conflict or problems. Now, this could be understandable or it could even be true, but a lot of times it really makes no sense at all. And instead of at least considering that their conclusions could be illogical, they use their feelings as evidence to double down. No matter how gently you attempt to contradict this experience or assert reality, they experience this as you telling them that they're wrong. Worse, you're telling them that their feelings don't matter, and subsequently neither do they. These feelings trigger shame in the pathologically narcissistic person, and they seem to be experienced as abusive, dishonest, or punitive rather than as an honest attempt at communication. This causes them to dig their heels in even deeper, hold on even tighter, and essentially destroys the possibility of actual communication. It has now become about winning. And the stakes are much higher than just a conversation or an argument. Winning is now about validating themselves as a worthy person. This is the bane of their entire existence. Now, obviously, most people understand that feelings can be hurt on accident, or that their perception of a situation may not be the reality of the situation. Narcissistic people do not function this way. Because of their affected perception, they believe that everything which happens is about, to, for, and because of them. Therefore, there's no way they could be hurt on accident because everyone is always considering how things are affecting them. They're the most important person in the situation, so how could this not be true? More importantly, their feelings back up their conclusions. The fact that they are making a backwards assessment of the situation does not occur to them, and it wouldn't matter if it did. Emotional fireworks with narcissistic people almost always begin with whatever they are claiming the other person did to upset them. Anything they did even directly preceding the situation does not matter, is not mentioned, and will not be acknowledged. If they are physically violent and you threw them out, well, the problem is that you threw them out, or you caused the violence somehow. If they have been caught cheating because you saw it in their phone, the problem is that you were snooping through their phone. If they said something horrible to you and you said something back, the focus will be on what you said back. Often things will be presented in such a way as to make it appear that you have done these things for no reason. This is probably a sincere experience for most pathologically narcissistic people. They really don't think they've done anything wrong. They really do think they are a special case, or that they have special reasons, or that they're subject to special treatment. When you can justify anything, absolutely anything, in your mind, the way that narcissists can, you can essentially do whatever you like. They always have a reason or a scapegoat or an excuse. Always. The reason for this is due to a survival mechanism they use called mirroring. One of the biggest problems for these types of personalities is that they require the cooperation of other people to survive, but they've been unable to work out how to successfully achieve this. They require voluntary participation from others in order to function, yet they are unable to successfully maintain even basic relationships with these people they so desperately need. Even the smoothest, most manipulative narcissist on the face of the earth uses up the goodwill of other people eventually. No matter how enamored or spellbound or afraid or dependent somebody is, eventually most people get sick of the way they're being treated. This is disastrous for the narcissist. Many people think that narcissists don't care what other people think of them. This could not be farther from the truth. They, in fact, require other people's input before they can know what to think of themselves. Pathologically narcissistic people cannot create, sustain, or regulate their own self-worth or their own self-image. The inability to do this is devastating to the human personality structure, and it often results in suicidal behavior. Once again, narcissists are no different in this regard. However, to combat this inevitable crash, narcissists survive using a tactic called mirroring. We see this in very, very young children. Small children cannot create or maintain their own self-worth or self-image either. They require caretakers to do this for them through the process of mirroring. This is where the caretaker reflects their feelings and their concept of the child back to them like a mirror. If the caretaker consistently reflects positive feelings and a positive image of the child will create a good self-image and have a healthy sense of self-worth. If the caretaker consistently reflects negative feelings and a negative image, or if the reflection is very inconsistent, the child's self-image and self-worth will suffer greatly. Keep in mind, this doesn't necessarily reflect reality or refer to anything intentional. For example, if mom and dad work all the time, children might get the impression that they're not important, and this creates a problem with self-worth and self-image, even though it's not necessarily reality and is certainly not intentional. This is the same basic way that pathologically narcissistic people operate. They require the input of others in order to function the same way that small children require it. Because narcissists already have such pervasive issues with their self-worth and self-image, they cannot tolerate negative reflections from other people, whether they're real or not. In the idealization or honeymoon stage of a relationship, the narcissist believes the other person is perfect. This is largely because the other person believes they are perfect. Narcissistic people do not forgive, condone, or accept mistakes from anybody, including themselves. To the narcissist's skewed perception, if someone is not perfect, they have no value. This is why they always have a reason or a justification or an excuse or a scapegoat. It's not a real mistake. It's not a real failure. And if it is, it's not their fault. As a way to combat their damaged self-image and non-existent self-worth, the narcissist has created an optimum, if one-dimensional, version of themselves to present to the world that insists on judging them so harshly. It's all good qualities and no bad. They use this flexible false self to mirror back to other people what they seem to want. This is how they have learned to survive, through mirroring and mimicry. They have no true interest in other people as people and are simply trying to get their needs met the only way they know how. As they mirror the other person reflects back to them extremely positive regard that helps create and sustain self-worth. This awesome person thinks I'm awesome. That would make anybody feel good. However, the narcissist is a paranoid and suspicious person in general and especially in any relationship of any kind. Other people have enormous power over narcissists in relationships because the narcissist is dependent on this person or these people for their survival. This causes narcissists to be defensive and suspicious. Not only do they usually believe everyone operates as they do, but as a maladaptive defense mechanism to combat their non-existent self-worth, they also believe they are the focus of everything and everyone is just waiting to take from them somehow. Or they may believe that everyone needs them somehow and they are the only ones who can help or fix things. At the same time, they fear the exposure of, quote, who they really are and the resulting loss of necessary relationships which will culminate in their needs not being met. And, whether conscious or unconscious, they also need someone to blame things on so they can remain perfect and therefore valuable. It's a complicated and unbalanced situation that usually does not last very long. Cracks in the narcissist's facade start to show through, often very early in the relationship. In established relationships, this is often experienced as going back to their old ways. As in, Mom promised to butt out of my business and stop being so controlling, but here she is calling my landlord and making everything worse instead of just letting me do it myself. She's back to her old ways again after not even a month. In order to achieve the respect of the narcissist, which is really only admiration and envy, they must perceive you to be better than they are in some way or at something. However, the narcissistic person is so self-loathing that this admiration and envy curdles very quickly. Admiration becomes scorn and contempt. Envy becomes jealousy. The things that made the narcissist believe you were superior and therefore attractive now make them feel inferior and therefore ashamed. Because they perceive their emotions as coming from outside sources, they assert that you are doing things to cause them to feel that way. This is perceived as an attack, and it will be treated as one. The worse the narcissist perceives that you are making them feel, the worse you will be treated. The more you deny these intentions, the less they will believe you. Part of the reason for this ongoing competitive one-upmanship perception is that narcissists often cannot manufacture anything of their own. They can't be right unless someone else is wrong. They can't win unless somebody else loses. Their entire life is a play they are putting on for an audience of one, themselves. Other people are simply props used to make the fiction more believable to themselves. If other people think I'm good, then I'm good. If other people are bad, then I am good by comparison. If others are wrong, then I am right by comparison. If the other person has lost, then I have won. If others are to blame, then I am not. Mirroring is the reason we often find that superficial relationships are more important to the narcissist than relationships with family or people who know them really well. The reflection they perceive from those who know them is not perfect. In fact, a lot of times it's awful. But those who do not know the narcissist have not been tainted with knowledge of the narcissist's abusive, reckless, or uncaring behavior. They are pure in that sense, and the image they mirror back to the narcissist reflects that. This can be why triangulation and compartmentalization happen. The narcissist does not want this, quote, pure supply of positive regard for them to be tainted by those who know them. They will often go to great lengths to keep people in their lives apart for this very reason. If someone's opinion of them changes, or they simply perceive a loss in that pure supply from somebody, they will often go on to reveal their pathological fear of exposure by accusing other people of ruining the relationship or going behind their back to tell the person things about them, even when this is completely illogical or makes no sense at all, such as in a situation where the people involved don't even know each other. This is one of the most destructive things about narcissistic relationships of any kind, and one of the reasons they are doomed to failure. The narcissist must maintain their flawless self-image at all costs. Of course, this is impossible. Nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. But in the narcissist's unrealistic perception, this is not acceptable. Beyond not acceptable, in fact. The waves of shame it causes are intolerable and even life-threatening. But though reality can be interpreted and lied about, it cannot be erased. There are times when someone simply must be to blame for something. There are failures which cannot go unanswered. There are mistakes which cannot go unpunished. In these situations, the narcissist needs a scapegoat. Now their perfect partner is not so perfect anymore. Somebody can't be perfect and reflect perfect positive regard for the narcissist while also being to blame for everything. This is where the relationship falls apart, usually on both sides, because what the narcissist is expecting from their partner is not possible. Narcissists have enormous difficulty resolving conflicting information about one object. Something is either black or it's white. It's either good or it's bad. It's either perfect and valuable or flawed and therefore worthless. No gray area, no in between. Most of us understand that everyone has positive and negative qualities. We can adjust to this, and we can accept that no one is perfect. Narcissists have immense difficulty with this, not because they believe that less than perfect is worthless. This difficulty is part of the reason they believe that, in fact. You're either one or the other. But because the actual processing of these contradictory things is exceedingly difficult for them. To try and process these things, for example, that a perfect object has made a mistake, causes them extreme distress. They cannot make sense of the situation emotionally, and it results in something called splitting. Splitting is when the mind creates two categories or two images for one thing, instead of being able to reconcile all of the object's characteristics into a total understanding of it. Rather than a complete and balanced picture of something or somebody, there is a, quote, good image of the object and a separate, quote, bad one. This is something that happens in babies and very small children because they don't have the capacity to work this out for themselves in a way that they can understand. For whatever reason, whether it's abuse, neglect, indulgence, or some other combination of factors, the pathological narcissist's development has been arrested and they are unable to do this either. This is why they accuse people of lying to them, misleading them, or betraying them just for not being perfect. Splitting causes serious issues in relationships with narcissistic people and is part and parcel to the idealization devaluation cycle so many people find themselves stuck in. A person cannot be perfect if they are also to blame for things. Someone who is not perfect has no value. Someone who has no value does not matter. They're not important. And this is how they will be treated. Until they try to leave, of course, and that's when the narcissist suddenly realizes that they're necessary, whether they're valuable or not, and attempts to resecure the situation. We call this attempt to suck people back into the relationship hoovering, and it happens because the narcissist is suddenly faced with the loss of a necessary situation and their self-worth bottoms out. A bad reflection is better than no reflection, and they will do whatever they can to get things back to the way they were. Hoovering is about the narcissist's attempts to control their resources. It's a survival mechanism necessitated by being unable to provide for their needs themselves. It's panic mode. Because people are necessary for the survival of pathologically narcissistic persons, they are essentially resources. Narcissists have severe anxiety in this area because of their deep-seated insecurity regarding their needs being met. They rely on other people to do this for them the way that children do, and controlling people in situations is the way that they try to ensure that these resources are secure and their needs will be met. When they are unable to do this, their anxiety can explode into hysteria, rage, violence, cold silence, or simply fleeing the situation because they can't deal with the overwhelming feelings of insecurity and helplessness that come from not being able to control other people, their resources. All of the manipulation, abuse, and controlling behavior from narcissistic people is an attempt to secure resources from someone who is in survival mode. Survival mode is the narcissistic person's daily experience, even though they may not appear to be in a survival situation. It is likely for this reason that they seem unable to display empathy in situations where they perceive themselves as being threatened or believe they have something to lose. The new theory in the mainstream medical community is that many narcissistic people do indeed have empathy, and listeners of this show know that that has been maintained here on this channel for years. Many narcissistic people obviously have empathy in some situations, and narcissism is a spectrum, so the percentage of the people considered narcissists who may also display genuine empathy varies. The key in most situations seems to be whether they feel that empathy will be detrimental to their survival or not. In a survival situation, empathy may not be able to be a part of the equation because caring too much about the plight of others could result in detrimental consequences for yourself. In a survival situation, trusting others, believing them, or caring about them could result in yourself getting hurt. And if there's one thing the narcissistic person tries to avoid, it's hurt. They are concerned only with now and are unable to see or care that the behavior they're engaging in now could cause them hurt later. Doesn't matter. What matters now is feeling better now. Tomorrow we'll be worried about tomorrow when it gets here. When you're in survival mode, you take it one day at a time. And today they are angry or sad or scared or anxious or lonely or whatever they are, and they must do something about that immediately, as those feelings are dangerous to narcissists. They are threatening. They are intolerable. The overwhelming majority of the behavior of narcissistic people is designed to manage their internal emotional landscape in some way. But the people around them may never realize the enormous amount of emotional difficulty pathologically narcissistic people are having because so many of them are so good at hiding it. They're so good at hiding it and so disconnected from their emotions, in fact, that many narcissists don't realize this either. They simply act, or rather react, to their emotional state, many times without ever even acknowledging the emotional state. To put it simply, fear often cancels out empathy. Self-preservation often cancels out empathy. Survival often cancels out empathy. This facet of the human condition is explored, for example, on post-apocalyptic television shows such as The Walking Dead. The characters are in a survival situation, therefore they are in survival mode, and they must make choices between empathy and self-preservation, between their desire to help, trust, or care versus their need to survive and their fear of the people who might harm them who are in the same situation. They want to trust, but they can't because doing so is dangerous. After too long of being in this situation and its accompanying mindset, most people, even adult people who previously did not possess any significantly toxic narcissistic personality traits, can eventually lose the desire and even the ability to trust or empathize, instead perceiving everything and everyone as either resources to be exploited or threats to be neutralized because survival has reduced everything to this one basic equation. Sound familiar? This is probably why many narcissistic people do seem able to display empathy when confronted with situations they're not personally involved in or in situations where they perceive no threat. They will not lose anything by identifying with the other person or the other people, so to do so is safe. For example, a narcissistic person may be able to feel empathy for people involved in a bus accident that they saw on the news. Or a narcissistic doctor may feel empathy for their patients because the patients are no threat to their authority and are therefore safe. We see this with narcissistic parents as well, when the children are too young to challenge their authority or reject them by becoming individuals. Now, some of this is undoubtedly image maintenance, but some of it does appear to be genuine. It's easy, though, for them to have positive regard for people and for things who do not or cannot challenge, judge, or abandon them. This is underscored by the fact that if they are challenged somehow, or if they do become involved personally, their perception of the person or the situation often changes dramatically. Empathy is no longer safe to offer, and so it isn't. It's canceled out by the fear, rage, shame, defensiveness, and other emotions triggered by their perception of this previously safe person or situation viciously and unfairly turning against them. If you examine your interactions with narcissistic people, and really their interactions with everybody, you will notice this same pattern of behavior repeating itself over and over again. And of course, some of them really don't have any empathy at all. And what we generally find is the farther down the narcissistic spectrum somebody is, the less empathy they're going to have. The pathologically narcissistic person's relationship with the world around them is complicated and confusing, both for them and for others who are in their lives. Everything is colored by their skewed, immature, and emotionally charged perception, and because of that, their relationships are unstable and volatile, including their relationship with themselves. As with any other person on the planet, their relationships with others are reflections of their relationship with themselves. For example, something often overlooked about narcissists is that they don't just engage in splitting with other people. They also split about themselves, and for the same reason. The same good and bad image they hold of others, they have of themselves, hence the false self. The same effort they will expend to hide malicious, abusive behavior or horrific betrayal is often put toward hiding silly, stupid things that nobody would care about, such as making a small mistake. And it's done for the same reason, hence their inability to take accountability for anything, no matter how insignificant it is. The way they treat other people is indicative of their unacknowledged feelings for themselves, which is why they are often so desperate to prove that this is not true. When you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic person, the most important thing to remember is that they literally do not see things the way that you do. If someone is truly a narcissist, their perception is extremely skewed. Their perception is colored by emotions they cannot regulate or understand. Some of them they don't even acknowledge. Dysfunctional coping mechanisms that have become pathological thought processes and knee-jerk reactions, as well as deep-seated beliefs that are often extremely illogical. Perhaps most importantly, many of them do not even know that these things are true. This is why seeking help for this problem is fraught with serious issues if it even happens. Aside from the fact that they trust nobody enough, including themselves, for a narcissist to get help with these things requires them, at minimum, to be able to use insight, which they don't have, to engage in successful reality testing, which they can't do. It requires them to use their fundamentally flawed perception and corrupt thinking processes to examine this fundamentally flawed perception and these corrupt thinking processes so they can identify and correct the flaws in this perception and these thinking processes. For all intents and purposes, this is just not possible. It's using a computer program contaminated by viruses to find the other viruses in the computer. It doesn't work because the program itself is contaminated. This perception evolved during childhood in an effort to keep the narcissist safe and has now become a pathological process that keeps them stuck in the idea that they are not safe, ever. All facets of the pathologically narcissistic person, when examined, come back to this one thing. Any efforts to convince them that this is not true are experienced as manipulation, because why would you want to tell me that I'm safe here with you when clearly I'm not? My feelings prove that I'm not. But they are not safe anywhere, and it's because they cannot even trust themselves, their feelings, or their own perception, much less their ability to fulfill their own needs and care for themselves. Sadly, their dysfunction has evolved in such a way as to, quote, protect them from exactly what they need to understand in order to make things better. It's a tragic situation in so many ways, but you can't fix it. There's nothing to fix. This is what they are. This is what it is. The, quote, bad side of the narcissist is part of that, just like the, quote, good side is. These things cannot be separated. It might seem like two different people or two different personalities, but it's not. Dr. Jekyll is Mr. Hyde. The good news is, for those who recognize this behavior in themselves, there is hope. Whether you are narcissistic or a victim who is displaying narcissistic behavior because you learn to be in defense mode all the time, you can change these things. You can learn to trust yourself, meet your own needs, deal with your emotions in a healthy way, and use reality testing to manage your perceptions and conclusions. It's not easy, but it's possible, and it is so worth it. It's up to you. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, through email, and via Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can do that by visiting LittleShaman.org and clicking the Book and Appointment tab. I teach workshops a few times a month, so if you're interested in attending one of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com, brought to you by shamanspiritcenter.com, Transrelational Healing, I Lived With a Monster.com, and littleshaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something virtually everybody encounters when dealing with pathologically narcissistic people, and that is crazy-making behavior. What does crazy mean in this context? To put it very simply, it means that someone is not in touch with reality in the sense that they don't seem to be having the same experiences that everyone else is having because they are saying or doing things that don't make any sense, either within the context of what's happening or just in general. When dealing with narcissists, people are often told that they are doing this all the time. And by all the time, we mean all the time. The gaslighting effects in these situations can be very severe and they can be nonstop. This happens for several reasons, which we're going to get into, and it can be extremely destabilizing for people. And that makes sense. If someone is telling you constantly that every single thing that happens or that you do and you say is wrong, misunderstood, mistaken, lies, a trick, fake, and whatever else they're constantly being told, most people are going to start to wonder why this is happening. And because most people approach situations in good faith and through their own paradigm, the idea that someone is lying or at the very least not seeing things clearly does not occur to them. They automatically assume, for example, that the narcissist has a legitimate reason for the things that they're saying, because why would someone say and do things without a legitimate reason? So people look at their own behavior to try to figure this out and address it. This can often become a double whammy because not only is this most people's automatic inclination, it's also what they're being told. Narcissists have an external locus of control, which means that they believe things outside of themselves dictate their experiences, choices, and outcomes. Anything that happens to them is the result of external forces. This includes their behavior, feelings, the things that they think. These are all things that are experienced by narcissists as happening to them. They are not acting, but being acted upon and then reacting to that. They're not choosing. They're not in control of anything. Things are just happening around and for and to them. Narcissists are exceptionally passive in this way, which makes them feel powerless in their own lives. This puts them into constant conflict with other people because they view the behavior of other people as controlling and malignantly impactful. Due to their extreme egocentricity, there is virtually no chance that they will be able to view external forces such as the actions of other people as having nothing to do with them personally, and due to their extreme negativity bias, there's no chance that they're going to be able to view the actions of other people as benign or harmless. That's why you not only lied, you tricked them with the intention of manipulating them for some nefarious plot and purposes. There's also often projection involved here as well. This is all extremely confusing for people. It can make them feel like they are legitimately going crazy, that they can't understand reality or what's going on, or that reality is not making any sense to them. Why did this person get upset with me because I did something that I've done 500 times before with no problem whatsoever? Why is everything I say and do upsetting this person somehow, no matter how careful I'm trying to be? Why is doing everything they are asking me to do still not stopping the conflict? How am I getting this wrong every single time? Why are they taking everything I do so personally? Why do they view everything I do as so negative? Why can't I do anything to fix this? Why are neutral or even good things being interpreted as harmful and negative? Why does this person think I am so bad? How am I causing all these problems, but I can't seem to prevent them? Why doesn't this person believe I care about them? Why does this person think that I did and said things that I didn't do or say? We were both there, and on and on and on and on. It can eventually reach the point where these questions and many, many more are swirling through somebody's head all day long, every single day, because they just cannot figure out what's happening. This is a shame because the answer is actually right in front of them the entire time, but they just don't see it because the idea that the person telling them these things is lying or wrong does not even occur to people until much later, if it ever occurs to them at all. And why would it? This is a person who says they care about you. Why would they lie? How could they be that wrong about your motives or your intentions? There must be some reason. The reality is, both of these things can and usually are happening in relationships with narcissists. They are often wrong and they're often lying. People don't see that because they take for granted that everyone they're interacting with is just like them. Sadly, that's just not true. And if you learn nothing else from interactions with a narcissist, you will learn exactly how untrue that really is. Those questions are just the tip of the iceberg in these situations, and it is very, very confusing and hurtful for people. They cannot understand what's happening, yet they're continuously being told that they're causing it. They are addressing every single thing that they're being told that they're doing wrong, and there's still a problem. They're being told every single day that they don't care, that they're abusive, that they're embarrassing, that they're stupid, that they are hurtful, that they are liars, cheaters, phonies, haters, con artists. The list goes on and on. In these situations, there is nothing happening that would lead a rational person to these conclusions. And people dealing with narcissists cannot understand how the narcissist is coming to the conclusions that they're coming to. People cannot understand how this person is taking 2 plus 2 and getting 47. The math ain't mathin'. Instead of going from A to B to C, the narcissist is going from A to F to yellow to triangle to do not enter sign. When asked to explain how they have arrived at their conclusions, many narcissists do not answer, likely because they actually cannot explain in some situations, or they give a nonsensical answer that makes no sense. They might be intentionally withholding this information in the belief that this gives them the power position in the situation. Others will give an explanation that includes their assumption of the other person's motives and intentions, and they are either unable or unwilling to understand that this part of it is not a fact. For example, Bobby says, "Hey, Jimmy, did you know that we moved the tools to the shed?" That's the event. Those are the facts. Bobby said those words. If Jimmy is a narcissist, he may recount the facts as, "Bobby asked me if I knew they moved the tools to the shed because he thinks I'm so stupid that I don't know where the tools are." Bobby's motive is automatically injected into the facts. Or, "Bobby asked me if I knew they moved the tools to the shed to embarrass me in front of the other guys." Again, the motive is automatically included, as if it's a fact. A narcissist's processing and understanding of events often includes their assumption as quote-unquote facts of the situation. In our example, Jimmy is a narcissist. He feels that he should know everything, and since he didn't know that the tools were moved to the shed, he feels shame for that. Jimmy therefore assumes that Bobby must have intended to shame him because he would not feel shamed unless that was Bobby's intention. Remember, narcissists have an external locus of control. Everything that happens to them is caused by forces outside themselves, and this includes their feelings. Same with Bobby said that because he thinks I'm stupid. Jimmy feels stupid for not knowing, even if there's no way that he could have known until Bobby told him. The idea that Bobby was just telling Jimmy because Jimmy might not know does not occur to Jimmy because Jimmy is a narcissist. Narcissists appear to be incapable of understanding that a person can have normal reasons for things that don't include some rotten personal motive against, toward, or somehow involving the narcissist. That just can't be. It's all projection of their own stuff onto the environment, and it includes zero understanding that other people exist separately from them and have their own motives or intentions or reasons for things that might not have anything to do with the narcissist at all. Telling them this just sounds like a lie to them and a way to get away with whatever dastardly deeds you are planning to do. Like saying, "Hey, look over there while I take your wallet." This is absurd, and for people who don't understand what's going on, it's extremely confusing, extremely upsetting, extremely painful, and extremely destabilizing. It causes massive anxiety and tension because there's no way to know how this person will take even such neutral comments as good morning or hey, what are you up to today? The key to understanding the whole thing is firstly to understand that when you're dealing with a narcissistic personality, you are dealing with a person who is having a very different experience than you are. This in and of itself makes things extremely confusing. It's like trying to have a conversation about the movie that you both watched last night, but they were watching Godzilla while you were watching Titanic. It's like trying to have a conversation when you are in Titanic and they are in Godzilla. The plot, the script, the characters, everything is completely different. The conversation cannot even get started and it will make no sense whatsoever because you are having completely different experiences from each other and there is no way to reconcile or overcome this. It is what it is. You cannot convince or control or prove or argue them out of what they feel they have experienced, and you shouldn't bother trying. It's pointless even if you have proof, and it's only going to hurt and confuse you more. Think about the times that you've tried to do that. Isn't that exactly what happened? It's all that will happen. The second part of this is you have no way to know what the experience they are having actually is. There's no way to know until they tell you, and because their emotions dictate so much of their experience and they are so unstable, asking them 3 different questions about the same event could result in 3 different answers. In one, you guys had a great time. In another, you guys had a terrible time. And in the third, the event didn't even happen and you're lying. There's no way to predict what kind of experience narcissists are going to report having because they are emotionally dysregulated and delusional. They could be lying for some reason. They could be confabulating and misremembering. They could be not paying any attention at all and have no idea what you're actually talking about, but just be answering anyway. There's no way to know or predict how they're going to take something or experience it, and this is extremely confusing and demoralizing for people. What do you do when reality doesn't work? The relentless exposure to constant rewriting of history and constant challenging of basic reality can severely erode a person's sense of stability and security. This is far beyond just disagreeing about what happened. This is every minute of every day. The person you are interacting with and sharing your environment with is describing and reacting to a completely different experience of reality than the one that you are having, and in particular, a completely different version of you that is not who you really are. This is severely destabilizing for most people. Interestingly, it's probably similar for the narcissistic person too, because the reflections from their environment constantly contradict what they believe they're experiencing too. This is very likely part of why their personalities and emotions tend to be so unstable, why they tend to accuse other people of gaslighting them, and why so many of them believe that they're victims of narcissists themselves. That's actually not surprising at all. There are, of course, times that narcissists are intentionally gaslighting other people, but typically you don't see any genuine confusion from them at their narratives being contradicted during these times. They may react badly, they might be angry, but they're not confused. They know they are intentionally misrepresenting what happened, so there's no reason for them to be confused. For people who are caught in these situations, the destabilization can be very extreme, especially when they don't understand what's going on. If you cannot even count on up being up and down being down, what exactly can you count on? How are you supposed to be able to ground yourself in reality at all? This is what's known as crazy making behavior. This phrase generally refers to things that create confusion, self-doubt, and emotional distress in other people. Crazy making behavior, so named because it undermines a person's perception of reality and their mental stability, usually includes things like gaslighting, which is denying or distorting reality to make somebody question their own perceptions or their own feelings. Inconsistent communication, which means alternating between affection and hostility, making it hard for the other person to understand where they stand. Blame shifting, making the other person feel responsible for problems or mistakes even when they're not at fault. Withholding information, which is keeping important details secret to maintain control or power over the situation. Playing the victim, which is using guilt to manipulate or control the other person by portraying themselves as a victim and the other person as a perpetrator. And dismissing feelings, which is invalidating the other person's emotions or experiences, leading them to doubt themselves. When someone is exposed to these things on a constant basis, and constant means constant here, in many relationships that involve narcissistic personalities, the gaslighting, projection, blame shifting, and inconsistent communication are nonstop. The effects are devastating. People can literally lose their perspective of what is real and true or not. It is traumatic for someone's environment to consistently reflect back to them that what they are experiencing is not in sync with what other people are experiencing. Pathologically narcissistic personalities have some coping mechanisms to deal with this because they experience that all the time. What they think they are experiencing in consensus reality do not line up with each other. These coping mechanisms are not very effective because they mostly consist of various primitive forms of denial, but the majority of other people don't even have that, so it's extremely confusing and traumatic for them. Their brains cannot understand what's going on, therefore they can't process it, and they become stuck on just trying to make sense out of it. Because the inconsistent feedback and reflections from their environment never stop, the problem just gets worse and worse and worse and worse until eventually people might surrender to the narcissist version of reality because it's just easier. It's painful, but it's less confusing and less stressful in this particular way. This is what narcissists need. This is exactly what they're trying to do. The only way they can live in their fantasy come to life world where they really are who they're pretending to be is by forcing other people to go along with that version of reality. If other people believe in it, if other people live with it, if other people stop challenging it, then the narcissist can believe in it, then they can live it. That is what this is really all about. They need a place where they can act out their little one-man show for the only audience that really matters, them. Other people are both the costume the narcissist is wearing for their character and the mirror the narcissist looks in to see themselves as that character. The show is not for you. You are a prop that makes the show more believable to the real audience, the narcissist. They will ruthlessly erode everything about you without thinking twice because you don't matter. All mirrors reflect the narcissist. That's all people are to narcissists. Mirrors that they can use to see and experience themselves as real in their fantasy narrative. And when you look at a mirror, you don't see the mirror because the mirror doesn't matter. When people look in mirrors, they see themselves, and that is all they are looking at. That's what mirrors are for. That is how narcissists interact with other people. They don't see you. They see themselves. The culmination of exposure to this is often a traumatized, confused person who feels they cannot even engage in basic necessary exchanges reliably because they have been so confused and beaten down by these inconsistent reactions from their environment. They have no way to predict how it's going to go, and they often experience severe, protracted anxiety over very small things, such as asking for help opening a jar, or if the narcissist can hold the door open for them while they're carrying something outside. People can experience crippling anxiety for hours over things like this, paralyzed by their inability to reliably predict or influence how things are going to go and how this person's going to react. They can lose themselves completely. Things that would be a 2-minute conversation are turned into days-long battles, and they're still never resolved. They never get resolved. Things that would take 2 seconds take hours because we got to argue about why we shouldn't do that, or how controlling everybody is, or how that's the wrong way to do the thing, and how much better this person knows. Things that are not issues in any way to 99.99999% of people are twisted into these monstrous crimes against the narcissist that must be avenged right now and forever after. And to be clear, this is not a question of things that might be sort of contextually murky depending on the situation. This is literally stuff like asking for help to open a jar or to hold the door, and they attack and punish you for hours or even days for how inconsiderate and selfish you are for interrupting what they were doing to cater to you. And they mean that. How dare you do that? They berate you or ignore you like you don't exist until you are literally begging them to stop, and then they tell you how selfish and needy you are. Or they berate you and ignore you until you're walking out the door, and then they start screaming in rage about how you never loved them, you're so hateful and abusive. Or they start sobbing and asking you, how could you be so cruel when all they ever did was treat you so good? or they disable your vehicle, or they hide your keys, or anything else, or nothing else that you can possibly think of, including physically harming you, themselves, and or anyone else who might happen to be there. That is what living with a pathologically narcissistic person is like every single day. If they're not mistreating you somehow, they're probably ignoring you. If they're not doing that, they're probably love bombing you, which is manipulation and gaslighting and therefore counts as mistreating you. Virtually every second of every day is a roller coaster ride from hell in some way or another. And even if it isn't for a couple days, you are fully expecting it to become one at any time, so the stress and anxiety levels are still the same. These are some of the most unstable personalities on the planet, and everyone in their immediate environment is going to feel that if they are around long enough, period. As an aside, a very important aside, there is often debate about whether this is intentional or not, so let's be very clear here. It doesn't matter. To be very frank, worrying about that is a distraction and it's a waste of time. Whether someone is intending to do something harmful to you or not has zero effect on the impact it has on you. If someone runs you over with their car, you are not any less hurt if it happened because they're so self-absorbed that they just didn't see you. It's time to stop making it about the narcissist. It's about how this is impacting you, not whether they're doing it on purpose or not. That is important, but it's for later, when you're safe. It doesn't matter right now. What matters is that you have told this person the impact their behavior is having on you, and they are not stopping. You have alerted them to the fact that this is hurtful, which means that if they didn't know that before, they know it now. They're not doing anything to address it, and in fact, they don't even want to hear about it. Whether they are doing the things on purpose simply does not matter in that equation. They are doing hurtful things, and they're not stopping despite being told that these things are hurtful. That's all the information that is needed in order to understand this situation right now. I am telling this person that they are engaging in harmful behavior and they are not stopping. Now, people sometimes say, but what if they can't help it? Not that it's a lack of awareness or that it's intentional, but it's something that they can't help doing. That's actually worse in some ways. If someone cannot help doing something, I guess there's no real chance of it ever stopping, is there? They will just keep doing it no matter what, even if it kills you. Because if someone can't help it, then they just can't help it. The idea that because someone possibly cannot help repeatedly and intentionally hurting other people, that this should just be tolerated is frightening. It's exactly what narcissists want other people to believe, that the narcissist is the only person who matters, and the suffering of others doesn't matter at all so long as the narcissist gets what they want. For example, they're not capable of functioning in a relationship without harming other people, but that shouldn't matter because they want to be in a relationship, so you have to just put up with that. This is false. The other person or people in these relationships matter too, and they matter just as much as the narcissist. It is you who needs to understand and believe that, because a narcissist does not, probably cannot, understand and believe that. Again, it's time to stop making it about the narcissist. Anyone who thinks that willingly tolerating mistreatment is some kind of badge of honor or proves their loyalty or their love or anything like that needs to really think about that. They need to ask themselves why they would believe that this is an appropriate or reasonable thing in any way, especially considering it's exactly the same narrative that abusers perpetuate. That right there should tell you something's wrong. They really only see themselves in this context. Stop the behavior that is hurting other people or causing problems, just like you have done. It didn't work when you did it because it wasn't actually the problem, but the point is you still tried. And you did that because you care, because you do see other people. Can you say the same for them? Narcissists have serious issues. That is the truth. Psychological issues, emotional issues, perception issues, processing issues. The list is very long. They tend to lack empathy. They tend to be unable to bond in a normal way with other people. However, though these things may facilitate harmful behavior, they do not compel harmful behavior. What does this mean? It means that those things might make it easier or more attractive to choose to do things that hurt other people, but they are not forcing that choice. The narcissist is making it because they are the kind of person who does things like that. It is what it is. Once people accept this, things are a lot less confusing. You're not crazy. You're dealing with a person whose words, actions, beliefs, and everything else don't match up with each other, themselves, or consensus reality. The gaslighting will never stop. It can't stop because they are legitimately having a different experience than you are, and nothing is going to change that. There is no scenario where you can have a relationship of any kind with a person who is existing in a different reality than you are, who is having a completely different relationship with you than the one you're having with them. Part of you already knows this. Part of you knew something was wrong, has known something was wrong, and that it's something that cannot be fixed by tough conversations or some counseling. This is a serious problem, and it's the narcissist problem. If they won't do anything about it, all you can do is protect yourself. They've made their choice. Accept it and make yours. You have a lot more power here than you might think you do. Learn to use it. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or you can find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and littleshaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and littleshaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is very common when dealing with narcissists, and that is the bait and switch. For those who don't know, a bait and switch is a type of fraud. It's what it's called when you're promised something, but that's not what you get. Formally, it refers to merchants advertising or offering items that they don't really have, often at very low prices, in order to entice buyers into the store. Once they've got the person in there, they then claim that the item is sold out or otherwise not available somehow, and try to pressure the person to buy something that is similar, but usually lower quality and or more expensive. It can also refer to advertising something at a lower price, but then when it rings up, that's not how much it is, and different things like that. It is illegal because it's fraud. Now, that's what it originally means, but the phrase bait and switch can refer to any situation where what someone is promised or sold is not what they get. If you've dealt with a narcissist or other antisocial personality, you can probably already see where this is going. That is the entire experience of dealing with narcissists. The presentation that you are sold is not what you have when you get home. What you are told you're being given is not what you end up with. A saying that is related to this is the cat's out of the bag. In the medieval marketplace, they used to sell live piglets in sacks that you could not see through. In an attempt to defraud people, dishonest merchants would put animals that should not be eaten in the bag instead. For example, cats. When people got home and they went to get the pig out of the bag, a cat ran out instead. Hence the saying, the cat is out of the bag, meaning that the fraud has been exposed. People would be inclined to take the merchant at their word and not look in the bag to prove it to themselves, not just because they trusted the merchant, but because opening the bag could result in the pig escaping, and pigs can be extremely difficult to catch. The pig might get away, and then the buyer would have to pay for it anyway. In that situation, it was really a case of you pays your money, you takes your chance. Though this phrase was originally related to a bait and switch type of fraud, we also use it to mean that a benign truth is now known, often specifically to mean that it was exposed by accident. You hear people say that all the time. Well, now that the cat's out of the bag, this is the thing, and it's something that's not that big of a deal. For example, a nice secret like a surprise party was inadvertently revealed by somebody, and now the surprise got spoiled. When it comes to narcissists and psychopaths, of course, the surprise is not nice. The fraud is very real and it's very painful. And fraud is the right word. Fraud is defined as deceit or trickery of some kind with the intent of receiving a benefit for oneself, and it's predicated on the idea that the other person or people involved believe or rely on the information given or not given as being honest and truthful. It could be acting or failing to act. It could be things and information offered or things and information withheld. For example, someone not revealing that they were in prison at one point in their life or saying that they're divorced when they're not. When dealing with narcissists, this type of fraud is generally the norm. It's very common. Nothing promised is delivered. Nothing bought is what was actually sold. Nothing offered actually exists. Nothing is what it seems. The nice, sweet, considerate partner that someone thought they had in the beginning ends up being a cruel, callous, selfish abuser. The parent that everyone thought was so selfless and loving for most of their life is now revealed as a totally controlling, manipulative, punishing martyr. Narcissists are very often the complete opposite of what they pretend to be or say that they are, and the conflict around these two opposing things can be extremely confusing. People can be totally blindsided by it because even though they might have seen some red flags, there's almost no red flag that could alert someone to what's really happening here or how this is actually going to go. For example, the common red flags that we often hear about can't really prepare somebody for the amount of deception involved here, or the amount and level of gaslighting and mistreatment that very often occurs in these situations. It's just not possible to imagine this for people who have not been through it, and even a lot of times for people when they're in it. And there really just aren't any red flags that could legitimately prepare a person for the first time that they ever see what's really going on. A lot of times people beat themselves up for that, and it's like, yes, maybe you saw some red flags, but did they make it possible for you to know that it was going to be this? No. Many people are just steamrollered by shock when this happens. It's too much, and compared to what they thought they had, just too different for most people to be able to absorb very well, especially all at one time. When trying to process what has happened, many people don't realize that this can produce a deep state of shock that can take quite a while to go through. So people need to make sure that they're cognizant of that and are not being too hard on themselves for not getting over things fast enough and things like that. It's going to take as long as it's going to take. Allow yourself to go through it naturally. It's hard and it hurts, but fighting the process only makes it take longer and it only makes it harder in the end. People who have been through this have generally been through something that is pretty traumatic. The impact of this kind of emotional whiplash cannot be understated. It is shocking. It is painful. It's disorienting. It causes issues with so many things. People's self-esteem, their self-image, their self-worth, their faith in themselves, in humanity, in love, in relationships, in institutions, in systems, in the way things work in the world. Many people feel shame for not having seen through the fraud or for not seeing it coming somehow, as if anybody ever could. The impact that this has on people can be enormous, and it should not be underestimated. It isn't just a breakup or just a divorce or just a family estrangement. It isn't just an annoying coworker or a neighbor that is weird and gets on your nerves. It isn't just sibling rivalry or parental favoritism or any of the other quote unquote normal dynamics that people are usually dealing with. This is a fraud on such a deep level that it often isn't really even comprehended by the people that it happened to, let alone anybody else. Even knowing that a person has no true self, for example, is not enough for people to understand the level of fraud and deception here. It is so deceptive and so fraudulent that the fraud can't even be detected very easily because it's so complete. And that makes sense. Any game looks straight if everyone is being cheated at once. And narcissists are cheating everyone they interact with. Everyone they interact with is being cheated and defrauded. They are even defrauding themselves most of all. It's so hard to see through, though, because in a way, there's nothing to see through. It's like saying you're seeing through air. It's just everywhere, all around you, and in everything. The gaslighting in these situations is so complete and so omnipresent because the deception is omnipresent. This person lives in a different reality than you do, legitimately. This is not a one-time fraud either, like buying a cat instead of a piglet. This is an ongoing effort to sell you a cat in a bag and tell you it's a piglet every single second of every single day. Narcissists are the epitome of the toxic salesperson archetype. Everything they do and say is an attempt to sell something, usually an image of themselves, an idealized image. They are trying ultimately to sell this image to themselves, but the only way they can do that is by selling it to the people around them first. If you don't buy it, neither can they. You are the mirror that makes that image of themselves real. If you see it and you buy it and you believe it, then they can do those things too. But it's not just their image of themselves. Very often, everything from this kind of person feels like a sales pitch. They just keep talking and talking and pitching and selling and convincing and just really beating you to death with stuff. From what you should choose to watch on TV, to what you should have for dinner, to what political ideologies you need to subscribe to and what your opinion should be, and everything else in between and around and beside and behind. That's one reason it's so exhausting to be around these personalities after a while. Everything is a sales pitch of some kind, and you have to keep fending it off and keep saying no and keep making sure that you're not accidentally agreeing to some BS that you don't even know what it is. Every day, all day long. This person is systematically trying to force you to agree with and validate and condone and take into yourself everything they say all the time. And this is exhausting. Because narcissists have no true sense of self, they attach to other people to define themselves in comparison to or contrasting with that person. You having a different opinion or thoughts or whatever of your own is very threatening to them because of that. Anyone with a different opinion is a threat to theirs, but most especially if you are one of their main suppliers of their self-image, one of their main mirrors. Therefore, they have to keep at you nonstop, trying to force you and erode you and shove you into the way that they see things. It's the only way to nullify the threat. They have to eliminate it. If they can't do that, a lot of times they'll find what they're looking for somewhere else. They might not exit the relationship, but they will still be looking to find this elsewhere somehow. This is the way a bait and switch works. They offer you one thing, then they try to give you something different. They justify that somehow or simply try to gaslight you into believing that this is what they always said that you were getting, even though both of you know that that's not true. The reason for this is very simple. As we explored in the episode of the show called Narcissists Are Boring, narcissists are all sizzle and no steak. The reason they can't give you the thing that they originally offered you is because they don't have it. They have to try to use some other means, guilt, manipulation, fear, whatever else, to force you into accepting less because that's all they have to give you. For example, they offered you a loving relationship with another adult, and what you got is a forced caretaking situation with a cruel perpetual child. When you protest and you say, hey man, this is not what I signed up for and this is not what you told me this was going to be, they either insist that it is or that you're evil and cruel and stupid or whatever else because you won't take it. This goes for any type of relationship, family, partner, friends. It always ends up the same way. People who thought that they were in some kind of relationship with another adult who end up feeling forced into taking care of a perpetual child somehow and who are being told that they are wrong or bad because they don't want to do that. And to be clear, by taking care of, we don't necessarily mean paying for them or tying their shoes or making sure they eat their vegetables. This can happen, and it's not as uncommon as many people might think, but it's also stuff like regulating their emotions for them and anticipating their needs and being required to read their minds because they just won't say anything. Adults are supposed to be able to do all of these things for themselves. If you are expected to do them, you're being expected to take care of another adult, whether they realize that or not. The fact that they believe this is your responsibility says a lot. For instance, if you are expected to make and do and be and have and keep everything perfect so that this person never feels offended or hurt or angry or upset, if you're told that they're not responsible for their behavior because they're just reacting to you, if you are blamed for their behavior and how they feel, if you're blamed for not somehow preventing their emotional responses, these are examples of being expected to regulate another person's emotions for them. That is not acceptable in relationships with other adults. This dynamic is essentially a setup from the beginning because it can't succeed. It's not going to work. You will never be able to behave so perfectly and manage the environment so carefully that the other person never feels any negative emotions, especially because when you're dealing with narcissists, they have other mental health problems that are contributing to the situation immensely, enormously. Even worse, this dynamic makes it possible for narcissists to continue to ignore their own very serious mental health issues because they can just keep saying that they have no mental health issues or any other kind. You are the problem. And if you stopped being such a failure or an idiot or a loser or whatever else they're saying you are, everything would be fine. They are not to blame here for anything, ever. It's all you or whoever the bad guy is, and that's final. This does not mean that you are responsible for their failure to acknowledge their own issues, of course. That is 1000% their responsibility, whether they take it or not, whether they know that or not. But there is no need to make it easier for them or to participate in this more than is absolutely necessary. As we explored in Narcissists Have No True Self, narcissists do not have a fixed and stable identity. They have an idealized image of themselves instead. This is what they bait people in with. This is what they offer as being available to other people. It's not. It doesn't exist. They can play a role for a time, but that's all. And like all performances, it has holes in it that can be seen through if we really look. People often ask why narcissists bother with all this fakery and all this subterfuge. To put it simply, the reason is that this is all they have. Identity is not just about doing, it's about being. They tried to do the doing, but since they can't do the doing does not work out. It's an act, and that's all it is. A person cannot play a role forever. Whatever they really are comes out. For example, doing the things that a caring person would do will not fool others for long if you're not actually a caring person. You will miss too many things or you're going to make too many mistakes because in a truly caring person, the doing is a natural result of the being. People don't even have to think about it. In a person who is just trying to act, just trying to do the doing, in other words, without being the being, there will be situations where the act fails. Narcissists often tell on themselves in exactly this way without realizing it. They don't know what they don't know, but they're too arrogant and self-focused to realize that. This is where the switch becomes known. This is where the cat gets out of the bag. People start to realize what they actually have, and it is not what they thought it was. They start to realize that they've been deceived, they've been defrauded. Whether this is the narcissist's conscious intention from the beginning doesn't matter. That's what has happened, and that's how it feels to the other person. This is a betrayal on a level that many people did not even realize can happen. A whole person can be a fraud. Not just in the sense that they're posing as somebody that they're not, even though they are doing that, but in the sense that the fundamental reality of who this person is, the fact that they're even a whole person at all, is an illusion. This calls into question for many people everything they believe in, everything they understand about their own perception, about reality itself, everything. In one fell swoop, everything someone thinks they know about reality and life itself can be shaken by this. That is the impact this can have on somebody. It's beyond the basic impacts of abuse or cheating or lying, which are horrible in and of themselves. This impacts the very fabric of a person's reality, and it is a very big deal. Many people don't realize how big of a deal it is until much later, and people who have not dealt with this don't understand it at all. This is a fraud of the mind, of the body, of the spirit, of the soul. It is the biggest deception, a betrayal on a level that cannot even be understood sometimes until years later, because it is so large and so deep. It can literally be too big to see. This is the crux of the bait and switch with narcissists. You are being offered something valuable that does not exist by a person who has no ability to give it to you and who is going to instead try to force you to accept something of much lesser quality that is much more expensive. Don't settle. Insist on what you were told you were getting and walk away immediately from relationships where people cannot or will not provide that. When a person's words don't match their actions, when their actions don't line up with what they claim to be, when what they claim to be doesn't match up with who they are, and when who they are does not line up with what you need, it's time to look somewhere else for what you're looking for. As we always say on this channel, you can't get groceries at Home Depot. You can't get groceries at Home Depot because they don't have groceries there to give you. And no matter how much you want them to or wish they did, they don't, and they never will, because it's not the kind of place where you can get that. What does this mean in this situation? It means you're not asking for too much, you're asking the wrong person. You're looking in the wrong place. It can be hard to accept that you're not going to get what you wanted from this situation, especially when it's a parent or a relationship in which you have invested a lot of time and energy. But if someone can't do a thing, then they can't do the thing. And investing more time and energy into it is not going to change the reality of that. Nothing will. It is what it is. Sometimes, even when you really try, you still lose. Sometimes, even when you do your best, you still fail. Sometimes, even when you really want something or when you even deserve it, you still don't get it. That's not negativity, it's reality. Some things are just a waste of time, and trying to force people to change or to be different who don't want to change and don't think they need to be different is one of those things. Accepting this part of the situation is about accepting that no matter how much you might wish it were different, there are some things that you just can't do anything about. Sometimes people don't like to hear that there's nothing they can do about something, or they don't want to believe that, but that doesn't change the reality of the situation either. It is what it is, and the sooner we can accept that, the less painful this is in the end. Considering how painful these situations are in general, any way that we can find to reduce the pain for ourselves is necessary, even if it's difficult in the moment. When someone has defrauded you, when they're defrauding everybody, including themselves, there's nothing else to do in the situation except accept that that's what's happening and move forward with that information. It's not easy and it's very painful, but it's better than the other options available to you in this situation. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication, including a new one on narcissists, dealing with narcissists. You can pick a copy up of that or any of the others from Amazon.com or LittleShaman.org. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics. So if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with weekly support meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is extremely important to understand when dealing with narcissists, and that is that narcissists don't play fair. When we are dealing with other human beings, there are certain sort of unwritten rules of engagement. Generally speaking, these would be things like be honest, be rational, be reasonable, be considerate, be fair, be equal, try to understand where people are coming from, try to create an equitable outcome for everybody as much as you can, report your experiences honestly, keep your word, these kind of things. Most of the people that we deal with follow most of these unwritten rules, more or less, particularly in our personal relationships. Certainly, many people will take a more equitable outcome for themselves if they're given the chance, but most people are rational and reasonable. For example, most people are genuinely trying to understand where others are coming from. Most people are trying to be fair in the general sense. However, many narcissistic personalities do not follow these rules. They feel no particular obligation to be honest or fair. They feel no desire to be equitable or treat other people equally. They feel no requirement to keep their word or to honor any of their agreements. They feel no desire to report reality or their experiences honestly. They feel no need to stick to the truth or reality at all. This is important to understand because as human beings, we tend to assume that other human beings are coming at us how we're coming at them. And especially this holds true if that's the case with most of the people that we deal with. Our brains expect people to do what other people do, and we can run into big problems if we are expecting a person to do things that they're not willing or capable of doing. This is the reality of many of these situations, and once we see evidence of this reality, we need to adjust our expectations to match that. For example, if we're dealing with someone who does not value being honest, we need to accept that as the reality of the situation and stop expecting them to tell the truth. They should, but they don't, and that's just how it is. This goes for everything, and it's a big part of dealing with toxic people or situations of any kind. We need to stop expecting a person to be different when they've already shown us how they actually are. How people should be often has nothing to do with how they actually are. What people should do often has nothing to do with what they actually do. It is what it is, and it's important to make that distinction very clear in your mind. Just because somebody should do something doesn't mean they will do it. Just because something's unfair doesn't mean anybody's going to care about that but you. Our job is not to give someone 100 chances to do the right thing. Our job is to recognize the reality of what's happening and decide if we choose to tolerate this person and their behavior in our lives or not. The reality is that when it comes to narcissists, many people choose not to tolerate the person or their behavior because narcissists don't play fair. Not only do they not follow the sort of unwritten rules of engagement for human beings, they don't even follow the rules of reality and objective experience. You can't even start in the same book, let alone on the same page. You are at the library and they're at the gas station or something. You're not having the same subjective experiences at all. And since their subjective experiences inform their objective ones, meaning how they perceive things and how they feel about those perceptions, influences their understanding of the actual things that happened to an extreme distorting degree. Because of that, you're not having the same objective experiences either. You are in reality, but you're not as far as the narcissist is concerned. You know that everything was fine when you were sitting there together watching a movie on Thursday, and if there was a video of this event, it would back up what you're saying, but that is not how they remember it at all. You were arguing furiously and you ruined the movie, and in fact, there was no movie. It wasn't even Thursday. There is no Thursday. You're just a giant liar. You don't even know how to tell the truth. Some of this is because they have no linear memory, and they often have memory issues in general. That's legit. But it also happens because they're now viewing the event through the lens of their current emotion. If the emotion they're having right now is negative, the lens will be negative, and therefore the event is seen and remembered as negative, regardless of what actually happened. This is also how things and people in the narcissist's life that were typically maligned and hated can become re-idealized over time. Their negative emotions regarding that person or that thing have changed, or they have faded due to acute relevancy and proximity, meaning because they're not really around anymore. Therefore, the narcissist's perception and recollection of the event has also changed. For example, let's say the narcissist hated their ex when you met them. Their ex was the devil incarnate. They were the worst person that ever lived. A true monster, an abuser, a cheater, a liar, crazy, psycho, cold, vicious, and you were an angel. The exact opposite of their ex in every single way. Over time, these roles can begin to switch. Now, 10 years into your relationship, their ex was not anywhere near as bad as you are. Their ex wasn't bad at all, in fact. Their memories of that relationship are much more positive now, to the point that they might not even remember seriously negative things in that situation that actually really did happen. They might even accuse you of being the reason they hated their ex, claiming that you poisoned their mind against this person. It is entirely possible that they actually do believe that. They don't remember what really happened, nor do they remember any lies that they might have told you about what happened. They just know that no one has ever been as evil and horrible as you are right now. You are capable of anything, and you have caused all the other problems in their life, so of course you caused this one too. That makes complete sense to them. This scenario can and often does apply to anything from their past. It doesn't have to be an ex. Their family, friends, a job, a place they used to live or go to a lot. Time and space can lead to re-idealization of devalued people, places, and things, particularly if those things are not around in the same capacity anymore. It can be sadly hilarious too, in a very terrible way, because many narcissists report their experience of this re-idealization as some kind of matured outlook and understanding on their part, when in reality, they're just engaging in the same old black and white idealized devalue cycle that they have always engaged in. If they got back into that situation or around that person or whatever again, it would follow the same pattern it always follows. Good at first, and then turning bad, turning sour. Illusion cannot stand up to reality, and illusion is all any of this really is. First, they are remembering it far too negatively, then they are remembering it far too positively. Both scenarios are extreme, and neither one is reflective of reality. Now, that's all assuming the narcissist's presentation of their flawed recollection of reality is sincere, which is often the case. These personalities really do have a lot of serious issues in the areas of memory, perception, and cognition. However, they also lie. In these situations, they lie because they're being contrary and they're simply refusing to agree with what you're saying just because you are saying it. They're lying because they're trying to hide something, because they're trying to make you look bad, and for various other reasons that really make no sense to people who are not disordered. This lack of narrative constancy and coherence alone effectively destroys communication, whether it's sincere or not. How can you communicate with anybody about anything if you can't even agree with them about what planet everyone is on? It's impossible. All it ever amounts to is a long, confusing time suck that frustrates and upsets people who are not only being gaslit about the actual events that took place, but also usually about the kind of person they are. Much of the time, the narcissist's subjective experiences involve them being wronged, cheated, harmed, overlooked, dismissed, or misled somehow. This is usually at the hands of other people, which means that many times their recollection of an event will include the person they experienced the event with doing something wrong to them somehow. This turns the entire discussion into the other person trying to defend themselves and reality and their character from being attacked by the narcissist and their ridiculous misrepresentation of what happened. This is not communication. This is meaningless nonsense and foolishness. There is no way to engage with this because it's completely outside of reality, and it's also completely unfair. As we discussed in the episode of the show called Narcissists and the Unfalsifiable Hypothesis, the issues with narcissists are very often subjective. People's motives, people's feelings, things that happened in the past which were not documented and therefore can only be recounted through memory. In other words, issues with narcissists very often involve things that cannot be proven false. They can't be proven true either, of course, but because they cannot be proven false, the narcissist insists that this is proof that it's true. You can't prove it false, therefore that means it's true. This is a completely unfair position to put people in, and it essentially makes it so that you can never be right, and the narcissist can never be wrong. Most people will accept proof of something or evidence that they are wrong. Narcissists exist in a subjective space where there is no evidence or proof. If there ever is, they simply ignore or deny it. This way of operating effectively cripples your ability to communicate in any way with this person, make any point, or say anything valid at all because they simply deny that it's true even when you can actually prove it. This is another example of how narcissists don't play fair. They hamstring the other person's ability to have any side or to defend themselves and their experience in any way. They dismiss all proof or evidence as flawed, insufficient, fake, or meaningless. They dismiss even solid argument as the meaningless denials of a liar. Everything you say or don't say simply proves them right in their mind. It's an endless series of loaded, have you stopped beating your wife types of questions and accusations. With those types of questions, no matter how you answer, you can be perceived to have admitted doing something wrong. If you say no, for example, you're admitting to beating your wife and you're still doing it. Have you stopped beating your wife? No. Oh, so you still beat her? If you say yes, you're admitting to beating your wife in the past because yes, I stopped, which means I did it before. If you say I don't beat my wife, you're dodging the question. Oh, so you're not going to answer me? Refusing to answer at all looks even worse. Pathologically narcissistic people attempt to trap you into, quote, admitting things in this same fashion by the way that they frame the things that they say. It's hard to say whether this is intentional or simply the way that they think. Because even very unintelligent narcissists do this, it's likely more related to the way that they think than anything else, but it doesn't really even matter because the end result is the same. No matter what you say, it will validate their conclusions and suspicions and accusations, even if you don't say anything. This is because it's not actually a real argument or an exchange where people have sides and they're presenting their sides. They're just attacking you, and you will not be allowed to defend yourself. You have no defense. You have already been found guilty. Understanding this is important because it helps people see why trying to engage in these situations is not recommended by most people. It's pointless. It makes no difference whatsoever. You cannot defend yourself. You're not on trial. You've already been convicted without ever even being given a chance to represent yourself in any way. This is extremely unfair, but narcissists don't play fair. They don't care about being fair. They don't care about fairness. They care about being right and vindicated. They care about winning. They care about punishing other people. When you realize that every interaction with a narcissist is potential evidence in an ongoing trial of your character in which no proof of your innocence will ever be accepted or considered, you realize the futility of even bothering. This is not a situation where this person is going to allow themselves to be quote unquote proven wrong, despite what may seem like protestations to the contrary. This can be tricky for people to navigate because, for example, many narcissists will repeatedly ask for evidence and proof or insist that you could convince them or change their minds, but then they reject every single thing that they're told or that they're shown as immaterial, irrelevant, inconsequential. The reality is that this is just not true, whether they think it is or not. You are not going to be able to prove anything to them because they made up their mind with no real proof or evidence in the first place. All you are really doing is handing them something to withhold from you so that they can feel powerful by not giving it to you. This only makes things worse for you. Narcissists are absolutely sure you are lying, and your denials, explanations, protestations, and evidence only convince them of that even more. It only serves to show them that now they have you exactly where they want you, and now you're panicking because you've been caught. They're holding all the cards, they're holding all the power, they are strong, you are weak. Of course, if you were to say, okay, fine, your mind is clearly made up, there's nothing I can do about that, so you just believe whatever you want then. This usually causes them to try harder to push you to want to defend yourself. They make even more extreme accusations maybe about your character. They might say things like, that proves I'm right because you're not even denying it, and other things designed to try to trigger you into defending yourself, because not defending yourself takes their perceived power position away from narcissists. Don't get confused here. This does not appear to be coming at all from a genuine place of truly wanting to believe you and just needing to be convinced. It's coming from a place of wanting you to keep defending yourself so that they can keep withholding, keep saying they don't believe you. It's just a power game. If withholding means that they can win in their minds, then they will do that. If giving in means that they can win in their minds, they will do that. This is why you often see that in Hoovers and situations where they're trying to regain control or re-secure the relationship after a person has attempted to exit it. They offer to give the things that they usually withhold. It has nothing to do with the subject or the thing itself. It's about their perceived power over it. The narcissist giveth, the narcissist taketh away, and make no mistake about it, that's absolutely how they see it. That is probably the biggest way that narcissists don't play fair, and it's also the biggest reason they don't play fair. Everything is about power and control on some level, and if you play fair, you might not win. They need to win because winning equals power, so they don't play fair. They are willing to use every dirty trick, stoop to every awful level, muddy every water, and do every single thing they can to make sure they come out the winner in every single power game they engage in. And since everything is a power game for pathologically narcissistic personalities, even simple small talk conversations, that means they are essentially doing this all the time. To be fair, because we actually care about being fair, narcissists think everyone else is doing that too. That's the whole thing. You're trying to control them and beat them and force them to lose, and they're trying to stop you from doing that. Think about the accusations that have been made against you, the things that you've supposedly done to upset them, the reason that they get angry. You will see proof of this. Narcissists constantly accuse others of trying to control them, trying to embarrass them, trying to sabotage them, trying to usurp them, trying to influence them, of trying to win, basically. Trying to overpower the narcissist and force them to come out bad or be the loser in the situation somehow. Narcissists see every situation as a contest and a competition and a comparison, and they have a little mental tally board in their mind that keeps track of whether they won or not. When you were at that office party and you didn't laugh at their joke, you were trying to humiliate the narcissist so they would look bad and you'll look better. That's a tally mark under your name. You won that one, which means they lost. When you asked them to hand you that pen and they did it like some spineless worm, you were demonstrating to everybody that you control them, even if there was nobody else there. That's a tally mark under your name. You won that one, which means they lost. And by the way, many narcissists really do look at it like that if you ask them to do something and they do it, no matter what it is, somehow you're controlling them, and they resent that enormously. These things are ridiculous. They're absurd. But if you've been dealing with someone who is pathologically narcissistic, you know that not only are they true, it can get much more ridiculous even than that. These personalities nurse extreme grievances against other people that the other people are not even aware of. They have no idea that the narcissist is so offended and aggrieved and hurt and angered by their behavior, because who the hell would be? Who looks at things like that? Narcissists do. And when dealing with narcissists, you are engaged in a war, a constant competition where you do not know the rules and you have no choice of whether to participate or not. Your name was automatically entered into the contest when you signed up for any kind of interaction with this person. You are forced to run in this race, but you're not allowed to win. If you are running faster than they can, this person will attempt to break your legs. Not completely. You still have to be able to run. They can't win the race if you're not in it, because it's not a race if there's only one person. They handicap you just enough so that you can still run, but you can't win. That's pretty much the summary of these relationships. You have to be able to run, but you can't be able to win. You are forced to compete in a game that you are not ever allowed to win. You can't even cheat somehow and just allow them to win so that the game could be over, because this is a race with no finish line. They don't want to just win anyway. They want to beat you. The point is for you to keep running so that they can keep seeing that they are legitimately beating you. You couldn't cheat anyway, because what are the rules? On what field is the game being played today? You don't know. You will never know. This is yet another way that it's rigged against you. All of a narcissist's emotional manipulations, all of their horrible abusive tactics, all the terrible things they do, it all comes down to this. Narcissists need to win, but they can only experience themselves in contrast and comparison to other people, which means that they need you to keep running so they can see that they're beating you. That's the important part. They have to see that they're beating you. When you are chasing them, when you're running after them, when you want something from them, they're beating you. When you outpace them, they trip you. They sabotage you. They manipulate you. They gum up the works. They throw sand in the gears. They attack you, sometimes physically. They do whatever they can to make sure you do not get ahead of them, because they simply cannot tolerate the feeling of losing. Losing for a narcissist means having no power. It means having no control over anything. It means not surviving. And here you thought you were running with the narcissist. No, you are running against them, whether you realize that or not. This is not jogging buddies. Narcissists cannot tolerate being equal in any way. They have to win. This is a race for survival, and this person has to make sure they do not lose, which means making sure you don't win. That's the worst part of this whole thing. How did the tortoise beat the hare? By being smarter, not faster. The narcissist is neither smarter nor faster. They know they cannot beat you. So in order to win, they have to make sure you can't beat them. The only way to do that, if you're not smarter or faster, is to cripple the opponent. If your opponent can only limp along, then it doesn't matter how dumb or slow you are, does it? On an episode of Married with Children years ago, Kelly, the daughter, was going out the door with a bat to beat up another girl, and Marcy, the neighbor, said, "You know, you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar." And Kelly replied, "Yes, but if you pull their wings off, they'll eat whatever you give them. Goodbye." That is the mindset we're talking about here. This is a person who knows that under any fair circumstance and in any straight game, they simply cannot compete. So they create a game that is completely slanted in their favor and force other people into competing against them without that person's knowledge or consent. That's the only way they can win. When you stop running, their race with you is over. This is why they try to regain control in whatever way they can and try to force you to keep running after them, keep wanting things, keep trying to prove, keep trying to explain, keep trying to get anywhere with your broken legs. You are not allowed to win, and by refusing to run at all, you won. How? Because by not running, you don't allow them to win, which means that in their mind, they lost. You took the control. You took the power. You basically said, why do I want to run a race I can't win for anyway? I didn't even want to be in a stupid race. Now they have no way to measure if they're winning or not, because they have nobody to compare themselves to, which creates huge anxiety and fear in narcissists, as they have no other way to experience or be able to see themselves. You put a stop to the power game, and by doing so, you have forced them to relinquish the power they thought they had over the situation. There's nothing that disturbs this personality more. Ironically, that's also the best thing for you in this situation. By interacting at all with this kind of person, you are agreeing to participate in these dynamics. It is a fruitless, pointless waste of time that can also be extremely damaging to you, even in small doses. Don't let your ego get involved. This is exactly the dynamic that allows narcissists to come in and get such a hold on people's lives. Their ego is battling yours, and theirs is much, much bigger and much, much more toxic. Even if you somehow defeated them at their own game, what would that even mean? You'd beat a one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest. Big deal. They'd never acknowledge your win anyway, or they would overturn it later. It wouldn't even matter. It's a hollow victory, and it's one that is not worth the cost to yourself if you actually could achieve it, which is very doubtful. It does not usually work out that way. People who think that they're defeating narcissists and beating them and all whatever these things are just letting the narcissist keep controlling them and taking up space in their heads. This is not just pointless, it's actually kind of sad, because the reality is that the narcissist never really thought about them one way or the other. The narcissist never even saw them. If this has not been made clear by now, allow me to say it very plainly. The narcissist is running a race with themselves and using you to see themselves winning. You do not matter here. These personalities are not competitors on any level in this context anyway. They are children playing dress up. That's why they don't play fair. It's much more satisfying to simply stop running once you realize what's going on and just go the other way. What are you running for anyway? You're not going to get what you want. The whole point of this ridiculous race is to make sure of that. It's very simple. The race works best when a narcissist keeps you running after something they can keep refusing to give you. If you ever got it, the race would be over and you would have won. Since you can't be allowed to win, this means you can never get it. Get it? Stop running. You're exhausting yourself for no real reason. This person does not even have the things that you want from them anyway. The only way that the relationship even functions is because they're able to pretend that they do. In professional wrestling, for example, the bad guys sometimes cheat and use weapons. There are old school performers who became very adept at pretending they had small weapons like a roll of quarters or something they could hide in their hand to antagonize the crowd. They would pretend to have it in their hand and hit the good guy, then drop it down their trunks, then pretend to take it out again and hit the good guy again, then put it in their boot. They would go on with this charade for the entire match, moving the weapon to different hiding spots on their person and driving the crowd crazy over this supposed weapon, when in reality, they had nothing at all. It was all sleight of hand and illusion, like a magician. The crowd didn't know that. They believed what they thought they saw. And of course they did. Why wouldn't they? This is the same thing narcissists are doing in relationships with other people. It's all sleight of hand and illusion. They are pretending they have something to offer when in reality they don't. When we are running after these things in relationships with narcissists, we're chasing a ghost. There's nothing there. It's just someone who needs you to think that there is, so that you have some reason to stay invested, which was exactly the psychology behind the tactic we just described in pro wrestling. People cared more and got more invested in the match because they felt the bad guy was cheating and the good guy was getting screwed. They would be willing then to pay more money to come back to see the good guy get his revenge for that. When you provoke people's emotions, they will become invested. We see that in TV shows, sports, politics, everything. When you take away your emotional investment in the narcissist, or even just stop letting it dictate your actions, you reclaim your power. You win. We say all of this to relate a very simple but very powerful lesson here. The way to win with people who don't play fair is not to play with them at all once you know that. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you would like to pick up a copy of any one of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or you can find them on Amazon.com. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com. Brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that's really important to understand about dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities in your life, and that is that for as difficult as it is to understand, there's no real mystery here. Understanding how narcissists function and why they are the way they are is complicated, yes. It's complex and it often seems counterintuitive, which makes it confusing. However, the truth is there is no mystery here. When it comes to understanding the reality of this person, there's no mystery at all. Even though they are not what they may first appear to be, what you see is also what you get. What does this mean? It means that for all the confusing, counterintuitive complexity that you have to wade through to understand how and why this person is behaving the way that they are, their behavior and they themselves are actually pretty simple. Beyond simple, really. Two-dimensional. In a way, that's the mystery, that there is no mystery. This person is exactly what they seem like they are once you get past the illusion and the glamour. A cardboard cutout without much going on at all. That's hard for most people to wrap their heads around. How can someone with such complexity be so basic? There must be more to it than that. There must be something that I'm not seeing. There must be something else there. There must be. This idea, this certainty, can keep people engaged with narcissists much longer than they might otherwise engage with a person who behaves the way that narcissists behave, because they simply cannot believe that this is all there is. It can't be. The reality is, though, that the more you look, the less you see. It's like if you drove through one of those fake towns for those old Western movies. If you just drove through at 50 miles an hour, it would look pretty standard, pretty normal, right? But if you went slower, if you looked harder, if you stopped and got out and looked around and examined, you would see what it really was immediately. You would notice all of the things that aren't actually there. The more you look, the less you see. The truth is, narcissists only seem complex because they're functioning in a way that's different from you. That makes it hard to understand. It makes it confusing. These things don't equal advanced, though. In a sense, the way pathologically narcissistic personalities function is actually arrested and even primitive compared to other personalities. There are things that they are missing, and there's things that they can't do. This sort of primitive simplicity appears complex only because it's so different. Sort of like how it might be hard to figure out how to use a very old version of something that you use today. It's unlikely that the more primitive version of the thing is more complex than the version that you use now. You're just not familiar with it, so it seems complicated, confusing, or hard to understand. But there's no mystery here. There's no magic, nothing to solve or uncover. This person is exactly what they appear to be in this sense. Someone with nothing really real to offer, no real feelings for other people, no ability to see or care about anything outside of themselves, someone who is just always looking for a way that they can capitalize or benefit somehow, who will do so without sparing one thought to how this affects other people. A person who does not appreciate anything, who is not grateful for anything, someone who has no real moral or ethical conflicts regarding their own behavior. That's what they seem to be, and that's exactly what they are. That is what this person is, and it's our job to believe them whenever they show that to us, and they will because they always do. A zebra can't change its stripes, they say, and that's true. They could hide them for a little bit, but they can't change them. And to be real about it, most narcissists aren't even that good at hiding it. They can't be because this is how they really are, and that's hard for anybody to hide. Most of the confusion that people feel when dealing with narcissists is due to their own inability to understand and reluctance to believe that this is truly how someone could be and that there's not much more to them than this. This is all there is. That's understandable. For most of the people in the world, that's not true. Most people have more to them than what you see on the surface or what their behavior demonstrates. But narcissists are not most people. There is no real depth for most of these personalities because there's too much identity disturbance and instability. Your identity is what gives you depth. It's, quote, who you really are underneath of all this other stuff. If somebody doesn't have that, then there's nothing deeper under all that other stuff. This means that you have already found whatever there is to find of this person. You have already met them as deeply as it's possible to meet them, which is to say that you've really not met them at all because there's nobody to meet. The truly pathologically narcissistic personality is a ghost, a reflection of parts and pieces of other people's qualities and affectations that they have pasted over themselves to create some kind of an approximation of an identity. The longer you engage with somebody like this, the more you will see that. Or, perhaps, the less you see. There's often a lot of pushback to this idea. It's part of the reason people want to believe that there are such diabolical depths to narcissists. They simply cannot believe that there could be a person without any real depth at all. And that's not to say that narcissists are not intentionally and purposefully harmful. Many, even most of them, absolutely are. It's one of the worst things about dealing with them. But these things don't imply depth. People just assume they do because for them, depth would be required. They would need to plan and think about how to be cruel and vicious and manipulative and so self-serving. But these personalities are not like you. They don't do what you do. They don't act how you act. They don't think like you think. They don't feel what you feel. They just don't. So viewing them through the same lens that you view yourself to try to understand them is a mistake. And that's another reason there's so much confusion here. You're looking at what you would do or what makes sense to you, and it's just not the same. You're considering a whole host of factors that they're not. You have abilities that narcissists do not have. There are a lot of differences here, so many that the idea that you could understand them by examining yourself and your own motivations or whatever is not just a mistake, it's almost a joke. And that is often where it feels like there's a mystery. We assume that they have the depth and the abilities and the considerations that we have, so how can they act so differently? The reality is they don't. They don't have all of those things. There is no mystery as to how a person just like you could behave this way because that's not what's happening. Narcissists are not just like you. Yes, they are people, and yes, they have feelings and every kind of thing like that, but they tend to view most things very, very differently than people who are not pathologically narcissistic. People who are not pathological are considering things outside of themselves, for one thing, and they can see the whole picture much more clearly than narcissists ever will be able to. The perception of narcissists is extremely affected and skewed by their own egocentricity, their fear, their dark way of seeing things just in general. Everything is dark and ugly and scary and threatening. They blame this on other people, but it is actually coming from them. The entire situation becomes an external projection of their own internal chaos and darkness. Everyone is bad. Everyone is out for themselves. Everyone is dangerous and untrustworthy and sneaky and conniving. And perhaps even more important, and certainly more noticeable than the narcissist's perception of others, is their perception of themselves. Pathologically narcissistic personalities are extremely egocentric. The word egocentric means self-centered. Ego is self, centric is centered around, self-centered. This doesn't just mean that a narcissist perceives themselves as the center of their own universe, but as the center of the actual universe. As anyone who has ever dealt with a pathologically narcissistic person knows, this way of experiencing the world can be very difficult to contend with, and it can really do extreme damage to relationships and other people. The reason for this is very simple. Again, no mystery here either. When someone experiences life through the lens that they are the only person who really exists, there's no consideration for other people at all. That's bad enough, but they also believe that all the things that happen around them or that other people do are about them. This creates constant conflict and problems with other people, as of course it would, because people are constantly being forced into a reality that does not match their actuality. They are constantly being told that they have thoughts, feelings, and motives that they don't really have. People tend to push back against that. From the narcissist perspective, the same thing is happening to them, and they're pushing back as well. This dynamic causes constant, enormous problems with other people for narcissists, and sadly, they're incapable of seeing that this really is a problem with them. They walk through life truly believing that literally everyone is against them, that everyone's attacking and insulting and offending and stabbing them in the back, that they are the only thing on everybody's mind and the motive for everything everybody does. This is extremely stressful for narcissists, and they vent that stress onto other people, making it the other person's problem and claiming that it's the other person's responsibility. It does no good to tell them that this is not true. They have no ability to see things any other way. They are experiencing this the way that they are, through this lens of perception. It feels how it feels, and for this personality, their feelings are facts. This means that whatever they think they are experiencing is the truth for narcissists, regardless of any other factors. There's no understanding of subjective experience versus objective experience, for example, for narcissists, or feelings versus facts. Perception is literal reality for narcissistic personalities. I feel it, therefore it's true. That's very unfortunate for the people around them, because it means there is virtually no chance of getting a narcissist to even consider that how they're experiencing things happening might not be how things are actually happening. To them, it just looks like denial, or like you're lying. This can definitely be confusing, but it's no mystery. It's very simple. If someone thinks that they're the only thing that matters, then they can't see anything else, period. The fact that you think they should be able to see other things doesn't matter, nor does the fact that reality does not match their perception at all. It's not relevant. Beyond not relevant, in fact, it's non-existent. It doesn't enter into the equation in any way, and your attempts to put it in the equation are met with confusion, if not suspicion and outright hostility. It's hard for people to accept the reality of these situations, not because it's so complicated, but because it's just so unbelievable for many reasons. Not just because we don't want to believe it about this person or that person specifically, but because it's hard to believe that anybody could be like that. It's so different from how we ourselves operate that it seems mystifying. It's not, though. It's very simple. They do the things that they do because they are the kind of person who does those kind of things. Once we actually accept that, the confusion that we feel over that disappears. It's not a mystery to solve, nothing we need to uncover. The answer is actually right there. For people who do that kind of stuff, that's the kind of stuff those people do. Underneath of it all, it really is just that simple. This might sound kind of trite, but it's not. The reality is, people who are dealing with narcissists often spend so much time focused on trying to figure out why things are happening, and trying to stop them, of course, that the actual fact of the things happening almost gets overlooked. This can result in a level of normalizing that's very dangerous. People are so focused on the narcissist's motives or understanding what the hell is going on that the actual fact of the abuse and mistreatment is almost an afterthought in this situation. Instead of focusing on getting out of the situation and away from the abuse first and foremost, people's attention gets distracted by why it's happening. This is completely understandable, but it's also a terrible mistake. Because in the end, does it really matter why someone who says they love you punches you in the face, or sleeps with your friends, or steals from you, or harms your children, or cuts you out of the family, or turns all your relatives against you with lies, or has you arrested for something that you didn't do, or gets you fired, or does any of the horrible things that these personalities are notorious for doing? In the end, does why they are doing this really matter at all? No, it really doesn't. It feels like it does, but the truth is we don't need to know in order to move on, and that's good because also we never really will know. Not really. People often believe that they can get closure if they could just understand it all, but the fact is nothing is ever going to make the way that you've been treated understandable for you to the degree that most people are looking for. It's just not going to happen. The narcissist in your life likely doesn't even really know anyway, by the way. Most narcissists have almost no insight into their own behavior, and even if they did, the chances of them telling you anything even approximating a truth that you could actually accept or understand and live peacefully with are almost zero. On one of those true crime documentary shows, a girl was reaching out to her incarcerated father to find out why he killed her mother. He explained that they were arguing, he got angry and strangled her, and she died. That's almost like exactly how he said it. The girl kept asking, why, but why, as if there must be a bigger answer or one that somehow is going to make more sense. But it's very likely that what he told her is exactly what happened. It's a stupid, terrible reason for a stupid, terrible thing. But most things that hurt other people are stupid and terrible. And the reasons behind them generally are not any less stupid or any less terrible. Us wanting them to have more meaning does not give them more meaning. That's not to say that understanding what happened isn't important. It definitely is, because if we cannot understand what happened to us, we can't deal with it in any way. We can't process it at all. Our brains become stuck on just trying to figure it out. It's important to understand what has happened. However, expecting that it's ever going to make any sense to you in a way that you can actually truly understand how they could do these things that they did to where you can be at peace with it is expecting too much. You can come to peace, but it's probably not going to be like that. Focusing too much on solving the mystery or figuring out the puzzle can keep people in the relationship. Remember, the what is more important than the why. It's understandable to focus on the why to a point, but remaining in the relationship while abuse is happening is like staying in a house that they're bulldozing because you don't understand why they're tearing it down. At that point, it doesn't even matter. You can figure it out later. Right now, your safety is the most important thing. This sort of analysis paralysis occurs often in dealings with narcissistic personalities. Their behavior is so confusing and so alien to people that people become excessively focused on the narcissist behavior and motivations to the point where, as we stated earlier, the actual fact of the abuse and the toxicity almost takes a back seat. This is dangerous. It is a dangerous distraction from what is actually happening. Trying to find some way to mitigate abuse instead of just getting away from it as soon as you possibly can is very dangerous as well. Analyzing this person's motives or even understanding them does not help you in the sense that this information will have some real-world impact on this person's behavior. It doesn't have any impact on this at all. The one thing it can do is help you to understand that you're not causing this behavior and therefore you can't control it, but this is something we can explore once we're safe. The reality is, even if you were somehow causing someone to abuse you, which you are absolutely never doing, the solution is still to get away from the situation as soon as possible, period. Educating yourself does not change this. Educating yourself about someone else's behavior or motives or mindsets or anything else has no impact on them at all. You can change and educate and understand and everything else as much as is humanly possible, and it still won't matter because the other person has not changed. It's funny because after all the education and experience, after all is said and done, people end up coming to the same conclusion that people come to when they don't know very much about it at all. It doesn't matter why someone is behaving in toxic, hurtful, or abusive ways. You can't stop them, you can't make them care, so the only thing you can do is exit the situation as soon as possible. That's it. That's the answer. Everything else is, in many ways, beside the point. It really is. It can be a very sad education to go through everything people go through with these personalities, often for years, for decades, trying to force narcissists into therapy or into rehab or into family counseling or onto some kind of treatment plan, spending years pleading and bargaining and explaining, and then more years learning and researching and educating themselves, only to find out that after all that, the answer has not changed one bit. It's still the same answer that it was in the beginning. It doesn't matter why it's happening. It doesn't stop, and that is what matters. People sometimes say, well, can't you offer a little more hope? Or can't you be less negative about this? This is so hard to hear. No. After speaking with thousands of people over the years and hearing from tens of thousands more, it's the same story over and over again. There is no hope to offer, and pretending that there is just to make people feel better is not helpful. In fact, it's actively harmful. If you're dealing with someone who's pathologically narcissistic, that is to say, their personality is so affected by narcissism that it impacts most or even all areas of functioning, there's no point in offering false hope for change. Beyond no point, in fact, it's cruel. It's dangerous. Humanity has been working on a way to deal with this for literally thousands of years, and still the only answer that anybody can come up with is, if someone hurts you and thinks it's okay, stay away from them. Why? Because nothing else works. Even if someone's not pathologically narcissistic, if they're mean, selfish, inconsiderate, abusive, toxic, if they don't listen to anything you say, if they disrespect you, if they violate your boundaries, and if you telling them about these things does not stop them from doing any of these things, what hope should there even be? What is there to be positive about? And really, what is there to understand? What mystery is there to solve? That's why we say there's no mystery with narcissists. The truth is in front of us the entire time. Our job is to make sure that we don't get so caught up in trying to understand the why that we let this overshadow the practical realities of the what. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you're interested in attending one of those, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you'd like to pick up a copy of one of those, you can find them on Amazon or visit littleshaman.org to pick one up. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, shamanspiritcenter.com, and littleshaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you are listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com. Just type that address in. It will take you directly to the YouTube channel. Today's episode is brought to you by Transrelational Healing, shamanspiritcenter.com, and littleshaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is very important to understand, and that is that narcissists are parasites. There is an axiom in this community that relationships with narcissists are transactional. That's true. Relationships with narcissists are transactional in the sense that the connection tends to be emotional only as a byproduct of the fact that this person's emotions are totally out of control. The point of the interaction is that they're attempting to get something from it. However, if we look deeper, we see that the interaction is only transactional in that sense. Transactional implies that there is an equal or at least an equitable exchange of some kind, give and take, this for that. I go to the 7-Eleven, I give the guy the money, he gives me a drink. We both agree on the parameters, we both get something from the exchange. If we don't agree on the parameters, if we can't get together on the specifics of the exchange, then there won't be a transaction. I won't buy the drink if I considered it to be too much money, and he won't sell me the drink if I don't give him what he considers to be a fair amount for it. As you can see, viewing the concept of transactions in this context, which is arguably the proper context, the word transactional no longer really feels appropriate to use when discussing any kind of relationship with a pathologically narcissistic personality. Because it's not equal, it's not equitable. People do not freely and willingly agree to the terms because they don't know what the actual terms are. They have been misled. The reality is, too, that in a typical transaction, it's give and take. Both people get something from the exchange, and in general, they're satisfied with their half or their part of it. In relationships with narcissists, this is very often not the case. In many of these pseudo or quasi relationships, the narcissist does nothing but take and gives nothing in return at all. This is not transactional, it's parasitic. Parasites are not beneficial to the host. They deplete the host, gaining because the host loses. The fleas on your dog, for example, are not benefiting him in any way. They're taking from him, and that's all. He is much better off without them. They provide no benefit whatsoever, and in fact, they're harmful. They can cause anemia, they can spread disease, they can cause infections. This isn't a transaction in the way that we have defined that word. Your dog gets nothing positive or equitable out of the relationship at all. The fleas are simply feeding off of him, using him and taking what he needs for himself. This isn't malicious, as most parasitic behavior is not. It's just what they do. It's how they survive. That's important to understand because it illustrates that a relationship with narcissists itself is toxic before any overt or intentionally abusive or manipulative behavior, which there almost certainly will be at some point. The relationship itself is inherently imbalanced, toxic, and abusive because it's parasitic, just like the quote-unquote relationship your dog has with his fleas. Parasites are dependent on the host. In this way, too, we can draw parallels with relationships with narcissists. Pathologically narcissistic personalities need other people to survive. Other people do not need narcissists as a general rule. Certainly, there are situations where narcissists are relied upon by dependent others, such as when they have children. That's a very unfortunate circumstance indeed, but generally speaking, people do not need narcissists to survive. We're not going to spiral into chaos and collapse without them in our lives, which is what happens to them if other people are not around to provide narcissistic supply. As a quick reminder, narcissistic supply is what narcissists receive from other people believing in their false self. Supply is not admiration or attention. It is much, much more vital and more important than that. It's much more fundamental than that. Supply is the only way they have to affirm, validate, and experience themselves because they have an extremely fragile identity and extremely fragile self-worth. Without other people to constantly validate these things to them, they become dysregulated and destabilized very quickly. They receive this validation through their interactions with other people. The way other people interact with and react to them is how narcissists see who they are. The other person is a mirror in which the narcissist sees themselves. If the person reacts to them as if they're good, they are able to see themselves as good. If the person reacts to them as if they're bad, they see themselves as bad. If people believe that the narcissist is a victim, they can then see themselves as a victim, etc., etc., etc. It's important to note here that a narcissist's definition of what's going to be seen as good or bad tend to be extreme and essentially impossible to predict. These things are not based in reality in any way. They're based on how this person feels at any given moment. Given their consistently negative internal experience and the amount of self-loathing that is in evidence here, it's a foregone conclusion then that they will eventually perceive you to be saying that they're bad, no matter what you're actually saying. You can't beat yourself up about that. Regardless of what they might think, a narcissist's self-image is not the responsibility of anybody else. This is not the responsibility of other people. There is no way to prevent this delusional perception from happening and no way to correct it once it has happened. They are essentially waiting for that the entire time, and they likely already believed that it was happening before they ever said anything to you about it. It is what it is. These are people who are very possibly being offended and hurt by normal, innocent, harmless things that other people are saying to them hundreds of times a day and just never say a word. They let it build up until they explode with resentment and rage and self-righteousness and indignation and punishment. They might not always scream and shout about it because some of them don't, but the rage is still there and you will almost certainly feel it in some way. Narcissists are going to make sure of that. Part of the frustration that people feel in these situations is that there tends to be no direct consequence for the fact that they were tricked into buying into a transaction without knowing the actual terms. In most situations, they usually have some kind of recourse. If it can be proven that they were lied to or defrauded or whatever during a transaction, that's actually a crime. But in relationships, there is none of that type of recourse for it at all. A relationship with a narcissist is a truly fraudulent transaction because it's not a real transaction at all. It's a parasitic entanglement wherein the person allows the parasitic attachment because they're unaware that that's what they're doing. They are, in fact, being told that they're engaging in a reciprocal relationship. And by the time they figure out that's not what it is, it's too late to stop the attachment from occurring. It's not too late to address it, and it's not too late to get out of it, but that's generally pretty cold comfort to somebody who now has to struggle through recovery from this. It's kind of like saying, well, if you got bit by a tick and you get Lyme's disease, that can be treated. And that's great, but, I really would rather not have been bitten by the tick in the first place, you know what I mean? If I had known it was there, I definitely would have avoided it. But you didn't know it was there. You didn't know that it was attaching to you. Many parasites have developed adaptations to make it so that their hosts don't notice them or don't notice them while they're attaching. They use protective coloring. They can inject secretions that make the bite less painful. They attach to areas of the body where they're not going to be readily noticed. We could argue that most narcissists do similar things. Like a magician, they keep up their patter and chatter the entire time and have you watching their right hand so that you don't notice what their left hand is doing. It's an illusion, a distraction, so that you don't see what's going on until it's too late. Now, is this a deliberate, thought-out scheme? Perhaps for some of them it's reached that level of awareness, but to be honest, it really seems like to assume that they have any real understanding of their own behavior or motives is giving many narcissists way too much credit. After all, ticks and mosquitoes and fleas don't sit down and decide to develop these adaptations or these abilities. It happened because it had to. An alligator doesn't look like a floating log because it's choosing to. It didn't do anything for that to happen. That's just how it is. That's what alligators do. It's how they live. So, does this make narcissists somehow less dangerous? Well, does it make alligators less dangerous? No, it makes them more dangerous. And as an aside, this programming doesn't excuse a narcissist's abusive behavior because they are aware that hurting and exploiting other people is wrong. They are making the choice to do so anyway, often because they believe it's going to be easier for them somehow. It actually often isn't. They are notorious for self-sabotage and causing themselves enormous problems with their stupid decisions. But reality doesn't actually matter here at all. What matters is that in that moment, to hurt or exploit other people was what they felt like they needed to do in order to feel better, or to get something, or to get something done, or to get their point across, or whatever it was, so they did it. There's no excuse for that. Ever. Mark Twain once said, "It's easier to fool people than it is to convince people that they've been fooled." And the reason for that is very simple. Who wants to be a fool? As with many situations that involve fraud, people who have dealt with narcissists often feel stupid, foolish, taken advantage of, ashamed, and that's understandable, but it's unfair and it's misplaced. There's no shame in trusting somebody, in giving people a chance. A person is not a fool for not seeing something they didn't know they're supposed to be looking for. They're not an idiot for trying to care. You see, this has nothing to do with intelligence. It takes no intelligence to lie to people, or to jerk them around, or to make up a bunch of stuff that's not true, or to be a shady, scheming person. You didn't get fooled intellectually. Your trust was broken. These are very, very different things, and trust has nothing to do with intelligence. This is about being a decent person, and that is never something to be ashamed of. If you're dealing with a narcissist in your life, be sure to understand the true nature of these relationships. They're parasitic. These personalities genuinely cannot care about other people. They're just not built that way. They can attach, they can enmesh, they can become obsessed, but they can't bond to other people the way that you can. They can't care about other people the way that you can. It's just not how it is. Understanding this really helps with setting your expectations for interactions that you're forced to have with this person and protecting yourself. That is really the most important thing. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom, clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up any or all of those, you can visit Amazon.com or find those also on LittleShaman.org. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what's running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on TheLittleShaman.com. Just type that in. It'll take you directly to the YouTube channel. Brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you are listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com, Transrelational Healing, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something very important, and that is that you need to stop trying to get narcissists to agree with you. This means just in general and specifically about their own actions and how they are behaving. You might think you're not doing that, especially considering that you're just talking about facts and people don't have to agree with facts. Facts just are, whether people agree with them or not. Most people realize this, of course, which is why most people can be swayed by facts and evidence. Most people can accept when they are proven wrong by facts. If you're arguing with someone about what year World War II started, for example, most people will concede that they're wrong and change their position when you show them that they are incorrect. More than that, most people will update their internal data banks to include this information and to replace the wrong information. Similarly, if you're discussing someone's behavior, most people don't try to dispute or deny that they did something when they know that somebody else was there and saw them, or that there's a picture of it or a video and things like that. Narcissists are not most people. As we discussed in the episode, Stop Trying to Outsmart Narcissists, facts and evidence mean nothing to them. They really don't. Pathologically narcissistic personalities have extremely rigid, fixed mindsets. They find it very difficult to change information that they think is true. That's in part what pathological means. This is one of the reasons they don't seem to learn from experience or consequences, for example. They might change a particular behavior, but only if they absolutely have to, and their goals tend not to change at all. For example, a narcissist who goes to prison for breaking into people's houses often does not come out of prison having learned not to be a thief anymore. They tend to come out with ideas of how to keep stealing but not go to prison for it anymore. The specific behavior might change. They might not break into people's houses anymore, but the goal does not, and they usually keep stealing from other people in some way. We see this in the quote-unquote evolution of career criminals all the time. They just try to find new or different ways to get away with the same old thing. People in prison for sexual assault often come out with this same idea too, unfortunately. They don't decide not to sexually assault people anymore. They decide to kill their victims so that they can't be told on anymore. There are unfortunately many examples of this. This is an escalation in behavior, perhaps, but it's also just logical to them. If I want to stop going to prison, I need to stop being caught. The idea that they're going to prison because they're doing something wrong does not really occur to them, nor do they care if they're told. It's not about that. As far as these kinds of people are concerned, it's not about going to prison for doing things wrong. You go to prison for being caught. This mindset is very hard to change, and their other mindsets are generally no different. You can see a huge lack of empathy here as well. That's why so many of them are not sorry. What's to be sorry? If you have no real empathy and no real appreciation of the emotional reality of other people, then you're really not going to be able to see it any other way. If you take the wrong that you're doing to other people out of this equation, it's just a game where you're trying to get away with something, a higher stakes game of cops and robbers. I'm going to do this thing I'm not supposed to do, and you're going to try to catch me. When sentenced to death for the murders that he committed, Billy the Kid was asked by a reporter why he was smiling and laughing in court. Supposedly, the kid's response was something like, "What's the use of being gloomy about it? The laugh's on me this time, that's all." During an interview with police about his many crimes besides murder, serial killer Israel Keys laughed and said, "Everything's free if you just take it." John Gacy's last words before he was executed were, "Kiss my ass." People who don't have the capacity to understand that other people have feelings and rights are not concerned about respecting these things at all. So appealing to that is not going to make a difference, even if a narcissist is not a killer or some kind of career criminal. It just doesn't matter to them. So besides the rigidity of their mindsets, there's also nothing emotional to make them want to change the way that they look at things or the things that they're doing. They don't know or care that it's wrong. To them, it's not. Not only that, they don't want to change it anyway. This is a power and control thing, but it's also an existential thing, meaning to do with their existence. The way narcissists view themselves is extremely important. They don't have stable identities in any way, so they have to rely on feedback from other people to sustain a self-image. How you see me is how I can see me. Also, they define themselves via binary comparison, especially in self-defense against a negative image of themselves that they've been presented with. This is why if you say they are bad, they say you are bad, because there can't be two bads. It's binary, it's black and white. Therefore, if you're bad, then I'm good. If you're stupid, then I'm smart. This is some of that black and white thinking that we always hear about regarding narcissistic personalities. If you call me bad, then by definition, you're good, which means when I call you bad, that makes me good. Again, we can see this type of thing in examples of narcissists who have done the worst things imaginable and admitted it and even bragged about it. Even they still will not admit the things that they think make them look bad. Ted Bundy refused to admit to any necrophilic behavior, even though they had proof that he did that. Gacy would not admit that he was gay, even though he clearly was. Richard Ramirez would not listen to talk about any crimes that he committed against children, even though he bragged about everything else, including horrific crimes against elderly women who were over 80 years old. The reason they would not admit to these things was the same in each and every situation. These things were considered sick and depraved by them, and they therefore did not want to be thought of like that. Clearly, they were not able to admit it even to themselves. Narcissists will often put distance between themselves and their actions somehow. For example, they might say, "when you got hurt," instead of "when I hit you." Or, "well, then something happened and the gun went off," instead of "then I shot the guy." Others may say things like, "yes, I did that, but that's not me though. That's not who I am. I don't do things like that." This we also see in those who commit awful crimes and admit it. Again, even they still will not admit the things that they think make them look bad. That's how pathological narcissism functions across the board. They need to control how they are seen because this forms their reality and their experience of themselves. This is how power and control plays into it. People who are very narcissistic are extremely concerned with power and controlling how they are seen is a big part of why. The need for power and control and the existential crises go hand in hand. They need power and control to prevent the psychological collapse that would come if the identity narrative they have of themselves were to be disrupted. For people with a stable, developed, and cohesive identity, it's hurtful when other people think that you're something you're not, but it's not going to destroy you. You have a grounded, developed identity and you know who you are. You do not define yourself through how other people see you. For people who are pathologically narcissistic, this is not the case. They cannot generate this without feedback and participation from other people, which means they need to control their environment and everybody in it to make sure that they get the feedback that matches the image they have of themselves or that they need to project of themselves in order to function. It's like being in a play. If all of the actors just start saying and doing whatever they want, the story of the play is ruined. They have to react a certain way. They have to say and do certain things. They have to follow the script and do exactly as they're told according to their roles, or the play is not going to work to tell the story that it's supposed to be telling. If people do not follow the script, the narcissist's illusion of themselves is totally ruined. They attempt to control everything to prevent that from happening because if it does, the psychological consequences for them are generally disastrous. They're very extreme. It's important to remember that this typically goes far beyond just trying to fool other people into thinking that the narcissist is somebody they're not in order to get away with stuff. This is often what it results in, but as a thing, it's much more important to their psychology and functioning than that. That's how it impacts you. How it impacts them is much bigger. This is about creating a reality they can actually live in and experience themselves through. They live in a fantasy land, an illusion of themselves and their lives and their place in the world. And this cannot happen in any tangible way unless other people go along with it. They need other people to believe in the illusion and help to make it real so that they can believe it, so that they can live in it. If that doesn't happen, they can't. This is why trying to get them to agree with you is pointless. First of all, they are in a different reality than you are anyway, which you already know from interacting with them. These people are way out in left field somewhere. Secondly, they tend to be extremely contrary, and very often they view agreeing with the other person or even listening to them at all as a form of submission and giving up the power position, which you may not know but undoubtedly have seen. These two things alone make the situation legitimately impossible. Add in the existential need to protect their narrative, and it's just a colossal waste of time. This is regarding any subject, but the biggest waste of time of all is trying to get them to acknowledge their own harmful behavior toward others, which is what most people are trying to do. The problem is there's a fundamental disconnect here that cannot be bridged. From where you're sitting, you are trying to show them facts about their harmful behavior and get them to care about that so that they'll stop doing it. From where they're sitting, you're trying to get them to agree with your opinion that they're an abuser and just a bad person. This is just not going to happen. Even people who are not narcissists tend to find acknowledging their own harmful behavior extremely difficult. And if you consider the fact that this personality is literally unable to cope with real life in any way to the point where they have to pretend that they're somebody else just to face life at all, you can see the problem here. It's just not something this person is going to be able to do. They don't believe it's really true anyway, because in addition to these things that we've been talking about, an external locus of control and their narcissistic defense mechanisms such as projection, denial, and their problems that affect perception like cognitive distortions legitimately prevent them from seeing it. To them, it's just a battle of whose opinion wins. They cannot see the rest of this at all, as you can probably already tell from dealing with them. They just don't see it. On top of all this, narcissists have serious difficulty with empathy. They cannot understand the emotional reality of other people. They don't hear your feelings or the facts or whatever. All they hear is that you're criticizing them. You're calling them bad. You're saying they're wrong. You're saying mean things. You're blaming them. You're shaming them. You're attacking them. That's all they hear. This just reinforces the defensive position they've already taken that you're attacking them and you're trying to convince them into seeing themselves as a bad person. This triggers that fear of existential crisis that's attached to not having a stable identity because, as we discussed in depth in the episode Stop Trying to Be the Good Guy with Narcissists, to see themselves as bad is absolutely intolerable. It can trigger collapse. They may react to your perceived attempts to do this then with extreme defensiveness and hostility, even rage and aggression. This causes even more damage because now not only do they not care that you're hurt, they're hurting you more. You try to explain differently in a better way with different words, using examples, using metaphors, using sock puppets, and still all they hear is that you're attacking and criticizing them. They never make the connection to you or to your pain at all. Not even once. It's all about them. And the more you explain, the bigger of a threat that they see. The more convinced they become that you're just trying to harm them and convince them to see themselves as bad, which makes you a very bad person indeed, because for that to happen would destroy them. Many narcissists will even say things like that. You're trying to kill me. You're trying to erase me. You're trying to destroy me. This is where we so often see the misunderstandings that these relationships are notorious for. So many issues with narcissists come from legitimate misunderstandings. They often take things wrong, take things personally, then get offended or hurt when they don't need to be, causing enormous problems over nothing repeatedly, and then they will not listen when you try to explain or correct them. For the other person, this is very frustrating because you can probably see very clearly what the problem is and how to fix it. There's been a misunderstanding, it needs to be corrected, right? Problem solved. Except the problem's not what you think it is. There's been a misunderstanding, yes, but it's not a failure of communication, which could be resolved by communicating better. This is a failure to understand the emotional reality of other people. It's a fundamental disconnect that cannot be resolved by explaining yourself over and over again or resolved by you doing anything. It can't be resolved at all. This person does not have the capability to understand that you're a person like them who has feelings and motives and thoughts and beliefs and a life all of your own. That's why they've misunderstood your meaning or your motive or your words or whatever to be about them. They took it personally because they are the only person they can see. This is not a communication problem, which is why more and better and different communication doesn't fix it. What it does do is result in a circular dynamic where you try to tell the narcissist how they've hurt you. They accuse you of attacking or criticizing them by saying that, which results in you defending yourself and either getting angry or insisting that that's not your intent. Both of these things then look to them like you're dismissing their feelings and refusing to take accountability for the wrong that you've done to them, and around and around and around it goes. Narcissists cannot connect their actions to your feelings because they're unable to recognize the emotional reality of you. They have severe empathy deficits, so to them it often looks like you're just attacking them and trying to make them think that they're bad. Even if they could understand that you have a real point and real feelings, it probably wouldn't matter in these situations anyway. Narcissists prioritize self-defense over resolution, over resolving issues and problems. This is why they so often refuse to engage in productive communication at all. They won't listen, they interrupt, they go silent, they stonewall, they mock, they insult, they leave, they yell, they get violent. It's not about resolving the actual problem in any way. It's about defending themselves and holding on to the power position. They view defending themselves through the lens of winning the conflict as if it's a war. One does not resolve war, one wins war. This means no resolution, no compromise, no negotiation, no mercy. You don't win wars with compromise and mercy, folks. That's just not how it is. You win wars by being willing to do whatever it takes to win. And you're sitting over here like, I'm literally not trying to be in a war. I'm trying to be in a relationship. But to narcissists, these are one and the same. In war, people want to hurt you and control you and win. In relationships, people want to hurt you and control you and win. This appears to be how they see it. Many of them will even say so, and it's absolutely how they act. If you're dealing with a narcissist and you're trying to convince them of anything, reach any kind of agreement, get them to acknowledge anything, you will save a lot of time and pain for yourself if you can recognize that this person agreeing with you about anything, specifically how harmful or wrong or whatever else their own behavior is almost certainly a lost cause. You cannot even get them to agree on what year World War II started, even by showing them proof. These personalities would rather suffocate and drop dead if breathing meant that you would get what you want somehow. They would rather do anything than lose, including die, because if they choose to die, then they keep the power and the control. That really is the only thing that truly matters to them. This is another thing we can see examples of in narcissists who have committed horrible acts against other people, like murder. Many of them take their own lives, not because they feel bad, not because they're so depressed, but because they refuse to let the police or the state or the court system or whoever else win and take the power away from them in this way. Some have even left notes or communicated this in other ways. They would literally rather be dead than lose. And even if the behavior isn't always that extreme, the attitude generally is. As an aside, contrary to what many people believe, suicide among pathologically narcissistic people is higher than the general population. Some studies suggest that it is much higher, and pathological narcissism is strongly associated with more lethal methods being chosen. Their inability to lose is very likely part of the reason for this. And again, many people don't believe that, but it's very easy to verify. A simple Google search will turn up many studies, papers, articles. This association has been known and been documented for years. Now, you might be thinking, yes, but it wouldn't be me winning here. I'm not winning. Them acknowledging their own behavior or agreeing to this compromise or whatever the thing is I'm trying to convince them of or get them to acknowledge or agree with would actually be good for them. It's not just me getting what I want. Right. So you know that, and I know that because we live in reality, and that's the reality of the situation. But reality does not matter here, as we have discussed so many times on this channel. It just really doesn't. They see what they see, they hear what they hear, they think what they think, facts notwithstanding. It is what it is. This person prioritizes self-defense and winning above everything else because to lose power and control by losing the conflict is literally intolerable, as we have been discussing. Listening is losing. Compromising is losing. Agreeing is losing. Acknowledging is losing. Submitting is losing. And it doesn't matter that you think there's no conflict or that you're not trying to have a conflict, or that you don't want to have a conflict. There is one. And if you're not winning it, you're losing. So when you're deciding what course of action to take in whatever situation you find yourself in, remember that if you truly believe you are dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality, you need to understand that you're dealing with a person who feels that simply listening to the words that you're saying is submitting, and submitting is losing, and losing is death. This sounds extremely dramatic and absurd, and it is, but narcissists tend to be extremely dramatic, extremely absurd people. Reality is on your side, and so are the facts, but these things will not help you in this situation. Nothing will in that regard because this person simply will not do what you want, and for all the reasons we discussed, they cannot be convinced to do so. It is what it is. Accept that reality and work within it. That's the only thing there is to do. And remember, you don't need narcissists to agree with you. Your experience is your experience, whether someone else will admit it or not. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that, or find them on amazon.com. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the littleshaman.com. Just type that in, it'll take you right to the YouTube channel, brought to you by Relational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Earth Mama's Apothecary and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about hoovering. This is something that nearly all people involved with pathologically narcissistic loved ones experience on some level, so I thought we could address it on the show today. There are three main phases or stages in a relationship with a narcissistic person. These stages usually rotate or pass in a cycle and can last for varying lengths of time depending on the specific situation. Any of the phases could be as short as a few hours or stretch on for years. These stages are idealize, devalue, and discard. The idealization phase often happens when the narcissistic person first meets somebody. If the narcissist is a parent, this can happen when the child is first born or until they reach an age where they begin to challenge or question and resist the narcissist. This phase is characterized by love bombing, idealizing both the relationship and the other person, and putting the love object, which is you, on a pedestal. The person they see in this phase is the person that many victims believe is the real self of the narcissist, and it's the phase that most people spend their time trying to get back to. This is also, of course, the person the narcissist would like the victim to believe they really are, and who they themselves would like to believe they are. So it's often not all that difficult to get the victim to agree to give them another chance. This is very, very important to the hoovering process. The devaluation stage happens when the narcissist has realized that the victim is not perfect. More importantly, they realize the victim does not see them as perfect either. The narcissistic person's idealistic fantasy of the relationship, their partner, and themselves has been punctured by the victim's unexpected mediocrity or unforgivable human flaws and keen perception. You were supposed to believe that they're perfect. They are devastated that the victim no longer sees them as flawless, and to the narcissist, imperfection is intolerable. If you're not perfect, you are not worthy of anything. The narcissistic person often feels betrayed and hurt and embarrassed by this. They're afraid they're going to be rejected, and they take it out on the victim, endeavoring to reject their partner before they themselves can be rejected. It's sort of like, I'll get you before you get me. In a very real sense, narcissists feel that there has been an injustice done to them. You were supposed to believe that they hung the moon, that they're always right, that they're always strong, that they're always correct. Now look, here you are, pointing out their mistakes, accentuating their flaws, exposing their weaknesses, probably laughing at them and thinking how much better than them you are. How can you do that to somebody you love? The conclusion is that you wouldn't. Therefore, you don't love them. If you love them, you would play along. You would believe and say and tell everyone else that they're perfect. Since you're not doing that, it's obvious that you don't really care, and you will be punished for that. The fact that you're not actually doing any of it doesn't really matter. The discard phase or stage of the relationship happens when the narcissist has either damaged the relationship to the point that they can no longer get anything useful out of it, or when they have been exposed so blatantly that they can no longer continue on. For example, a narcissist that has exhausted the victim to the point that they're just completely drained may drop the victim and then move on to somebody else. Or the victim might regard the narcissist with such overt hostility because they've been abused for so long that there's no real interaction between the two anymore, even though the relationship is not technically over. In these situations, the narcissist cannot get what they need from the relationship and they start to look elsewhere. This often results in discarding the victim. Narcissists cannot maintain the false image they need to believe in when they're around people who know who they really are. Many times, they just leave the situation altogether. Hoovering occurs when a separation has taken place, either because the narcissistic person has discarded the victim or the victim is trying to end the relationship. It is a return to the love bombing phase of the relationship for the purpose of regaining control over the situation. Pathologically narcissistic people attempt to hoover a victim back in when they're feeling vulnerable and needy for some reason. For example, if a new relationship didn't work out and they now feel rejected, or if their partner ended the relationship and they're not ready to move on yet because they don't have anyone or anything new to cling on to. It's called hoovering because of the Hoover vacuum cleaner. That's what they're trying to do, essentially, suck the victim back into the situation. There may be apologies, tears, threats of suicide or self-harm, epiphanies, and come to Jesus moments where they claim they've seen the light and they now understand what the problem is, promises to change, declarations of undying love, or any other manner of behavior that is designed to convince the victim into doing what the narcissist wants. Many times, the things the narcissist says or does are the things that the victim has been waiting for. They may admit fault, take responsibility, start going to counseling or therapy. They might get on medication or start taking medication again that they had stopped. They may stop having inappropriate interactions with the opposite sex or whatever it is that the victim wanted them to do. It can seem like a miracle. Suddenly, this person understands and realizes everything you've been trying to tell them for months, maybe even years. They finally get it. Things can finally change, right? Most people believe that the narcissist's motives are insincere when hoovering is occurring and that they're just saying what they need to say to get what they want. Now, that's very possible. It's also possible that they really do mean it at the time. To a pathologically narcissistic person, feelings are facts. Therefore, the truth and the facts are dictated solely by how they're feeling in that exact moment. If their feelings change, and they will, the truth is going to change. The facts are going to change. This is why you are seen as a good person when they're happy and a bad person when they're upset. The real truth is, it doesn't matter whether they mean it at the time or not, because either way, it won't last. Regardless of the reason, as soon as they're not feeling vulnerable and scared anymore, they're going to go right back to how they always behaved because this is how they operate. It's their coping strategy, their mode of operation. And unless they're dedicated to learning entirely different, new ways to get their needs met, it's not going to change. Resisting a hoover is very difficult. It's one of the reasons relationships with pathologically narcissistic people are so hard to walk away from. Suddenly, your mom is the mother you always wished for, or your partner is the spouse you always dreamed of. It may even last for a period of time, which makes it even easier to believe and even more crushing when the inevitable letdown comes. There's no easy trick or life hack to resist hoovering. It takes willpower and an absolute dedication to the truth. If you let the narcissistic person talk you out of what you know to be the truth because you want to believe them more than you want to believe the facts, you're probably in for a pretty big disappointment. You have to be strong enough to resist the desire to believe if the facts up to this point have shown you that it's not likely to be true. It's up to you to address your own fantasies about this situation. The narcissistic person is only going to use them against you, either consciously or because this is all they know how to do. This is one of the reasons no contact is usually recommended. It's usually not realistic to expect that a pathologically narcissistic person is going to respect your boundaries, stop trying to manipulate you, and leave you alone. It would be nice and it would be fair, but it would not be very likely. It's up to you to control your level of contact with this person and your reaction to them. If you are being hoovered, it can be very easy to slip back into fantasy mode and the promises of, one day, I will, we will, I won't, I'll stop, I'll try, I'll go, I could. It's easy to believe in those promises and those hopes for a not too distant future. But just remember something. Where you are right now at this very minute is the future. You are in the future that you were hoping for 6 months ago, a year ago, 10 years ago. Does it look like you thought it would? If not, what makes you think it ever will? I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online and over the phone Monday through Friday. So if you're interested in speaking with me, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab to go ahead and do that. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about the cycle of narcissistic relationships. This is something virtually everyone involved with any narcissist in any kind of relationship deals with in some way, so I thought we could dedicate an episode of the show to talking about it. There is a cycle or a pattern to the way that narcissistic people behave in relationships. Doesn't matter what kind of relationship it is, it could be parent, co-worker, spouse, they all follow the same pattern. That pattern is idealize, devalue, discard. We are going to explore what these things can look like and why they happen. Idealization is defined as regarding or representing something as perfect or as better than it is in reality. This is a perfect description of the idealization phase of narcissistic relationships, which is often characterized by something called love bombing. Love bombing is a very intense campaign of attention focused on another person or people, usually consisting of compliments, affirmations, proclamations that someone is perfect or a perfect match, and affection that seems to become very intense very fast. The idealization phase of the relationship often creates very strong feelings in people very quickly, resulting in people making decisions, commitments, and ignoring or not seeing red flags because they're swept up in the emotion of the relationship. One of the first red flags we often see in pathologically narcissistic people is their tendency to overreact. And it's very important to remember that this does not only refer to negative situations. The idealization of you and the relationship is an overreaction. Behavior during the idealization phase can look like giving constant or unrealistic compliments, gifts, or praise, giving or demanding constant attention, wanting and or talking about committing very quickly, ignoring boundaries and requests to slow things down, saying that you are connected or that you're soulmates very quickly, talking about intense and strong emotions very quickly when they don't know you very well, talking about how perfect you are or the relationship is, trying to sell you on how perfect they are or that they would be for you, talking about being rescued or rescuing you, believing the relationship is deeper or more intimate than it actually is. Idealization happens in part because many narcissistic people form attachments very quickly. Their emotions are unstable and out of control, and their need for other people is paramount. They legitimately depend on the input of others for survival, so taking time to get to know people or seeing them as they truly are is not really an option. Other people are very important to narcissists for this reason. Their value in this area is extremely high. Pathologically narcissistic people cannot experience themselves except through the reactions and the reflections of others. They have no true self-concept and no ability to create or sustain self-worth. So they use other people as kind of a psychic mirror to be able to assess who and what they themselves are. This is something they are required to do in order to survive because of abilities that they do not have. It's not optional, and there's no other way to do it. There are those who believe that the idealization from narcissists is very calculated, and this is certainly true for some of them. For example, psychopathic narcissists do not need the reflection from other people in order to survive. They don't seem to have the ego conflicts or struggles with shame that we see in non-psychopathic narcissists. Their goal is not survival. They do not depend on other people to experience themselves. They do not struggle with self-worth or identity, and their motives are not subconscious. Therefore, there would be no sincere emotion in anything they do. They simply want something from the other person, often something tangible like money. They know they want it and they're trying to get it. It's no deeper than that, and there is no belief on their part that any of their professed emotions are real. This is different than non-psychopathic narcissists who often believe they do genuinely care about other people. They don't understand how emotions or relationship functions for other people, and they mistakenly believe that their feelings change because of the other person instead of understanding that the trigger for this is actually within them, and it has nothing to do with anything the other person is doing or not doing. Psychopaths are aware that they don't care, and this does not change. This is one of the reasons, by the way, that looking at behavior alone is not enough when it comes to understanding pathological narcissism. Predominantly psychopathic narcissists may engage in many of the same behaviors as narcissists that are not psychopaths, but their motives and the internal experiences driving the behavior are not the same. So that's just something to think about. During the idealization phase, the narcissist sees other people as perfect because other people see them as perfect. It's very possible the feelings they are describing are sincere, or at least as sincere as it's possible for them to be, because they're totally in love with the reflection of themselves that this person is showing them. Of course they want to be around this person all the time and soak up as much of that as they can. But the emotion they're displaying, sincere though it may be in many situations, is not for the other person. It's for themselves. When you look at a mirror, you don't see the mirror, you see yourself. The mirror is simply the tool through which you are viewing and experiencing yourself. During the idealization phase of the relationship, they want to look at that as much as possible. They want to be around somebody that feels that way about them. This need to see themselves as perfect is what actually causes the devaluation stage of the relationship. Devaluation is the opposite of idealization. If idealization is defined as regarding something as perfect or as better than it is in reality, meaning that you're assigning more value to something than it realistically has, devaluation is assigning less value to something than it realistically has. If something is no longer perfect, and it must be perfect in order to have any value to this kind of person, then not being perfect anymore equates to having no value at all. Remember, this is all about you being the mirror. If a mirror reflects a less than perfect image, you probably wouldn't want to use it anymore. In order for the fragile fiction of idealization to last, people can never get to know each other. They can never see each other make a mistake, have a flaw, make a bad choice, or do anything that results in a loss of perfection. Of course, this is unreasonable and ridiculous. It's not possible to be around somebody and still believe that they're perfect. You will see their flaws, their mistakes, their bad choices. They will see yours. In a normal relationship, some idealization does happen, but the relationship survives it. It recovers and people adjust to who the other person actually is in reality. Devaluation occurs in narcissistic relationships because narcissists cannot do that. The revelation that the person is not perfect is unforgivable. Many narcissists will even accuse other people of lying to them or tricking them by pretending to be someone that they're not. The devaluation of the other person can be triggered by essentially anything and nothing. It could be that they saw the narcissist's imperfections, even if they don't see it that way, or it could be that the narcissist saw theirs. Either way, once this happens, the relationship is essentially changed forever. The reflection the narcissist sees from the other person is not perfect anymore. It's been damaged. This is devastating for them because they spend their entire lives trying to avoid reality and they cannot forgive someone who caused that. As high up on the pedestal a person was, that's how far they're going to fall. And the result is often shocking for people. I'm now worthless because I made a mistake or because I saw you make one. But this is how it is. If you really loved them, if you were really the person that you said you were, you would not see anything they do as wrong, ever. Because you did, you have proven once and for all that you really don't care. This is, of course, backwards, unreasonable, and unrealistic. But this is a person who lives in a fiction. And if you can't live in it with them, you don't care about them. It is sadly ironic that regardless of whether someone would actually agree to do that or not, it still won't work. Part of the reason narcissistic people need others is because narcissists are in a zero-sum game. A zero-sum game is a situation where each person's loss or gain is exactly balanced by the loss or gain of the other person. This means narcissists can't win unless someone else loses. They can't succeed unless someone else fails. They can't be the victim unless someone else is the villain. They can't be right unless someone else is wrong. It is only through the reality of the other person that they can experience the reality of themselves. When you add that to a situation where a person struggles with pathological delusional shame and cannot take responsibility for anything because of it, you end up with a situation where one of the other person or people's primary functions in the relationship is to be the scapegoat and the blame holder. So even if the other person in a narcissistic relationship strives to only ever see the narcissist as perfect, they still can't succeed because the narcissist by default must blame this person for everything, including their own thoughts, feelings, and actions. When you are to blame, you cannot be perfect. Either way, you lose. Behavior during the devaluation stage can look like spiteful, nasty, or inconsiderate comments, accusations of you having cruel or inconsiderate motives and feelings, spending less time communicating or pushing other people away, getting irritated over small things and blowing up or going silent, passive-aggressive behavior, refusing or being unable to explain why they're upset or what other people have done wrong, accusations of sabotage, cruelty, abandonment, or rejection, personal and character attacks, accusing others of not caring enough or of feeling ways that they don't feel, triangulation and smear campaigning. Narcissists also have ridiculously unreasonable expectations for people and for relationships. They demand to be the most important thing in any relationship, in any situation at all times. Underneath the heroic or needy or self-assured or arrogant or capable or whatever other image they're projecting is a very fragile, very sensitive, self-loathing and shame-based ego that reads abandonment, rejection, insult, and contempt into literally everything. One of the functions of the other people in these relationships is to somehow be the person they don't feel this from. The one person they don't get that from. This is, of course, impossible, and devaluation occurs partially because people fail to do that. This is one of the things that can lead to the discard phase of the relationship. Discarding is what it's called when a narcissist simply ends the relationship. There is often no warning or reason given. They just walk away without a word. Even if a relationship has gone on for years, fluctuating between idealization and devaluation, discard is still possible and often does happen. The reasons for discard can vary, but only on the surface. The true reason for discard is always the same. The reflection of themselves that the narcissist is receiving from the other person is not what they want to see. They cannot deal with what they are seeing reflected from the other person, whatever that is. This mirroring is any other person's primary function in any narcissistic relationship, and if they cannot fulfill it, they will be discarded and or replaced with someone who can. This is, of course, blamed on the other person. Discard can be very confusing and painful. Often people don't understand what has caused the end of the relationship or why they've been discarded. Attempts to ask the narcissist often go nowhere. This is not a person in touch with their feelings or cognizant of their motives the majority of the time, and they are certainly not worried about exploring these things out of consideration for anybody else's feelings. They may not even know why they've ended the relationship. Their reasons may be odd, unclear, or make no sense. Attempts to get clarity or closure will often be met with indifference or even cruelty because they no longer care about keeping that person around. Their primary purpose is no longer necessary. Narcissists don't have relationships with people they can't get things from. When others are no longer important in this way, which is really the only way they actually can be important, they cease to matter at all. Discard does not always happen, and discard does not mean that the narcissist will never come back around. Some relationships simply go through cycles of idealization and devaluation over and over and over until the narcissist dies. The narcissist may discard and stay away for years, then attempt to reach out again all of a sudden out of the blue. It's important to remember that through all of the cycles of the relationship, none of the fluctuations in the narcissist's emotions or behavior are your fault. They're not caused by you, they're not because of you. This is an unstable person with a lot of different challenges, many of which make them an absolute nightmare as a partner, friend, or caregiver. They should not be in relationships at all, to be perfectly honest. However, they do get in them. Their unique way of functioning requires them to seek out relationships with other people. It's important to understand what's going on so that you will know what you're dealing with. Taking the confusion out of it de-weaponizes the behavior, making it possible to deal with it in a clearer way. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype around the world. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab to go ahead and do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org and BetterHelp.com. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about romanticizing the good times with narcissistic people. This is something many people have experienced, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. One of the hallmarks of relationships with pathologically narcissistic people is the cycle of good times and bad times, where the narcissist alternates between decent or loving behavior and cruel, abusive, or neglectful behavior. This cycle is what creates the Jekyll and Hyde comparisons to narcissistic personalities, where it seems as if they actually have two or more separate personalities, one good and one bad. This dynamic is caused by splitting, which is the process by which narcissistic personalities attempt to understand whole object relations. Whole object relations is the understanding of all aspects of an object and processing it into a cohesive, total understanding of the whole thing. Pathologically narcissistic people have extreme difficulty with this, and as a result, their brain creates two different, separate images of the same object when contradictory characteristics are encountered. This means that if somebody does something that does not fit in with the narcissistic person's understanding of what a good person is, this creates extreme stress because they can't integrate this information into their already existing information about that person. You can't be good if you're bad. You can't be bad if you're good. A new image of that person has to be created by the brain in order to hold this new contradictory information. This usually looks like a split, where one understanding of the person is all good and the other is all bad. Ironically, because narcissists engage in splitting, they may actually accuse the other person of having what seems like multiple personalities or flipping like a switch, when in actuality, it is they who are doing that. They just can't see it. To them, the problem really does seem to be the other person. Splitting is one of the biggest things that causes the narcissistic behavioral cycle, because not only does the narcissist hold split images of other people, they hold split images of themselves as well. Something is either good or it's bad. It's black or it's white. That's it. How can something be good if it's also bad? How can something be black if it's also white? Gray areas are too difficult to understand, and they cause extreme confusion and stress for pathologically narcissistic personalities, so they just don't exist. You and everything else, including themselves, is either one or the other. Even when they claim to understand this, observation of their behavior and their mindsets usually proves that they really don't. The cycle of narcissistic relationships alternates between idealization and devaluation. Idealization is when you are seen as all good, which is to say perfect and therefore very valuable. Devaluation is when you are seen as all bad, which is to say flawed and therefore completely worthless. The good times with narcissistic personalities are predicated not on love, but on idealization, which is an imaginary way of viewing something as perfect and more valuable than it really is. The bad times with narcissistic personalities are predicated not on hatred or indifference, but on devaluation, which is an imaginary way of viewing something as more flawed and less valuable than it really is. As you can see, this cycle fits in with the psychological process of splitting exactly, and it fits in with what we know overall about narcissists. Neither idealization nor devaluation are about the other person at all. They include no realistic understanding of the other person in any way. They are about the narcissist's affected and even delusional way of seeing other people and themselves. When things are bad with narcissists, or when the relationship has ended, it is common to romanticize the good times, to remember them as perfect or as better than they really were. This is partly because compared to the bad times, the good times really can seem amazing. Of course, if all you ever ate was cardboard, a $2 steak would be amazing too. Your perception is influenced by the information you have. The daily recommended calorie intake for adults is between 2,000 and 3,000 calories a day, right? If someone eats 30,000 calories a day and then they decide to cut that to 15,000 calories a day, their perception may be that they're starving now, when in actuality they are still grossly overeating. If someone is used to it being 110 degrees Fahrenheit every single day, 80 degrees Fahrenheit may feel much cooler or maybe even chilly. It's important to challenge our perceptions with reality to be sure that we're able to see things as they really are. No one is starving if they're eating 15,000 calories a day, no matter how they feel. 80 degrees Fahrenheit is not cold, regardless of how someone perceives it. The good times with narcissists are often not really good times, even if by comparison they seem to be. Part of the reason for that is that their toxic narcissism shines through even during the good times. It's easy to believe that narcissists' bad behavior only comes out in the bad times, especially comparatively speaking. However, the longer the relationship goes on, people start to realize that this is actually not true. Much of this is on display throughout the relationship, no matter what phase of the cycle that it's in, especially the lack of empathy, the selfishness, and the egocentricity for which they are known. This never goes away, and the truth is, it usually isn't even hidden that well. People just don't realize what they're seeing, or they interpret it as something else. It is only through constant exposure to the behavior and more extreme examples over time that people realize what it is, and more importantly, that it's been there all along. If you find that you are caught up in romanticizing the good times, ask yourself if they really were that good or if they just seem good by comparison. Were you ever really truly supported by this person? Was there ever any real connection between you two as people? Did anything you ever cared about really ever matter? Were you ever truly seen by them? Were you ever really heard by them? The narcissistic cycle ensnares the ego with idealization by building it up to tremendous heights and then crushing the ego brutally with devaluation, seemingly at random or for no reason. This is a cycle that intoxicates the ego, inflates the ego, and even tricks it into falling in love with its own importance, then rips all that away, which causes the ego to endlessly chase for more, trying to explain, trying to prove, trying to reason, in the hopes of receiving idealization again. But this cycle is not based on real emotions or actual love at all. Idealization definitely feels good. Anyone would like to be considered perfect. It's like being in the first infatuating part of a relationship all the time, but it's not love. It can't be because there's no bonding, no intimacy, it's not based in reality in any way, and it includes no real understanding of the other person as a person at all. Even if you have genuine feelings for this person, you are missing and romanticizing idealization from them, not love. And you don't need idealization. It's just as toxic as devaluation. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, through Skype, and I do personal video Q&As worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab to go ahead and do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics several times a year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I wanted to talk to you for a couple minutes about promises made during hoovering. Narcissists can be very good at seeming contrite and willing to work on things, especially when threatened with loss. If you want to explore whether the promises made during a hoover are real, you can do that by asking some probing questions. Hoovering behavior and the sudden epiphanies that narcissistic people are infamous for can be very confusing for people. The safest response is, of course, no response. However, this is not always how it goes. So if you are somebody who is in the middle of a hoover right now and you're confused and wanting to know if you should trust in that, one of the ways you can do that is by asking reasonable, specific questions regarding the promises this person is making. Anybody who truly understands and is willing to fix the things that are the problem should be able to answer these questions without getting angry, without blaming other people. Questions like, how are you going to fix the problem? What do you believe the problem actually is? Why does this problem happen? How are you going to implement whatever solution that you've come up with? Why do you think the thing you are doing or not doing should be changed, right? If someone is simply telling you what they believe you want to hear or simply repeating things that they know that you have said, there's probably not going to be any satisfactory answers to these questions, and it's probably going to get obvious really fast. You might get answers like, it's a problem because you don't like it, which says nothing about the inherently wrong or hurtful nature of the behavior and takes no responsibility for it at all. You might get answers like, well, I'm just not going to do it anymore, which doesn't address the cause or causes of the problem and is not a viable solution. Changing any behavior requires acknowledgement that the behavior is problematic and doing real, consistent work to change it by adapting mindsets, making different choices, blah, blah, blah. Any solution that doesn't include plans for these things is not a real solution because it won't work. Now, it can be tricky. Sometimes they can have what seems to be a good answer, but then the more you probe, the more questions you ask, the deeper you try to go, you find that it's obvious they really have put no thought into this, or they don't really understand the situation, much less how to fix it. And of course, there's no real desire to fix it. This is simply throwing stuff at a wall and see what sticks. A word of caution, however, narcissists may react very badly to being questioned or pushed into giving answers that they really don't have. Once again, the safest course of action is to ignore the Hoover and continue with or go no contact. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about the fact that you will always be a stranger to a narcissist. This is something a lot of people have trouble understanding, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. One of the most confusing things about dealing with pathologically narcissistic people is that they never seem to get to know you. Not only are they usually completely uninterested in you as a person or in anything about you that they cannot somehow benefit from or that does not specifically and solely relate to them somehow, but it appears that they can't get to know people even if they try. Their brain creates an image of a person in their mind, and that becomes the sum of their knowledge of that person. It's inflexible, it does not evolve or change, and it is often not based on facts or reality anyway. This is one of the biggest reasons these relationships eventually fail. The narcissist cannot understand that things, people, and situations can and do change. They will never accept that, and they will never allow this to happen in their perception. Anything wrong that someone did or that the narcissist thinks they did or thinks they would have done when the person was upset or when they were a child or when it was 10 years ago or anything else is considered to be the kind of person they are and will always be. This perception never changes, and it cannot be influenced by reality, facts, proof, or anything else. It is rigid and extremely inflexible. This causes enormous problems in their relationships. When you get to know somebody, you start to learn about aspects of their personality and their character, such as whether they're somebody who keeps their word, if they're honest, if they're responsible, if they are reliable, things that would be typical for them to do or say. This does not seem to happen with narcissistic people. They are never able to see what kind of person someone actually is, even if they did actually care to know. And consequently, they're never able to trust anybody. They don't really understand having a fixed identity that doesn't change, and that some people are unlikely to do some things. They can't learn from experience, and nothing overrides their perceptions, which they actually don't trust anyway. They don't trust themselves, and because of that, they cannot trust you or anyone. Narcissists often become enmeshed with people due to poor boundaries, but though this creates an unhealthy closeness and dependency, it is not true intimacy, and it does not translate to actually getting to know who, how, and what someone is. They end up feeling simply controlled by the other person because they're dependent on them, and they usually really, really fear and resent that. Enmeshment is often described as not knowing where you end and the other person begins. People who are enmeshed may believe they know the other person really well, or that they are experiencing intimacy, but in actuality they are too close to the other person, and they're unable to view them objectively or separately from themselves. Their own needs and emotions have gotten totally wrapped up in the other person and the relationship, and they can no longer see either one of these things clearly. Narcissists may be able to feel marginally more safe with someone who has never caused them a narcissistic injury. However, this does not translate into trust because their fear that this will change does not go away no matter how much time has passed, and the behavior that narcissists exhibit because of this fear often causes people to inflict narcissistic injury on them in self-defense. For example, let's say that a narcissist feels marginally safe with a new partner because the new partner doesn't know anything negative about them and they still believe that the narcissist is their dream come true. The narcissist enjoys this immensely and they would love it to continue, but they have zero faith in that at all. Their fear, which is really paranoia, that this will change causes them to begin to accuse their new partner of cheating or of not caring about them and things like that. This causes their partner to be hurt and confused, often leading them to pull away or respond in a negative way. This in return causes the narcissist to feel abandoned and rejected, which provokes a narcissistic injury. In the narcissist's view, this person has now become unsafe and therefore they're untrustworthy. It's all downhill from here. The only way to be considered safe and therefore trustworthy by a narcissist would be to never be linked to a narcissistic injury in their perception. This means to never expose them in any way, never hurt them in any way, never upset them in any way, never question them in any way, never correct them in any way, never see them as having a flaw or making a mistake ever. Always view them as completely, totally perfect and live with them in their false reality. This is, of course, not possible, not just because they're not perfect, but also because the narcissist's reality is not actuality, and the things they feel exposed or injured by cannot be predicted with any true reliability. Their interpretations of people's motives or actions are hard to understand and often impossible to foresee. Because of this, it is not possible to remain safe in a narcissist's perception. They live in a perpetual state of fear, flux, and vulnerability where anyone is capable of any and everything at any time, no matter how much proof or experience to the contrary they may have. Of course, anyone is capable of anything, and even if we don't think something is true or we don't want to believe something, if we have proof that someone has done something, we should take that seriously. But, for example, a person could never have stolen anything from the narcissist or anyone for the entire 30 years or 20 years the narcissist has known them, but the narcissist will still believe this person will steal from them, especially if they are upset at the person or if they believe the person is upset with them. No other reason, no other facts or proof, just I think they will do that or that they did do that, and this means they will do it or that they did do it. The fact that they have 30 years worth of experience that point to the conclusion that this person is not a thief does not matter. Feelings are facts to a narcissist, and that's all there is to it. They feel this person will steal from them, and so the fact is, they will. No benefit of the doubt, no accepting someone's statements based on good faith, no consideration of anything to the contrary at all. The past means nothing. Experience means nothing. Reality means nothing. They believe everyone to be as unstable and terrified and ruthless as they are, and that's where it ends. Once a person has become unsafe, they are always unsafe. No apology is accepted, no explanation is entertained, and no correction of the narcissist's conclusion or perception is allowed. They do not genuinely accept apologies for either real or imagined wrongs done to them. They do not accept solutions to try to repair issues or resolve problems. They do not try to understand anyone else's side or point. They do not let things go or move on from things. They don't understand that things and people change, and they will not allow this perception. If reality does not convince someone of itself, you certainly have no hope of doing so. It is a pointless exercise to try to build or maintain a relationship of any kind with a person who has gotten to know you no better and has no more trust in you after 5 or 10 or 20 years than they had the day they met you. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide for international clients. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about narcissists and magic tricks. You know, one of the biggest reasons no contact with narcissists is recommended so strongly is because your brain tends to believe what your eyes and your ears tell it, even if this contradicts known facts. Consider magic tricks and optical illusions. The reason people like them so much is because their eyes and their ears are telling them that it's real, even though their brain knows that it's not. This is what happens when you are around a narcissistic personality, except magic tricks are harmless and this relationship is not. One of the most common things people say regarding these relationships is that they're trying to internalize the information they have learned about narcissistic personalities, but they're having a really hard time and they feel very confused. Almost without fail, these are people who are still in the relationship in some way. This is one of the reasons no contact is so important. It's not possible to come to acceptance when there is conflicting information being thrown at you constantly. What you know does not match up with what your eyes and your ears are telling your brain, and the result can be massive confusion. Your brain tends to rely on your eyes and your ears, which results in believing the magic trick even though you know it's not real. Believing in a magic trick for 5 minutes at a magic show is harmless. Being unable to accept the reality about a predatory relationship is not. Going no contact stops or reduces the constant influx of contradictory information so that you can focus on accepting what you know to be the reality of the situation rather than exhausting yourself trying to incorporate and process conflicting information where it doesn't fit. The narcissist's self-portrayal often does not match up with what you know to be the facts about them, and in many ways, this is absolutely deliberate. Accept this as a reality and stop trying to make sense out of it. It's never going to make sense because it is directly and deliberately contradictory. The way to stop the confusion is to get out of the situation. There is no way you can become educated enough about something to be able to completely disregard what your eyes and your ears are telling your brain. This is not going to happen. It's how your brain works. The confusion will end when the contradictory information stops. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, as well as see what workshops, seminars, or clinics we are offering this month. Also, we have a support group that we are doing starting in January. It's called the Sacred Healing Recovery Group. If you're interested in that, you can find out about it on LittleShaman.org as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about trying to redeem yourself in the eyes of narcissistic people. When you are dealing with narcissists who are holding the past against you, remember two things. Number one, you cannot ever erase or unhappen things that are in the past. And number two, short of doing that, nothing is ever going to be good enough. Years can go by before you discover this. Years that you spend trying to explain, trying to be understood, trying to apologize, trying to move on, only to find that it's not possible. Any failure in the narcissist's eyes is permanent and irredeemable. It doesn't even have to have actually happened. Their belief that it did is all that's required. If you admit it, you're a bad person. If you deny it, you're a liar. There is no reasonable way to deal with this. There's no forgiveness, no empathy, no understanding, no consideration, no benefit of the doubt, no good faith, no redemption, no moving on. The loss is permanent. Relationships obviously cannot exist within this framework. People are not perfect. They will hurt each other sometimes. They will do or say the wrong thing sometimes. They will make mistakes sometimes. Narcissists simply cannot accept that. They are so fragile that not only is there no room for them to be a human being, there's no room for anybody else to be one either. Any deviation from perfection seems to be seen as a permanent failure. The fact that it could happen at all is evidence of how unsafe, unreliable, untrustworthy, etc. somebody is. This is unforgivable, no matter why it happened, no matter how long it's been. A side effect of this mindset can also be that the narcissist is unable to move on from some self-imposed shame regarding things that they have done, and they claim that you are the person who will not let it go. At any rate, stop trying to redeem yourself in the eyes of a narcissist. The loss is permanent. It cannot be repaired. It is a favorite claim of narcissists in general that some failure or lack or mistake on the part of the other person is responsible for the problems in the relationship. And if that person can just redeem themselves in the narcissist's eyes, everything will be okay. Many narcissistic personalities may actually really believe that. The problem is that it's not true. The deep, deep insecurity and pathological distrust that are inherent in this personality structure make intimacy and trust impossible for them. They don't seem to realize that, however, and they can't take ownership of it anyway. Most probably really do believe the problem is the other person or the other people. They may say all the right things, but when it comes down to it, they simply cannot or will not do the things necessary to trust other people and repair relationships. This is considered to be your problem. If you can't fix it and you can't fix how they feel about it, you're going to get what you deserve. If you don't believe that this is how it is, ask yourself a few questions. Has this ever worked before? Does this person seem to legitimately trust anybody? Have they ever done so? Does this person seem willing to give you the benefit of the doubt in any way? Are they approaching things from an open-minded place with good faith? Does this person seem able to understand and empathize with your mindset or your situation or anything about you? Is this person actually willing to forgive and move on? Are they capable of doing these things? Is this person more invested in punishing you or in understanding and resolving? Does this person accept your explanations, your reasons, etc.? Do they even listen to these things? Do they keep bringing something up, no matter how long it has been, no matter how many times it has already been addressed? Make sure when you're looking at the answers to these questions, you are going off the person's actions, not their words. Many people say they are willing to do things, but their actions prove that they're really not. Many people say they trust others, but their actions prove that they really don't. Complicating this even further is the more a narcissistic person feels you're trying to convince them or change their mind, in essence, to manipulate them, the harder they are likely to resist and push back against what you're saying. When they don't feel you're trying to convince them, the more likely they are to believe that you don't care anymore and you're rejecting them and abandoning them. You cannot win here. This is unreasonable, illogical, and ridiculous. The more you try, the less they believe you. The less you try, the less they believe you. They don't believe you. 2 + 2 = 4, right? The basic thing here is that you should keep putting in all of this effort to convince them because it proves to them that they matter, even though the fact that you're trying so hard causes them to distrust your motives even more than they already do, and even though their contrary childish nature precludes them from even listening anyway. Most also have a deep-seated distrust. This often includes a fear of being controlled, manipulated, brainwashed, tricked, which makes considering anything anyone says almost impossible, especially if they're being contradicted. However, despite all of that, as soon as you stop trying to convince them, you may be immediately accused of not caring. This is not about you or what you are saying. So you have to get your mind around that fact. It's all about the attention and the focus and the energy you are pouring onto the narcissist in your attempts to get them to believe you, accept you, validate, whatever you're trying to do. That is what matters. What you want from them does not matter. It's not considered. It has not mattered. It will not matter, and you will not get it. What matters is you trying to get it. It is extreme effort that doesn't benefit you in any way. It's like being a hamster running on a wheel that is hooked up to a machine. Your energy is powering the machine and benefiting the people that are using that machine, but you are not getting anywhere, and you never will. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about something that's really important. We talked about things that are said during a Hoover, promises that are made in a recent video. One of the other things that can happen during a Hoover is the narcissistic person may apologize. Don't be fooled by an apology. Because of the myth that narcissistic people never apologize, people might believe that if someone seems to have apologized, they are either not a narcissist or there has been some kind of breakthrough. However, someone who has learned to say that they're sorry after doing the same wrong or hurtful things over and over again is not someone who has changed and is not someone who is trying to change. This is someone who has learned that saying they're sorry is the price they need to pay to keep the relationship while still being able to do these wrong or hurtful things. Real remorse leads to changed behavior. Anyone can learn to say anything, whether they're a narcissist or not. You might have heard me say before that even a cannibal can learn to recite the Apostles' Creed. That means anybody can say anything. It's true that, generally speaking, narcissistic people are not big on apologies because they're either unwilling or unable to take responsibility for themselves or their behavior. However, that does not translate into them being incapable of saying words that sound like an apology, especially if they believe they're going to benefit from doing that or if they feel boxed into a place where there's no other choice. Many narcissistic people will say they are sorry or otherwise attempt to apologize in that situation. Most of these so-called apologies are pretty threadbare and they will not stand up to scrutiny, but some narcissistic people are good at making it sound like they're taking accountability and responsibility for their behavior even though they are not. Some may even believe they actually are doing that. But true understanding of and remorse for one's behavior leads to changed behavior, and it does not take years for that to happen. Due to the level of shame that narcissistic people operate underneath, they can be capable of seeming very genuinely remorseful and upset. They may apologize in a very grandiose fashion. They may become extremely upset when telling you how sorry they are. But there's a difference between shame and remorse. What you are seeing is shame. There is a video or two on the channel about the difference between these two things. Don't be fooled by apologies, whether they seem real or not. A true apology comes with changed behavior. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk to you about how to resist a Hoover in narcissistic or otherwise toxic relationships. For those who may not know, hoovering is what it's called when a toxic person tries to suck you back into the relationship with promises of doing better, declarations of love, or demonstrations of remorse. This is something virtually everyone dealing with an abusive or narcissistic person faces due to the push-pull nature of these relationships, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. It's important to remember, too, that though most of the time people who talk about hoovering are referring to a romantic relationship, it generally happens in all abusive relationships, including those that involve family members. Hoovering is one of the reasons getting out of these relationships is so difficult. It's essentially recycled love bombing. After a period of devaluation where a person is treated terribly and sometimes even a discard, where they're thrown away like they don't matter, the narcissist suddenly becomes exactly what the victim has been waiting for: kind, attentive, remorseful, interested. They may seem to totally get the problem and swear they will fix it. They may promise to do all the things they refused to do before: get married, go to therapy, take a vacation, stop drinking, take their medication, stop seeing other people. They may suddenly become easy to talk to and invested in the relationship. Though most do try to claim remorse for their behavior, in some situations, the devaluation they put the victim through is not mentioned at all. They simply behave as if nothing ever happened. In all situations, the victim, who is often overjoyed with this turning over of a new leaf, wants to believe in all of this and simply goes along with it. It's easier, and more importantly, it's what they've wanted all along. After months or even years of this cycle, it becomes a behavioral addiction that can be very difficult to get out of. Both the narcissist and the victim are addicted to the reward of hoovering, where all is forgiven and there is love and peace for a time. Because both are addicted to the reward, both often work hard to make it happen. Even victims who have left or ended the relationship may try to create a situation where it's possible for the narcissist to hoover them so that the cycle can be completed and they can feel better. If the narcissist does not hoover, the victim may become angry, anxious, or even panic. They may reach out to the narcissist in an effort to control the situation and bring about the completion of the cycle where everyone feels good again, everything's back to good. Everyone involved in this situation, including the narcissist, is trying to do the same thing: make themselves feel better. This is what addiction is: the pathological pursuit of reward, even when there are hurtful or dangerous consequences to the reward-seeking behavior. A pattern of being in toxic relationships is almost always a behavioral addiction. Sometimes people don't want to hear that, but it's the truth. Healthy relationships don't provide the drama, the intense highs and lows that a toxic relationship does, and because of that, they're often unattractive to people who are living with the challenge of this particular behavioral addiction. This is nothing to be embarrassed or ashamed of, by the way. It's usually caused by childhood conditioning, and it's not anybody's fault. Addressing it is everybody's responsibility, though. Many people mistakenly believe that these feelings are love. It's probably true that you do genuinely care about the narcissist in your life, but it's also true that love is not what causes this behavior. It's really important to understand and accept the addiction component of the situation so that you can understand why no contact is so important. The only way to break the cycle is to disrupt it. That means you have to let it go without being completed. The cycle must go uncompleted. Otherwise, it's just going to continue. Even if this particular relationship ends, it will continue with other people or in other ways. For example, this is why people go from toxic relationships with their parents to toxic romantic relationships. The cycle must be broken, and better ways to get these needs met must be created. It's just like any other addiction. In order to quit, you have to stop using. One of the ways you stop using is by resisting the hoover. We're going to talk about 4 ways to do that, and if you have any others that have helped you, share them in the comments below so that other people can use them too. The first and best way to do this is by going no contact. There's no way to overstate how well this works. The narcissist cannot hoover you if they cannot contact you, period. Sometimes no contact is not possible. For example, a person might have children with the narcissist and be required to have contact with them by the court. In almost all other situations, though, no contact is possible and should be used if a person truly wants to end the cycle. If it's possible for you to go no contact, but you have not been able to enforce or maintain no contact, it's really important to ask yourself why and to be honest with your answer. The voice of addiction is sneaky. It's very persuasive. Are you still in your addiction? Is it still driving your behavior? Have you really done everything you could to make sure this person cannot contact you? If not, explore why. And remember, no contact is not just not talking to somebody. No contact is no contact. No looking at their social media, no asking friends about them, no driving by their house to see if their car is there, nothing. All of these things are addiction behaviors. They perpetuate the cycle that you're trying to break. No contact is no contact. Number 2, be realistic and honest with yourself about what a Hoover really is. Hoovering is hard to resist because it creates a perception in the victim that they're going to get the love that they want, finally. The same way people misidentify their own unhealthy or addictive behaviors as love, they misidentify the narcissist's unhealthy and addictive behaviors as love too. Hoovering is not about love. It's not about passion. It's not about finally seeing the light. It's about control. Hoovering is not desperation for love. It's desperation for control. The narcissist is desperate to get the relationship back to a point where they can control it and get what they want. Often so is the victim, which is one reason hoovering is so effective. Both people believe they're getting what they want. Narcissists do not hoover people because they love them. It's not proof the narcissist loves you. It's not proof they want you. It's proof they become scared they can't control the situation anymore and may not get what they want, whatever that is. Be honest with yourself about what a hoover is and what the narcissist really wants. They're hoovering you because they believe they will be able to bring you back under control. Hoovering is about owning people. It is not about love. As soon as you agree to come back under control, the cycle of abuse starts again. That is not love. Number 3, remind yourself of the cycles. Unless this is the first time this has ever happened to you, then you've been through a Hoover before. You've heard the promises, you've seen the tears, you've seen the hysteria, you've dealt with the desperation. You know what this is really about. After you've been in one of these relationships for a while, you start to see that these relationships do not evolve. Nothing changes. They simply run through a cycle over and over again. Not just the abuse cycle that we're all so familiar with, but a cycle of the narcissist's overall behavior. For example, after a time of not working, they may become more responsible. That can look like an evolution, but if you stay in the relationship long enough, you will likely witness a return to the irresponsible behavior. They may be physically abusive and then stop, which can look like evolution, but often, given the fullness of time, they will return to that behavior again. It's the same with everything. The problems you had 5 years ago or 6 months ago are the same problems you have now or will have 10 years from now. The same promises you heard last year are the same ones you hear this year. It doesn't change. And it can take people years to really see because the cycle can look like evolution when it really isn't. So remind yourself of the cycles here. What's really changed? Have you heard these things before? Were the problems you had last year the same as the ones you have now? What has happened to make you really think this is any different? Now, sometimes people will say things like, well, the narcissist cried, or they apologized, or they deleted their social media, something like that, but they never did that before. That might be true for now, but if you stick around a few more years, you'll probably see it again. So think about the cycles. Number 4, work on you and getting your needs met the right way. The best way to resist hoovering is to get to a place where it's not attractive to you anymore. You do that by doing the work on yourself to heal the vulnerabilities you have to toxic relationships in the first place. This work is not easy, and it takes time to do, but it's so worth it in the end. Work on first identifying the dysfunctional patterns in your life. From there, you can address the conditioning you've been subjected to that created these patterns, and you can address the old wounds that resulted in your being conditioned to think, feel, or behave in unhealthy ways. Once you address those old wounds, you can break that conditioning and reprogram yourself with new, healthier behavior. It helps to look at this as a different way of being rather than work you're trying to do to get to a certain point. Healing is a journey, it's not a destination. It's not like one day you wake up and you're healed, like how you wake up and you don't have the flu anymore. Healing a spirit sickness, which is what this is a change in mindset over time, a gradual awakening and understanding of how things have become the way that they are. It's looking at old things in a new light with the same eyes. It takes time, and the sooner you can stop being distracted by someone else's healing and spirit sickness, you can start focusing on your own. That is the key to this whole thing. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to go ahead and do that. I teach workshops a few times a month, so if you're interested in seeing what we have going on, you can do that at LittleShaman.org as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you, and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about the reality of narcissists. Trying to get along with narcissists on a basic day-to-day basis requires making a ridiculous, almost superhuman effort, and even on top of that, it still doesn't work. People eventually get sick of exerting so much effort for nothing. It's frustrating, it's exhausting, it's crazy making, and perhaps most importantly, it's pointless. It doesn't work. You cannot reason with the unreasonable. So you have to stop trying. You will never make them understand the point, no matter what you do. They don't want to understand, and many of them are not capable of understanding anyway. They don't think the same way that you do, and you cannot make them. The only thing you can do is decide if you want somebody who behaves this way in your life or not. Because the reality is, this is a person who has a legitimate problem. Personality is the expression of identity. The false self or selves that you see in pathologically narcissistic people are the expression of an unstable or even non existent identity through the framework of a fractured, compartmentalized, and non collaborative personality structure. It means the parts of their personality don't work together, they're not cohesive as a whole. The false self is a primitive, immature survival mechanism created as a result of not having a cohesive identity through which to form a stable personality. Without that, and due to lack of development that may or may not be the result of that, many fundamental functions and tasks either cannot be performed or can't be performed the way that people without these difficulties perform them. Parallel abilities must be created in order to do that, in order to survive. Examples of that would be using mimicry instead of empathy and enmeshment instead of actual bonding. Securing narcissistic supply is a requirement for the regulation of this personality because due to their dysfunction, they're unable to regulate themselves through any other means. It's necessary for survival. Being unable to regulate the self is not an option for any human being, and it leads to collapse. Presenting false selves to the world is a way to achieve that. It's also a way to combat the shame that they feel all the time, this omnipresent toxic shame. The qualities and the characteristics expressed through this false self or false selves may in fact be genuine qualities and characteristics held by this person, or they could be a complete fabrication designed to extract narcissistic supply from the environment. It can depend on how far down the narcissistic spectrum they are and a couple other things. But either way, the function of the false self and the utilization, the using of people around the narcissist remains the same no matter what, doesn't matter. The more we can understand about the way that this pathology functions, the more sense we can make of the behavior. Making sense of the behavior is very important in order to understand what happened so that you can move on. That's very, very important. If you're dealing with a narcissist, there are a few things you really, really need to know. Because of what we were just discussing regarding this, the fact that this is a legitimate problem, it's a personality dysfunction. They don't think the way that you do. They do not see things the way that you do. They do not perceive things the way that you do. They don't feel things the way that you do. They don't understand things the way that you do. They don't even understand that these things are true, that this is the case. They don't care that this is the case. They don't know that they don't care. They don't know that they don't understand, and you cannot teach them any of these things. These things are really, really important to understand. If you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic person, you're dealing with someone who has a legitimate problem with the way that their personality functions. It's not something that you can teach or convince them not to have anymore. Though it is a legitimate and serious problem, it's very important to remember also, this does not excuse their behavior or their choices. They know right from wrong. Lack of empathy, difficulty with impulse control, skewed perception, and impairment regarding cognition causes them not to care, but they know. And they're therefore accountable for these things. Now, the point of saying this is a legitimate problem is not so that people will feel sorry for them or to excuse any of their behavior. You do that at your own risk. This is genuinely dangerous thinking that puts people in harm's way, like trying to hug a lion in a cage because you feel bad for him. It needs to be said, though, so that people really understand this is not just a case of someone choosing to be mean or even abusive who might then choose to stop being mean or abusive if they can see how much they're hurting other people. It is far beyond that, and you are not going to be able to change this. If you're waiting for that to happen, it won't. Someone cannot stop being affected by disorder or dysfunction just because we want them to stop being affected by it. And someone with this particular problem is not going to understand or care why they should not engage in manipulative or exploitative behavior. It's just not going to register with them. You cannot love the pathology out of someone, and they cannot love you enough to somehow attain non-pathological functioning. Sometimes we hear from narcissists, from anybody. It happens all the time. People say, if you really loved me, you wouldn't act that way, or you would act this way. While this can be true in a factual sense, because certainly someone who loves you does not intentionally mistreat you, framing someone's behavior this way can be dangerous and unfair. Other people's behavior is not about or caused by us, and framing it in this way implies that it is. This can create the idea that if we're good enough, people give us what we want or what we think we deserve, but if we're not, then they don't. That's not reality. The reality is that right or wrong, fair or unfair, good or bad, people give us what they want to give us and are capable of giving us. It's not even about us or what we deserve or how good we are or our value or anything else. Looking at it this way implies that we're somehow responsible for this person's behavior. That's dangerous thinking, and it's false. It also implies that the only reason for someone's choices or their decisions or their behavior are their feelings for us. This is not reality either, even when we're talking about their behavior toward us or in the relationship. People make choices or react based on millions of pieces of information that they have stored up over the years, their beliefs, their thoughts, their experiences, their feelings. Very few of these pieces of information actually have anything to do with us, and often they don't have anything to even do with what's going on in that moment or in the situation. That's really important to understand. Lastly, if you're dealing with someone who has a legitimate problem, such as an addiction or a mental health challenge, expecting that to improve or even go away if they love you enough is not only unfair, that's just totally unrealistic. This does not mean that we should ever tolerate toxic or abusive behavior, but it does mean that we really need to pay attention to what our expectations are in these situations. There are some things that love cannot conquer. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey, everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you are listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk to you about something that is extremely common for people dealing with narcissists of any type, and that is looking for a loophole in order to avoid or get around the reality of the situation. Dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities is generally extremely difficult. It's exhausting, it's painful, it's frustrating, it's confusing. Nothing makes any sense, and these personalities are often oppositional, contrary, and difficult just because. They tend to be abusive, withholding, punitive, manipulative, dishonest. They're often paranoid, delusional, hyperreactive, or withdrawn and cold. Add to that the fact that in many situations, this is all occurring inside of relationships that matter greatly to people. It could be someone's partner, their parent, their sibling, or other family member. These are relationships that people can find it very difficult to walk away from, especially if they're being told that the reason for all the problems is that they are doing or saying or feeling things that they are actually not doing or saying or feeling. Other people might feel like they can't walk away from these relationships, and even though that's not true, this fact often does not change how people feel. When faced with such an unpleasant choice, people often look for ways around the unpleasantness. They want there to be a way out of the situation that does not include severing the relationship or having to face the unpleasant reality that the relationship is just not ever going to be what they wanted it to be. They're looking for a loophole so that they can still get what they want. When talking about narcissism and these dynamics, unfortunately, that is very common. We hear it from people all the time. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to accept that. There has to be a way. There must be something people can do. But what about this and what about that? Virtually everybody goes through this whenever they hear that there is no way to peacefully coexist with someone they care about. Sometimes people even get angry when they hear it, accusing others of not trying hard enough, not caring enough, giving up, discrimination even, and more. Others look for ways to somehow mitigate the information, such as, my situation is different because, or if I could just get them into therapy, then. Still, others claim to accept the situation, but then they continue to look for ways around it in order to get what they want from this person, whatever that might be, such as trying to find ways to manipulate the narcissist in their life or beat them at their own game. These things really all come down to the same thing: denial, an inability or even a refusal to accept the reality of what this really is. If you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality, there is no safe or successful way to interact with them. That's it. But I refuse to accept that. But my situation is different. But what about therapy? But there has to be a way. No, there doesn't, and there's not. We can refuse to accept that, but we're only hurting ourselves if we don't. We can go through years of trying to prove this reality untrue, only to come to the same end result that everybody else did and that we really were already told. It doesn't work. It will not ever work because you can't control other people, whether they're narcissistic or not. This part of it isn't even really about narcissism. It's just about reality and facts. You cannot control other people, and you can't make them do things that they won't do. There's no way around that. Ironically, narcissists understand that very well, even if they don't realize that they understand it. That's why they use manipulation. They understand that if somebody just won't do something, the narcissist has no ability to make the person do it. They use that person's empathy, sense of fairness, guilt, and more against them in order to try to influence their choices, because in the end, it ultimately is that person's choice, and narcissists know that. That's why they react so strongly to being told no. It reminds them that they actually have no power over other people at all. People end up saying yes to narcissists because of how they feel, not because narcissists have some kind of control over them. They end up saying yes because of their own guilt and empathy and sense of fairness and all the things that are being used against them. Those are their own feelings. The problem with this is It doesn't work in reverse. This will not work on narcissists. You cannot weaponize their own better nature or sense of fairness or guilt or empathy against them because they don't really have any. Even if they did, as soon as they realized that you were going to get something out of the deal or that they would be doing what you want by doing whatever the thing, that puts an end to it right there, usually, because that's how this personality works. If they do what you want, you win, which means they lose, which means they lost the power and control, which means that ain't happening. This adversarial mindset precludes any possibility of them saying yes. Because power and control are not such a big deal in the lives of most people, there seems to be a lack of general understanding of just how big a motivation these things are for narcissistic personalities. It isn't just power and control for their own sake and like, cool if I got them, but cool if I don't. As we discussed in the episode of the show entitled Living with the Enemy and Narcissists and the Power Position, these two things represent literal survival for narcissists. This means they are absolutely, unequivocally non-negotiable. When we can understand this simple fact, then we can see very clearly why there is no loophole to be exploited here. They have closed them all up. This is not a coincidence. The pathologically narcissistic personality believes that if they do what you want in any capacity, including just hearing the words that you're speaking, they lose. There's no way to interact with this safely or successfully. It just can't be done. The whole situation is treated as a contest, a battle that they have to win. You are an automatic adversary, and there's no way you can change that perception because of the way this personality operates. It has nothing to do with you, in other words. Your actions essentially impact nothing in any real way. They don't matter. It's like being in a dream where you are witnessing something happening and you can be affected by the thing. You can move and scream and react, and you can even be impacted physically in the dream, but you can't actually influence or change anything that's happening. In hundreds of years, no one has found a way around this. That's because there isn't one. If someone is bound and determined to believe what they believe, they will find a way to do that no matter what. This is true even for people who do not have the very serious mental health and processing issues that pathologically narcissistic personalities have. You add those into the mix, and you've got about a snowball's chance in hell of ever getting anywhere with this person. It simply is not possible. Human belief is very strong. The human ego is one of the most powerful forces on the planet, even when it's a healthy ego, and this is not hyperbole. You are up against delusional belief and pathological ego in this situation. These things are so big and so powerful that you cannot get around them. All you can do is wreck right into them, and they will not yield. In the end, you will. You won't have a choice because there's nothing else to do. People often get caught up in the idea of, but in the end they must see, but eventually they have to admit, but when it's all said and done, they'll be forced to acknowledge. No, they don't. They won't. Have you ever seen anything from this person that makes you genuinely believe that that's true? If you have, you have. But if you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic person, I bet you haven't. They don't have to see or admit or acknowledge anything that they don't want to see or admit or acknowledge. That's the whole point here. They don't have to, and you cannot make them. You can potentially make them physically face consequences, such as if they go to jail for committing a crime against you. You can potentially make them physically live with what they have done, for example, by exiting the relationship, but you can't make them face the reality of why these things are happening or that their actions caused it. This they never have to accept if they choose not to, and generally they choose not to. They believe that other people are the problem. It's the same with everything. They don't have to believe that, for example, you're a good person, or that you care about them, or that therapy will help them, or that decent people actually exist, or that doing the right thing is best for everybody, including them, or that compromising isn't losing, or that manipulating other people is wrong, or literally anything else. They don't have to accept what day of the week it is if they don't want to accept that, and you cannot make them. It is what it is. Stop looking for a loophole. Stop looking for a way around reality. Stop trying to control this person. Stop looking for a safe way to interact with an unsafe person or a way to game the system. It doesn't exist. As they used to say in the old beer commercials, know when to say when. Know when enough is enough. Many times people will say things like, but I'm not giving up just because it's hard. I'm going to fight for my relationship, or I'm going to fight for my family. Fighting for your family or your relationship is very noble, but in this context, it's not noble. It's pointless. It's damaging. Fighting for your family or your relationship is one thing. You should not be having to fight the person or the people that you're trying to have the relationship with. If you have to do that, it's not a relationship. It's not a family. Relationships are work, yes. They ain't this much work. They're not a constant battle just to be seen and heard. They're not fighting nonstop just to be treated like a human being. Also, if you're fighting for the relationship or to keep the family together, what is the other person doing? Think about that. Really think about that. You're trying to protect or save your family or your relationship from the other person or people that are in it. Does that sound at all to you like something that should be happening? Does that even sound like a relationship to you? If you have to fight the other person or people in the relationship, it's not a viable relationship. To be frank, it's not a relationship at all. It's not worth saving. There's nothing to save. You're not giving up on anything because there's nothing to give up on. This is a one-sided situation, and you cannot have a relationship by yourself. The other person or the other people have to do 100% of their stuff, and if they will not do that, there's no relationship. It is what it is. This is really hard for many people to accept, but if we can't do that, we're only causing ourselves more pain in the end. There are no loopholes here. There are no loopholes, there are no exceptions, and there are no ambiguities. If you're dealing with a narcissist, you will have virtually the same outcome everyone else has had for hundreds of years, a bad one. However that plays out, whatever actually happens, it will be bad. We all want to believe that our situation is unique, that we are unique, that the person we're dealing with is unique. And our situations are all different, but they're also all the same. Minor differences don't justify a presumption of a different outcome. After all, whether you're eating pistachio or vanilla or chocolate or Rocky Road, you're still eating ice cream. To argue that the flavor of the ice cream constitutes some fundamental difference is just not logical. It's not reasonable. It would be like saying, I'm severely allergic to fish, but this is grilled fish, so that's different. It's not different. It's still fish, which means you still can't have it. Now, the only reason anybody would even attempt something like that is because they really want to eat the fish. They're looking for a loophole that makes it possible for them to have the fish. But there aren't any loopholes here. They're allergic to fish, therefore they can't have any fish, regardless of how it's prepared. To eat it anyway would be dangerous and a refusal to accept the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is no fish ever. That's it. It's the same with narcissists. The reason people are looking for loopholes is because they really want to have a relationship with this person. Well, there aren't any. So it doesn't matter how much people want to have a relationship with this person because they can't. That might sound harsh, but reality is not always kind. If we are going to grow and mature and be healthier, one of the most important things to remember is that we have to do what's best for us, even if it's not what we want. As adults, we have to make peace with the fact that just because we want something doesn't mean we can have it. Sometimes you don't get what you want. Sometimes even if you try your hardest and your best, it still doesn't work. Part of being a healthy adult is understanding this and learning to deal with it because it's a part of life. We don't always win. Things are not always fair. Learning how to deal with this kind of thing is crucial if we're going to develop the resilience that we need to move forward, especially after a relationship that is so damaging. That doesn't mean we just roll over and let bad things happen to us, but it does mean that we need to learn to accept what things are and to recognize when there's nothing we can do to change something. Far from resigning ourselves to suffering and unnecessary pain, this approach allows us to see when it's time to walk away from things and people that are not good for us. That is what empowerment is really about. We can't change something if we don't accept it. Only when we accept what actually is are we able to see if we can change it or not. For example, if we do not accept that a partner is abusive, we can't address the actual problem. We will keep trying to address the abusive behavior itself, which doesn't work, and in this context is actually not even the problem. An abuser's behavior is a symptom of a much larger, much more fundamental problem. The actual problem is that this person believes it's okay to hurt other people. They believe their behavior is justified, and that belief can be extremely difficult to change. It cannot be changed by you. It has to be changed by them. And the reality with narcissists specifically is that even if they change a behavior, the belief that they have the absolute right to hurt and punish other people does not change. They just do something else. Something just as harmful, just as damaging to the other person and to the relationship. This person is clearly not willing or able to change this mindset, or they would have done so by now. You are not the first person to tell them that their behavior is wrong and harmful, and you will not be the last. It hasn't mattered to them so far, and there's no reason to conclude that it ever would, especially if there are no consequences. And to be clear, being told that they've hurt other people is not a consequence for people with empathy deficits. It has no impact on them at all, really. You can't impact narcissists with your feelings. You can only make an impact on them with theirs. And for this to matter in any way, they have to legitimately lose something. This does not guarantee that they will ever understand that the loss they have incurred is a direct result of their own actions. To be honest, the nature of the pathology essentially precludes that. But facing no consequences at all removes the possibility for them to learn anything, and besides that, it's the right and fair thing. People should face natural consequences for their behavior. These personalities typically only change something when they are literally forced to do so somehow, and even that's not a guarantee that they ever will or that they even can actually do it. Many of them are left with nothing in the end, and they still cannot see the problem. They still do not understand that the problem is them. That's why the only thing you can do is accept the reality and decide what you're going to do about it for yourself. It's important to remember this doesn't mean what you will do for them to address the reality, or what you will try to convince or even force them to do for you about the situation. It means what you are going to do about it for yourself to change your own circumstances. You can't change the beliefs or behaviors of another person, but you can change your own circumstances. You can exit situations and relationships that are not good for you. That you have power over, and that's all the power you really need. Stop looking for loopholes. Stop hoping you're going to be the sole exception in millions upon millions of different situations that all ended the same. Stop looking for ways to justify being in a harmful, hopeless situation. If you're going to stay in it for whatever reason, that's up to you. Lots of people do that. But at least admit to yourself what it really is and how it's going to go. That gives you at least some ability to protect yourself from the trauma of endless toxic hope and unrealistic expectations. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, included attendance to all workshops, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts, brought to you by Relational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website. including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on TheLittleShaman.com. Just type that address in. It will take you directly to the YouTube channel. Today's episode is brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that every person dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality needs to understand, the most important thing to understand, and that is that narcissists need to win at all costs. This sounds obvious, maybe even trite, but it should not be overlooked. In point of fact, it cannot be overstated. Narcissists need to win every situation with every person every single time. This includes conversations, it includes relationships, it includes jobs, it includes who gets to the traffic light first. It includes every single situation they are in for every single moment of their entire life. Anything can and will be a casualty of this mindset if it gets in the way. That means you, your relationship, your family, your children, a home, a job, anything, including themselves. This is not a person who values these things, and certainly they do not value them over winning. Nothing is valued over the need to win. Even to say they need to win is an almost gruesome understatement. It makes it sound like this is just some egotistical quirk when it is so much more than that, so much more fundamental and important to their psychological framework than just that. It's not just winning. It's survival, it's validation, it's existence. It's not just the validation of being right. Again, this is much too hollow of a phrase, however true it might be in definition. Unfortunately, language has connotations that can transmit a meaning that's independent of the actual definition of the words that we're using. To say narcissists need to win is functionally accurate. It's the best, most accurate way to communicate what needs to be explained here, but it almost seems dismissive or to minimize the gravity of the situation. Maybe that's because in most situations where you hear those words, this is not what they mean. To understand the true meaning of what we're saying here, we need to understand the way that narcissistic pathology operates. They can only exist in contrast or comparison to other people and things. That's why, for example, narcissistic personalities will so often tell you what they are not instead of what they are. This is easier for them because to say what you are requires you to define yourself independently as a solo, sovereign, independent thing. But to say what you're not only requires you to bounce off of something else that's already defined. For example, I'm not a bad guy, or I'm not a liar. This phenomenon is especially noticeable when they are refuting something that they've not been accused of, such as when they're saying that they're not a liar when nobody said that they were. Or they take something that they know is considered universally bad, or that a person has specifically pointed out as negative or harmful, and present and position themselves opposite of it, as we see in what's called virtue signaling. Of course, not everyone who engages in these things is a narcissist, but we very often find that narcissists engage in these things either exclusively or much more often than not. It's their way of defining themselves when they actually have no real definition. I can't tell you what I am, but I will tell you what I'm not. This is what serves as an identity because they don't actually have one. So because of this black and white contrast comparison way of operating, every single person in the world is viewed in either the one up or one down position in regard to the narcissists themselves. They're either better than you or you're better than them, period. You're either +1 or you're -1. This is a required framework in order to create the comparisons that are necessary for the self-definition, as we just discussed. They're either better and the winner, or they're worse and they're the loser. That's it. It's no more complicated than that, and its very simplicity is what makes it so dangerous. Part of this is because, in a very real way, it's too simple. Life is not black and white like that. Certainly, people are not black and white like that. To reduce them to black and white requires an almost delusional level of ignorance of reality. Anyone who has dealt with a narcissist knows that is what you run into over and over and over again. Delusional levels of ignorance of reality. Narcissists don't have the processing ability or emotional maturity to understand whole object relations, which is what we're talking about. They can't understand that a person can have both good and bad qualities, or that a good person might do a bad or a hurtful thing, or that a bad person might do a good thing, or that even careful people can make mistakes. It's like a kid. We often hear that narcissists require perfection, and that is accurate language to use based on our understanding of that word. But the reality is more that one bad thing destroys every good thing. It's not about perfection per se, even though that's how it plays out functionally, because if you make one mistake, that's it. But it's more about their inability to understand or process whole object relations. They are so arrested in their emotional development that they can't understand it in any real way. They might say they do. They might say, oh, I don't expect anybody to be perfect, or I understand people make mistakes, but their actions prove that this is not really true. This one up, one down positioning results in what's called a zero-sum game. Because they cannot define themselves except using the already existing definitions of others, and for other reasons, narcissists cannot create or sustain anything of their own. Everything is reactionary, which means they can only win if the other person lost. If they lose, it's because somebody else won. This is not the kind of person who can understand that, for example, there doesn't always have to be a winner and a loser, because for them there does. If they did not win, they lost. And if they lost, then you won. That makes you their opponent, their enemy. It's as simple and as brutal and stupid as that. Narcissists are not so different from just about everybody else in the world, in the sense that they believe everybody else operates the same way that they do. They think that you see it the way they see it. They think, therefore, that you're laughing at them and gloating because you won, and more importantly, because they lost. You probably don't even realize there was a competition, let alone that you somehow won, but they do, and they will burn with resentment over that. It can be hard to understand the stakes in these awful, terrible, stupid games, because what winning means to narcissists in any given situation or at any given moment is very often not what it would mean to other people. They see stakes and competition in situations where nobody else does, which is one of the reasons it's so hard, for example, not to upset them. You would legitimately have to be able to read their minds to succeed here, and you can't do that. So there's no way to avoid them feeling as though you've shown them up, or you've beaten them at something, or you've made them look stupid somehow, or otherwise somehow embarrassed them. All of those things, and many, many, many more, are considered losing. Again, this cannot be overstated. Any relationship you try to have with any narcissistic personality is going to be poisoned in this same way. You can either get out of the way or you can get run over, but you can't be in the situation and think that you just won't play their game. It does not work like that. It's like standing on a baseball field while the game is going on and insisting that even though you're standing there, you're not playing. Someone's going to throw the ball to you, and if you don't catch it, you're going to get hit with it repeatedly until you get off the field. Or being in a car when somebody else is driving and insisting that you're not going where they're going. Well, yes, you are. You can either get out of the car or you can go where they're going. Those are your choices. You can't sit in the car with them driving along but just keep saying that you're not going. You are. Any interaction you have with this person is going to end up the same way, because it doesn't matter whether you're playing or not. They are. And that's the dynamic that you're going to be forced into, whether you agree with it or not. It's like if you were trying to talk to somebody and all they did was recite lines from Titanic. It doesn't matter what you say, you cannot have a conversation. The reason that narcissists do this is because they have to. To win is to succeed, to survive, to be a worthy person, worthy of life, worthy of air and food and space, and right, to be validated as having an identity and a self, to be validated as being, as existing. To lose is to not get any of these things. They only exist as reflections in the eyes of other people, remember. Therefore, to not secure these things is just not an option. The importance of this to the way the narcissistic personality structure functions is often not understood very well by people. So, to put it very simply, we can say this. The human personality functions like a wheel, with spokes radiating outward from a hub in the middle of a wheel, if you think of like a bike tire. A person's identity is that hub. It's the thing in the middle that all the spokes are sticking out of. Narcissists just have a bunch of spokes floating around trying to be a wheel with nothing to hold them in place. Without a hub, a wheel cannot function. In the absence of a hub, narcissists have to constantly attempt to try to project one into that empty space. That is what narcissistic supply does, and therefore why winning is so important, because winning converts in a narcissistic supply. The supply of their ego, their sense of self. This is who I am. This is what I am. It validates that the hub is there and that it's real. Because it's actually not either one of these things, it's not there and it's not real, even one loss, one invalidation can destroy the entire thing. It works like this. The hub is the core premise, such as in a narcissist, I am the good guy, I am the victim. All of the spokes radiating out from it rely on this particular hub to be validated so that the wheel can turn. The spokes are all the things that make up the rest of the narcissist's personality, whatever that is. Their justifications, their fears, their entitlements, whatever. If something happens that invalidates the hub, it disappears because it's not actually real. The only thing keeping it in place and making it seem real are the reflections from other people. Something happens to screw that up, it's gone. You can see what would happen if that were to be allowed to occur. All the spokes fall. When this happens in the human personality, for anybody, the results can be catastrophic. It can lead to actual death, often by suicide, but also through things like super extreme risk-taking behavior, substance abuse, lots of other things. Narcissists generally don't know that that's what's happening, but they know how they feel. And how they feel is destabilized and terrified. So they just don't allow it. They fight and they argue and they lie and they gaslight and they blame and they shame and they ghost and they run away and they latch on to whoever else is there. Whatever else they have to do in order to preserve that image as the hub. And that's all it is. It's just an image. This is not an image at the hub. The image is not on the hub. The image is the hub. Just a flickering hologram of who this person wishes they were or think they need to be. It's a reflection created in the minds of other people that the narcissist is attempting to convert into a definition of themselves so that they can exist. This is why reality is perceived as an aggression by narcissists. It literally threatens their existence. It threatens that hub, and without that hub, we all fall down. When we understand that, we can see why winning is so important in the context that we're talking about here, and the futility of even bothering to try to engage with this type of person. They are required to see you as an opponent that they need to beat. And if they can't do that, if they can't beat you, and many of them cannot, they then see you as an enemy who has beaten them, which automatic resentment, automatic competition, automatic anger. You're never going to get through. And it doesn't matter how hard you try or how much you care about them or how strongly reality is on your side. Reality is on your side. It doesn't matter. They will literally die if they listen to you. If you're dealing with a narcissist in any capacity, you have very likely seen this behavior for yourself many times. They always have to be right. They always have to be first. They always have to be on top somehow. Or, to put it more accurately, perhaps, they can't be wrong. They can't be last. They can't be beneath other people. Because remember, it's not about what they are. It's about what they're not. It's not that they're right. It's that they're not wrong. The key to dealing with narcissists without going crazy is remembering this, because it's not going to change. When I speak to clients, sometimes they'll say things like, well, the narcissist in my life owes me $20,000, or they have my collection of commemorative Princess Diana plates. How do I get those things back? And I always ask them the same question: how bad do you need it? Because if you need it, then you need it, and it is what it is. But if you don't, it might be worth considering just letting it go. It's almost never worth the battle, and it rarely goes well, even if you feel like you won in the end. It's a bad position to be in to want something from a narcissist, and it's an even worse position to be in to need something from a narcissist. In order to win, they have to not give it to you. You see how this goes. Pick your battles. These are people who will spend $10,000 to get back 200 bucks. They will destroy everybody and everything, including themselves, in order to be able to believe that they're the winner. Let them think they won. Who cares? They don't live in reality anyway. It's not worth it most of the time. When your ego gets involved in these situations, is almost always a recipe for disaster. Their ego is completely dysfunctional and has no limits. It's not worth it. You won by getting away from this person, not having to deal with them in the same way anymore, and nothing they say or they do takes that away, no matter what. No matter how they pretend, no matter what they put out there, it doesn't matter. That's the truth. Even if they were the ones who ended the entanglement, you still won. That's the reality. Regardless of how it feels, regardless of like what our egos might try to tell us, it doesn't matter. The truth is you won when you got away from this person, or when you don't have to deal with them in the same way anymore. Point blank, period. That's the truth. You won your self-respect, your well-being, your freedom, your reality, your sanity. Those things are worth more than anything else. That is what matters. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up any or